Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was kidnapped by Apocalypse and become X-Man. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Two men moved silently down the darkened tunnel-like hallway. Of the two, one was dressed in black slacks and a green dress jacket. He was bald and sat within a wheelchair which seemed to move of its own will. The other was dressed in a suit of red body armor and wore a pair of black gloves and knee-high boots. On his head appeared to be a helmet of some kind and a purple cape trailed behind him. "Are you sure this is the place, Charles?" asked the red-dressed man to the paraplegic. "Of course I am Eric. This is definitely the place. Cerebro is never wrong." Eric couldn't help but agree with that statement. Having helped build Cerebro, he knew exactly how it worked. If it gave Charles a location, then it is 100% accurate. As they moved, the man was surprised to find that not 5 minutes later the tunnel suddenly changed from rocky to completely metal. This made the man more than just a little happy. "We've arrived," said Charles suddenly. As he said this, the two stopped in front of a solid steel door. On the center of the door, in big bold lettering, were the characters, AO. Holding his hand out towards the door, Eric clenched it about halfway. As he did, the door suddenly bent outwardly as it seemed to float in mid-air before. It flew to the side, slamming into the wall with a crash. Charles could only sigh at the antics of his longtime friend before both entered the room. The sight that greeted them upon entry, however, was the last either of them wanted to see. In the center of the room was a glass tube within which was a small boy. The boy looked to be no older than 4 years old. He was submerged in liquid, naked as the day he was born. His only covering being the breathing mask adorning his face. Several tubes were connected to the boy, entering into several places along his body. "My God, what have they done to him?" asked Charles in shock. Eric, however, could only look on in both disgust and rage. Disgust that someone could actually do such a thing to a 4-year-old boy. Rage that someone would actually do such a thing to a 4-year-old boy. Charles meanwhile had moved over to a computer terminal, his fingers flying over the keyboard in his quest to discover who did this. Suddenly a transparent figure emerged in the center of the room. The figure was a giant, standing at least 7 foot tall, and was very muscular. His skin was gray and eyes were red. He wore a pair of deep blue shorts along with a USCLE shirt of the same color with a pair of gloves and boots. "If you are seeing this, then you have finally awakened. To start things off, I am from the future. More specifically, I am you and have taken on the name of Apocalypse. In this chamber I have created the next evolution, a mutant surpassing the Omega level. Subject name Namikaze Naruto, most likely the greatest mutant of his time. Saint encountered him when he was at the age of 24. By this time he was already a force to be reckoned with and a greater threat than both Charles Xavier's, X-Men, and Magneto's, Brotherhood of Mutants." As these words were spoken, both Charles and Eric had wide eyes hearing their names mentioned by this obvious mutant. Namikaze was a ninja and leader of his village, known as the Rokudime Hokage. He was also the sole survivor of his continent after its destruction. The range of abilities at his disposal were truly amazing, one of which allowed him to call talking toads to aid him in battle. As he said this, an image of an older Naruto appeared. He stood at exactly 6 feet in height. He wore a pair of black pants that were taped down at the ends with white bandages. Along with this, he wore a long-sleeved black shirt under a zipped-up green vest. Over that he wore a sleeveless haori that was a dark orange color and had black flames designed on it. Finally, on his forehead was a metal plate, the center of which held a design etched into it. The design was of a spiral with a small arrow attached to it. The plate was held in place by a long strip of black cloth. Suddenly another image appeared of him standing upon a large toad with dark red skin. The toad appeared to be at least 100 feet in height and oddly enough wore what looked to be a blue robe and an eye patch. A dagger was sheathed at the toad's side and a pipe was in its mouth. Regeneration, super strength, superhuman reflexes, superhuman senses, and night vision were just a few of the abilities he possessed. He also had a slight ability to manipulate wind. Yet none of these were effects of his mutation. His abilities all seemed to stem from an energy source known as chakra. Upon researching this I have discovered. Red chakra is the key to controlling a mutant's power. When I first fell through the time hole I had the idea to turn my greatest enemy to my most powerful weapon. It was then I was able to discover a startling truth. Of the 8-tailed beast I controlled and used in my quest to conquer this world there existed a ninth. The ninth beast took on the form of a fox with 9 tails. The humans of T's world refer to it as the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which apparently was the strongest of the 9. He was also known as the Lord of Hell and the King of the Biju. On the day of his birth Namikaze's father sealed the beast into the boy, dying in the process. His mother was assassinated on the same night. See his background for details. I watched the boy for 4 years as he lived amongst the people of his village. The humans within his village wanted nothing to owe with him save one man. The boy formed a bond with this man, known as the Sandame Hokage, Sarutobi Hijiran. Because he was the leader of T village he had the boy under constant guard. In this time however the boy took to thievery quite well as no one would provide for him. 2 months after his 4th birthday I made my move, his guard having left him to attend a festival with the village. The boy would also make his first kill this night, killing a ninja from a rival village. The man had been in the process of a kidnapping of a young girl when he came across the boy who eventually killed him with his own weapon. It was honestly quite the sight to see the boy shake in fear of me when as an adult he feared nothing. Unfortunately, the fox within him must have sensed my intentions. What resulted was the death of the fox as he threw himself fully into the seal in an effort to either escape or attack. Whatever the case, the seal fully absorbed it, causing several effects. The most noticeable was the permanent slitting of his eyes. This also increased the boy's regeneration ability as well as his senses and reflexes. It is my belief this is what gave the adult Naruto many of his abilities. As it stands, only the X-Men's Wolverine is a match to the boy's senses, agility, and regeneration among the mutants of today. Though I can't claim my 9th beast, I still have the boy, which was my main goal anyway. Thanks to the DNA I managed to get from both Xavier and Jean Grey, I have been able to give the boy several psychic abilities. The DNA of several other X-Men was also successfully added to the boy, giving him their powers. Oddly enough, either the boy's own mutation or the remainder of the Kyuubi's energy within him was able to adapt some of these abilities to fit him. It seems he was also able to draw out the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey's genetics. This also resulted in the red streaks that have appeared in his hair. I am unsure at the moment, but I believe the addition of Storm's DNA may have increased his control over wind. Of the Brotherhood members I added the DNA of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, both Magneto's children. Unfortunately, neither of their powers have manifested within the boy. Mystique's was a no, as the boy can already shapeshift, a gift most likely given by the fox, no doubt, as it was rumored to be one of the fox's abilities. Toad was also out, as quite frankly I find his abilities useless. The abilities of Brotherhood leader Avalanche however have also yet to manifest. The addition of Gambit's DNA however merely resulted in another change to his eyes. The iris remains blue and pupil slitted, though the iris has become smaller in size. The sclera however has changed to black instead of white. I expected as much, so this was not a letdown. I have since begun the process of bonding the adamantium ore to the boy. Like Wolverine, his regeneration ability will allow him to survive the process. Upon completion of his mental conditioning, subject should be completely devoted to both me and the cause. With that the figure vanished. After regaining his composure, Charles once again began flying over the keyboard. Soon the tube began draining of liquid, allowing the comatose Naruto to slowly fall to the ground. Eric simply watched the monitor of the terminal as it seemed to fly through the information. In less than 2 minutes a disc was placed within his hands that he knew held all the information on him and his so-called students. Barely 3 minutes later another disc popped out, which Charles quickly pocketed. Eric could only smirk as he watched the information on the hard drive be quickly erased. Having known Charles for as long as he had, the man already knew what he was planning. He would follow his lead and gather his forces, and when this bastard made his appearance they would all be ready for him. Charles, you take the boy. Most of his abilities come from your group, and with all he's been through he is most likely mentally unstable. Should he ever develop the abilities of one of mine, we will train him. stated Eric, getting a nod from his friend. Removing high escape, he wrapped it around the boy before picking him up. Nodding to his friend, he allowed him to leave the room before he too left, destroying the computer as he did. Elsewhere, Sarutobi Hijiran frowned as he looked upon the faces of his two loyal students, Jiraiya and Tsunade. He had called for them for the first time in years and had just told them of the disappearance of their godson. The look he received from them would have been enough to kill anyone else. This was mostly because he had lied and told them originally the boy had died the night he was born. Suddenly the doors opened and two people entered the room, getting raised eyebrows from the group of three. I am sorry to interrupt your meeting, Hokage-sama, but there is much we must discuss. My name is Charles Xavier, this is my associate Eric Lenscher, said Charles in a perfect Japanese dialect. I believe I would be correct in assuming these two are your students Jiraiya and Tsunade, stated Charles, getting a nod from the man who was contemplating calling his Anbu. I would refrain from calling anyone here. In anyone else's eyes we won't even be here, stated Xavier, shocking the man. Tell me, does the name Namikaze Naruto mean anything to you? Questioned Charles, already knowing the answer. How do you know that name? Questioned Sarutobi with narrowed eyes. We know many things, spoke Eric, catching the group's attention. We know his parents were Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. We know his father died sealing the Kyuubi into him, and his mother was assassinated by members of your council the same night. We, his godparents are sitting within this room. We also know he was kidnapped 6 months ago after he killed a cloud shinobi who attempted to kidnap a young girl. Need I go on? Finished Eric, getting wide eyes from the group. I assure you we did not kidnap the boy. We rescued him, stated Charles, surprising the three shinobi as he seemed to know what they were thinking. The person who kidnapped Naruto had been watching him his entire life. He is a mutant that goes by the name Apocalypse, said Charles. What's a mutant? Asked Tsunade, breaking into the conversation. A mutant is someone who possesses an extra gene that we call the X gene. Because of this, these people develop abilities that normal humans don't possess. Around here I believe you call them bloodline limits, said Charles, getting a nod from all three as each of them knew of the extra gene in bloodline holders. Now on your continent these abilities are passed throughout the family. On ours however it appears randomly, as does the ability. We aren't sure, but it's possible our mutations could eventually settle and become bloodlines as well. Now the mutant who took Naruto apparently had a god complex. He is the oldest mutant and is several thousand years old. As such he believes he should rule this world and recruited Naruto to be his ultimate weapon. To do this he performed several experiments on him, hoping to give I am the abilities of various mutants he knew of. I was one of them, and because of this was able to hear his calls for help when he received my psychic ability. Normally doing this would not be possible to such a degree. Naruto was a special case though, having once held the Kyuubi and was able to adapt to the multiple genetic additions. Unfortunately, like all mutants, Naruto is starting off with no control of his new powers. He already carried the extra gene and has a power all his own that has yet to awaken as well. On top of this, the experiments as well as his own experience with this village has made him mentally unstable. Finished Xavier. In short, we have a 4-year-old boy with enough power to destroy the world and no control in which to use it correctly, said Eric, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen. The child of destiny, said Jiraiya quietly, yet managing to catch everyone's attention. Seeing this he explained. When I first stumbled upon Mt. Myobokuzan and received the Toad Counter, Act 1 was told a prophecy by the great Toad Sage. It was stated that a child would come along, one of my students. I was told that the child would decide the fate of the world. It would be through the world would either be destroyed or saved. At first I didn't put much stock into it, but then everything else began to come true. I became one of the most feared shinobi alive, took on 2 students with unrivaled potential. Finally I became the author of the greatest selling book on the entire continent. As this was stated, Charles and Eric shared a look between them, something that did not go unnoticed by the 3 shinobi. I don't know much about that, but it will be looked into. However, what we do know is that Apocalypse intends to start a war in the near future. It is also a guarantee Naruto will play a pivotal role in this. Eric and I will be preparing for this, and I suggest you do the same, said Charles, his words getting narrowed eyes from the shinobi. Regardless, Naruto will need to master his new abilities. I can help him with this since most of his powers came from my group. Those that aren't are from Eric's, so we will be training him to control them," stated Charles, getting a sigh from Sarutobi. "Very well. However, I will be sending several scrolls along as well," stated Sarutobi, getting a nod from Charles. "As I promised Minato, I will begin training the boy when he turns 12. If I have to come to you to do so, then so be it," said Jiraiya, his voice holding no tone for argument. "That can be arranged," said Charles, getting a nod from Jiraiya just in time for the Sandame's return. "This bag contains everything necessary for Naruto's training. This also includes a scroll left by his father," stated Sarutobi, handing the bag to Charles. Seeing this, Tsunade get in after running through a few seals summoned a large scroll. Unrolling the scroll, several more appeared in a puff of smoke. These scrolls contain a basic to advanced course on the medical arts. "Since I already know you're going to go through them, I'm giving you this to learn from. Regular doctors are nothing when compared to a medic nin," explained the busty blonde as she packed the scrolls into the bag. "I will also be going to check up on my godson when you come for Jiraiya. If something should happen to him, however." The side wall of the office suddenly shattered as Tsunade punched it. Both men went wide-eyed, quickly understanding that would be them should something happen to the woman's godson. They also knew where the boy's super strength would come from. Still, Charles couldn't help but feel that this would change the course of things to come. Chapter 2, Naruto X Chapter 2, N. Yo, I'm back again. As I said, I'm going to be changing things up, so don't complain when you see something different. All of this is done for the purpose of originality, and I didn't want to go straight back to Konoha. I want you to see him grow up. Also, I'm going to be sticking with the times on his one, so don't be surprised when I bring up someone like, I don't know, the president. As far as the pairings go, that one's a bit complicated. Even though this is a harem story, I don't want to just throw people into it. I know for a fact that X-23, Shadowcat, Rogue, Magma, and Jubilee are the top contenders. Jean may also grab a spot in it. Anyways, here's what y'all came for. Start now. Charles Francis Xavier was a very well-known man. If one were to ask, they would be told that Charles was perhaps the most brilliant man alive, having graduated from college with honors at the age of 16 from Harvard University. Within a 2-year residence at Oxford, the man had graduated with PhDs in genetics, biophysics, and psychology. Throughout his lifetime, the man had met and befriended many people, many of them very influential people. In his younger years, the man had been drafted in the Korean War. In that time, he'd quiet the name for himself as a soldier for the Search and Rescue Division. His had gained him several connections within the top brass of the military. After leaving the military, he had traveled the world meeting many more people. Yet nothing had prepared him for the task of calming the mind of a very powerful and extremely pissed off 4-year-old boy. While many would find this an easy task, Xavier knew better. After all, Namikaze Naruto was not your average 4-year-old. No, Naruto is a former demon container, who's been mistreated all his life, and experimented on, that just so happened to be 4 years old. Knowing the boy was still unstable, he was determined to fix this before he even thought of waking him from the coma he'd been placed in. Thankfully, he'd already mentally bonded with the young boy before he'd even met him. As such, the process was a bit easier than he initially expected. Though unconscious, it seemed Naruto knew everything that had transpired when Charles and Eric had rescued him. Because of this, he'd gained the very knowledge the Sandame had been trying desperately to keep from him, the knowledge of his past. Everything from his parents to the Kyuubi Naruto now knew about. As such, Charles found himself having to brush up on his psychology skills in an effort to help the boy come to terms with his situation. Throughout this period, it seemed Naruto had required constant monitoring. It seems when he wasn't working with him, Naruto would be plagued by nightmare of his past, either in Konoha or with Apocalypse, nightmares that sent the boy's powers out of control. It also helped that Naruto came out of the deal with the knowledge of several languages in his mind. Most likely so that he could blend easier. In the end, it had taken the man the better part of a week to get the boy to come to grips with his life. Now Naruto was out of his coma, but he never left the room that had been designated to him. He would merely sit there staring out the window, eat, and sleep. If he spoke it was only through telepathy, and Charles often foo. ND himself wondering if the boy's voice box had been tampered with. Luckily he'd been able to track down an old friend of his, someone he knew could help the boy immensely. This was the one man he knew who may be able to relate to the blonde at the moment, the man known as the Wolverine. "Let me get this straight. You want me to work with the kid?" said the man, having just gotten a briefing on the boy from his old friend. He stood at about 5 feet 10 inches and wore a pair of blue jeans, a white t-shirt and an open brown leather jacket. "That is correct, Logan. At the moment you are the only one he can relate to, having gone through the same process as the boy did. You were perhaps his greatest hope to move on with his life," explained Charles, getting a sigh from the man. "Fine Chuck, I'll see what I can do," said Logan as he turned and left, heading up to the boy's room. Luckily Scott and Jean are at school. At the moment I don't think either of them could handle someone of Logan's disposition. Though Charles with a sigh. Elsewhere Eric Lencher was having problems of his own. The man lay lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling of his home. Having gone through the files on himself and his children, he knew the fate that awaited them and was determined to change it. The fact was, he knew that when they were discovered the humans would turn on the mutants. However, despite this knowledge, he did not wish to become so engulfed in the war that he lost his relationship with his children, the very children he was trying to protect. He didn't want to see his daughter in a mental institution. And he didn't wish to see his son killed. Yet he now knew that if he kept traveling this path, that was exactly what would happen. With a sigh he resided in the fact he'd have to do the one thing he was loath to do, change. Standing to his feet and donning his armor and helmet, the man flew off. It seemed he needed to speak with some people. When Logan entered Naruto's room, the sight that greeted him had been enough to give him pause. The boy was sitting in his windowsill staring out at the yard. He wasn't even dressed, still in his pajamas, which consisted of a pair of shorts and a tank top. Despite the fact that it was noon. What gave him pause, however, was the boy himself, as he looked too small for his age and too skinny, obviously malnourished. He raised an eyebrow though as he boy sniffed at the air before he found himself staring into the slitted pupil of one of his blue-on-black eyes. After getting a look at him, the boy merely looked back out into the yard. "Listen, kid, I know you're going through a tough time right now. I went through the same thing, so I know how you feel. I won't lie to you and tell you everything will be fine, cause it won't. I know you've had a rough life and now things will only get rougher. If you need anything though, the professor and me will be here for ya," said the man before he turned to leave, only to be stopped by the boy's voice. "My whole life I've been lied to by the one person I actually trusted. I've been hated and beaten, all for something I had no control over. I don't even know who I am anymore. Am I human, a demon, or something else?" finished the boy, his words only reaching the man due to his sensitive hearing. "Kid, what you've been through is something no one should experience, especially not someone your age. But I'll tell you, like someone once told me, it doesn't matter what people think of you, all that matters is how you see yourself," finished Logan. Saying this, he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Almost as soon as he did, however, images began flying, though his mind as a headache strong enough to take on the Hulk hit him. Stumbling backwards away from the boy and grabbing his head in pain, he reared his head back and roared, the sound catching Naruto's attention quickly. The boy could only watch in horror as the man screamed before he fell to the ground, passed out, just as Charles entered the room. Logan awoke with groan, though he was thankful that the mutant headache had died. Sitting up, the man frowned as he ran a hand through his hair. "It's good to see you awake," said Charles, catching the man's attention. "How long was I out and what happened?" asked Logan as he turned his gaze to Charles. "It seems after you made skin contact with Naruto your memories were released, resulting in the pain you felt," stated Charles, catching the man's attention. "It's possible that the only reason this was possible is because your DNA is held within him. It seems that one of his abilities let him send knowledge into your mind," explained Charles. "Like a reverse of Rogue's power," stated Logan quietly. "It seems you've also gained memories of people you are yet to meet," said Charles with a knowing smirk. "Naruto said Apocalypse did that to him. How was that possible?" asked Logan, getting a sigh from Charles for having to reveal information he didn't wish to yet. "The Apocalypse who did that to Naruto was apparently from the future," I hadn't really believed that part until you mentioned Rogue, who I have yet to bring here, as her powers won't manifest until she is 14, said Charles. Why go after the kid though? Asked Logan, getting a sigh from Charles. It seems that Naruto helped turn the tide of a war in this future. Apocalypse attempted to change that by getting to him long before that could happen, said Charles with a sigh. So he kidnapped him and put him through the Weapon X procedure, stated Logan. Yes. Fortunately Eric and I arrived before the procedure could be completed. Because of this only his claws have the adamantium coating, said Charles. Logan didn't comment after that, merely climbing out the bed and moving over to his back, from out of which he pulled out a black and orange suit of body armor. Going somewhere? Asked Charles as he saw the man's uniform. Yay, to see some people about a girl, said Logan. Elsewhere, Sarutobi Hijiran sat looking over Konoha with a contemplative frown on his face. In the last week he'd been able to change much around the village. After Charles and Eric had left, he'd sent Tsunade and Jiraiya to the capital to deliver a message to the daimyo. In that message he'd stated all the things that had gone wrong in the last 4 years, things that he knew the council hadn't reported to the man. He'd gotten a message back from The thanks to one of Jiraiya's summons after only a day. In that message he'd been given the power to remove the civilians from the council, as well as Kaharu, Homura, and Danzo. With that, the Conk-il was now only made up of the various clan heads, and he had Aburame Shibi and Nara Shikaku serving as his new top advisors. Kaharu, Homura, and Danzo, however, were all being watched under the suspicio of the assassination of Uzumaki Kushina. Other than that, he'd finally been able to push the age limit for the shinobi graduations back. He felt that 12-year-olds were still too young to be shinobi, and had pushed the age back to 15. This had in turn given the genin hopefuls a few more years to hone their skills and choose their career paths. Finally, he had designated the D-rank missions to academy students, while low C-rank missions were now taken by genin if their senseis felt they were up to it. Mid-C rank missions and up went to the Chunin, Junin, and Anbu. What this did was improve a group's teamwork while still in the academy. Unfortunately for the students, they couldn't be paid for these, so they were used as acts of community service. When they reached the age 12T, students begin participating in the D-rank missions. They would also be placed within the fields that would best suit them. Combat, capture and interrogation, scouting, medical, and administration were the fields they were given. He'd also released the information on Naruto's parentage. He went further and publicly stated that the village had been lied to be certain members of the former council in someone's effort to take control of the village. By the end of his little speech, several people had left with much to think about. At one point he'd have been worried for Naruto about releasing this information, but since no one could get to the boy and Jiraiya promised the boy would be more than able to protect himself upon his return, he wasn't worried. All in all, the week had been a very productive one. Now all he needed to do was figure out a way to finally defeat the menace known as paperwork, then all would be right with the world. For the first time since his arrival at the mansion, Naruto had ventured out of his room. For some reason he'd been feeling better after his talk with Logan. Having lived on the streets most of his life, the boy was in awe of the place. At the moment, however, he was sitting within the professor's study as the man was teaching him to read. Despite knowing how to speak the language, the blonde found he couldn't read it. Hell, he couldn't read his own language either. As such, the professor thought it best to teach him to read and write Japanese first. After that they would work on English, since the boy wouldn't have to start school for a while. Other than that, the man wanted to teach him to control his psychic abilities, as he didn't want him to hear the minds of everyone within a room, which according to the professor hurt a lot. This was the SCE. Nay, two children discovered as they entered the house. "Hello, Scott, Jean," said Charles without even turning his head. "Man, Professor, you know you seriously creep me out when you do that," said the boy that Naruto guessed was Scott. He was a boy with dark brown hair and looked to be about 7 years old. He was wearing a simple pair of blue jeans, a black shirt, and white and black shoes. He wore a pair of sunglasses over his eyes that had deep red lenses. The person next to him was a girl who Naruto guessed was Jean. She had deep red hair and also looked about 7 years old. She was wearing a light green dress with a pair of white shoes. Jean, Scott, this is Naruto, the new student I was telling you about. Naruto, these two are Jean Grey and Scott Summers, said Charles. Nice to meet you, said Scott as the two shook hands. As they did, the glasses-wearing teen felt an itching in his eyes that he quickly dismissed once it stopped. "Hi, wanna be friends," said Jean, also moving to shake his hand. As their hands connected, the world seemed to lose focus for the two of them, as all they could see was each other. Both could swear they saw flames appear in the other's eyes as flaming birds hovered behind them. Then the moment was over, yet in that single moment a bond had formed between them greater than anyone would ever know. "What do you mean the plans changed?" asked a blue ski-n woman as she stared at the imposing form of Magneto. "Exactly that. Leave the girl with Diamond. When her powers activate, we'll send her to Xavier. As of now, I have need of you elsewhere. Mystique. And that's it for the second chapter. I know, not long, but it's still just an introductory chapter like the first one. Anyway, I've got the changes in motion and they'll keep coming as long as the ideas keep flowing. Thanks for reading. Please review, and see ya next chapter. Later. Chapter 3, Naruto X Chapter 3. And what's up, peoples? I'm back again. Anyway, I don't really have much to I just asking everyone to not bug me about the harem, as I still don't know who's all going to be in it. Also, I've finally figured out what powers Naruto will have, and I'll give you a hint. Superman has 2 of them. Anyway, here's the chapter. Start now. Project Weapon Plus, that was the name of the joint military project between nations. Headed by the Canadian government and secretly backed by the United States government, this project's sole purpose was the eradication of mutants. In order to fulfill this goal, they captured several mutants, performing various experiments on them, both physical and mental. Of the mutants captured and forced through this procedure, he was the 10th, codenamed Weapon X. They had done much to him, such as forcefully crafting the adamantium ore to his entire skeleton, and bringing forth his baser instincts. There was one thing they hadn't anticipated when doing this, and that was his escape. He'd thought he'd put an end to this foolishness the last time around. Unfortunately, it seems he was wrong. Now another group had revived the project, the group known as Hydra. For the last 2 years he'd been hunting the group. He'd spent every moment tracking them as they moved from base to base constantly, as if they knew he was coming for them. He'd tracked them from Canada to Europe, Japan, and Africa, until finally discovering them in South America. As he looked on their current base from his position hidden in the forest, Wolverine released his metal-covered claws, not even wincing as they parted his skin. Then, with a bestial roar of rage, the living weapon descended on his prey. Not a single ounce of remorse for the poor souls who would fall before him this day. For Naruto, the last 2 years had been the greatest of his life. After their initial meeting, he, Scott, and Jean had quickly become friends. Admittedly, he felt closer to Jean than he did Scott. Regardless of this, however, the boy was just happy that he actually had friends now. In the last years he was hardly ever bored, as it seemed as if he was always busy. While Scott and Jean attended school, Naruto was working with the professor to further both his grammar skills and his psychic ones. The motivation for the latter of them was to catch up to Jean so that he could at least go out in public without worry. When he wasn't doing either of those, he was reading. He had quickly found a love for it after he learned. Of course, he still needed improvement, but he wasn't bad for a 6-year-old. When he wasn't studying, though, he was at work in the yard. The professor was determined he make the best of his abilities since he had them. If you didn't find him doing that, then he was getting to know the wonders of TV. When Jean and Scott got home, though, was when things really picked up. They had taught him several games they knew, only to amplify them dramatically. In these games, Naruto had discovered just what powers the two held and told both that they were cool. At the moment, Veer the blonde could be found traversing the halls of the mansion on his way to the kitchen. As he moved through the place, he found himself once again being thankful for having night vision. If anyone could see him, however, he had no doubt they would be freaked out by the glowing blue retinas of his eyes. Originally, he had hated what had been done to his eyes, and oftentimes still did. As a result of the experimentation done on him, his eyes were extremely sensitive to light, and Naruto had once nearly blinded himself because of this. Such thoughts, however, were quickly ground to a halt as he reached the bottom of the stairwell. As he did, his eyes narrowed as he glanced around himself and his nose twitched. If there was one thing he'd learned from living on the streets in Konoha, it was how to survive. The greatest lesson in that was how to tell when you were not alone, something that was invaluable when everyone wanted to do you harm. His heightened sense of smell had only helped him with this as well. Suddenly he jumped back onto the stairs, dodging an attack from his side. As he did, he quickly whipped a single hand out and with a telekinetic push sent his attacker flying. His attempt. Ion, however, had already left his previous attacker as he continued to scan around himself into the shadows until suddenly two men stepped forwards. The first was a white man that stood at about 6 feet in height. He wore black leather pants with a cotton black shirt and a black leather trench coat. He had long dark brown hair that hung around his head like curtains. The second was dressed similarly, though he was Asian and had short black hair. "Well, it seems the kid has some fight in him," said the white man with a snort. "Just give up, kid, you don't stand a chance," said the Asian. Naruto wasn't listening. Instead, he found himself staring at the fangs that could be seen when they spoke. At the sight of them, a low growl issued from his throat as his lips pulled back, exposing his own, much to the shock of the two men. Before anything could be said or done, however, a shrill scream ripped through the house, causing all three to turn towards the source. When they did, they found another man walking into the room. This man was black and stood at about 6 feet 2 inches. He was also clad in all black, though he wasn't wearing leather. He was also wearing a combat vest under his black trench coat. His eyes were covered by a pair of sunglasses with lenses so dark that his eyes couldn't be seen. "Daywalker," hissed the white man at the sight of him. Suddenly both of them charged, yet neither of them even made it halfway. Naruto could only watch in horror as the two seemed to combust quickly, becoming nothing but mere skeletons, only for those to turn to ash quicker than the blonde could blink. "What the hell?" muttered the blonde in shock. "Naruto." The call of his name forced him from his shock just in time to see a beam of red energy get sent towards the man. As it came, the man dodged to the side, allowing for it to sail harmlessly past him. "Who are you?" demanded Scott, his hand holding the frame of his glasses as a red glow seemed to come from behind them. "He is called Blade, the vampire hunter," came the voice of the professor, causing several pairs of eyes to turn towards him. Blade. In the vampire community, just the mere mention of his name was enough to inspire fear. He is a Dhampir B. Born half human and half vampire, and now carried all of their strengths yet none of the weaknesses, including his immunity for sunlight. As such, during his time as a hunter, he'd become nicknamed the Daywalker. As he looked over at the man, Charles could still recall the very first time they'd met. He'd been relatively young at the time, in his early 20s, and had just returned from the Korean War. He'd been stuck in a foreign country with nothing but other men, and like any warm-blooded male, had only one thing on his mind at the time. That was the night he'd met them, Darla and Carla. The TWO had been twins and were extremely beautiful. Both had been blessed with mocha-colored skin, had sensual hazel green eyes, and beautiful black hair that fell down to their mid-backs. He should have known. Too much of a good thing was a bad thing. Before he'd known what happened, he'd been cornered in the back of an ally, and Darla and Carla had begun trying to carve gouges in his skin. Even drunk, he'd still been able enough to use his powers, if only barely. Still, he'd been able to induce a slight paralysis on them, just long enough for him to stagger a few feet before they broke free. Suddenly girls had just burst into flames, and he'd looked up just in time to see the man as he made his appearance. It had been the night he quit drinking. Now, as he stared across at the man who had saved his life, after having sent the children back to bed, of course, he wondered if he would help him once more. The steel door creaked open slowly, causing its occupant to tense in preparation. She'd heard the noises, the screams of agony for the last hour, until they had finally ceased. Finally the door opened fully, and she lunged forward, two metal blades emerging from each of her balled fists as she did so. Before she could land her attack, however, her momentum was forced to a halt as her blades were caught. "Kid, I came all this way to help you, and you thank me like this?" The gruff-sounding voice had her looking up from the 3 blades that had caught her own. In front of her was a man who stood at about 5 feet 10 and wore a set of bloodstained body armor. Wolverine himself looked down at the girl before him and felt another surge of anger light within him, but quickly contained it. The child before him was only 6 years old, yet they'd done this to her. "Come on, Laura, we're leaving," said Wolverine, retracting his own claws, shocking the girl immensely at the same time. Who are you? Asked the girl quietly. She had been dreaming of this day the last 2 years of her life, wishing for the day when he would come to save her from the nightmare that was her life. Ever since they began moving her around and she had heard them say he was coming for her. Now all she needed was the words to verify the nightmare had ended. Wolverine. Tears rolled down her cheeks, yet a smile covered her face at the name. It was over, the nightmare had ended. Her father had finally come to her rescue. The Roan was silent as the two stared each other down, neither willing to back down and concede to the other. Finally one of the two looked away, a scowl painting over his face as the other smirked at his win. All right, old man, I'll stay around for a while and teach the kid a few things. However, I will only teach him, and since he's not in school we can do that during the day. After that, however, I'm gone, said Blade, getting a nod from Charles. That is perfectly understandable. I'd like to teach him myself, but my current condition forbids it. I do, however, have an idea that should prove fruitful to both of your training, said Charles, getting a raised eyebrow from the man. Tell me, have you ever heard of virtual reality simulations? The conversation this would lead to would spawn the birthplace of the most beneficial and crucial parts of training at the Xavier Institute for all time, the Danger Room. And shut up, I know it's short, lol. Seriously though, the hopefully final short chapter is done. Next chapter will hold another time skip, though this one will be bigger. I'm trying to move on to the show characters for X-Men Evolution. Anyway, next chapter we see Storm, Shadowcat, Spike, and I think I'll go for Rouge as well. Also, I've been spending time watching a lot of superhero cartoons to figure out a basis for Naruto's true mutant ability. Last night I found one and it will put a shock to your system. Chapter 4, Naruto X Chapter 4. And hello all. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who reviewed. Now, as promised, this chapter is a longer one. It's longer than I anticipated, as I just had to put in some things from a vision I had this morning and wouldn't post this without it. As such, I had to change the entire way I wrote the chapter, though I don't think I did too bad for writing this in a single day. Still, the chapters should get longer as the story progresses, so no worries. Start now. A single figure stood within a large circle of bodies. He wore a pair of black pants and a muscle shirt of the same color. 2 silver strips resembling lightning bolts were designed on each of the shoulders of the shirt, while a black X on a red background was over his heart. Along with T.S. he wore a pair of black boots that went up to his mid-calf, only seen due to his pants legs being tucked inside them. A pair of fingerless black gloves covered his hands, though 3 small pieces of steel openings were sewn into the fabric between each of his knuckles. Finally, a black belt sat upon his waist, the buckle of which was square and had the black on red X to match his shirt. Think Wolverine's uniform in Evolution with a different color scheme. He stood in a crouched position, and from each of his knuckles long metal blades had emerged, appearing as if he had claws. His short blonde hair swayed with the breeze, and his slitted blue on black eyes watched the circle of bodies wearily. Suddenly one of the bodies launched itself at him from the circle, only for the boy's claws to meet his chest halfway. Pulling his bladed hand free, he watched as the man, a vampire, quickly combusted, turning to ash in just a matter of moments. As if it had been some sort of signal, the entire circle converged on him at that moment. Whipping one of his arms out, he sent one of his attackers flying with a strong telekinetic push, causing him to crash into several others. Using the motion, he set in to a spin and separated a female vampire's head from her body, causing her to fall into a pile of ash. Not slowing in the slightest, he blocked an attack by a katana before burying his claws into its owner's chest. By the time the ash hit the floor, 2 more had already fallen before him. He turned just in time to see another falling down on him with a knife drawn. The blonde's eyes widened as the metal sunk into his neck just before his body was engulfed in a puff of smoke, and another vampire was in his place. Before any of them could figure out what was going on, screams ripped through the air as the blonde appeared from behind them, tearing through the vampires ruthlessly. She was currently clad in a dark blue bodysuit that practically clung to her, showing all of the curves she possessed. Pay of the same color with a white interior covered her body and was closed in the front thanks to the black on red X buckle it held. A pair of white gloves covered her hands that matched her white-heeled boots perfectly. This was the danger room, a project straight out of the minds of the professor and Jean, and something any military would kill for. It was something that the man had taken much of his time to creating, allowing for many types of training to be done within the one room. Originally the room hadn't been able to use holographic simulations, but after much trial and error, Jean, with help from the Phoenix, had been able to upgrade the room to allow it. After watching for a little while longer, she stepped forward, pressing a button on the control panel. The results were instant as everything within the room froze. "All right, Naruto, that's enough. Head on up and get cleaned up. We have to be gone by 9:30 and it's already 8 o'clock. Said Logan, his voice echoing over the speakers in the lower room. Scott, Jean, and Laura could currently be found within the kitchen enjoying the quiet time while it lasted. Aside from her physical appearance, Jean hadn't changed much over the years. The No.15-year-old psychic had begun to fill out 2 years ago, and as such caught the eyes of several boys. Standing at 5 feet 6 inches, she let her long red hair hang down to just past her shoulders and was curled at the ends. She wore a lavender shirt, the top 2 buttons of which she left undone, giving just a hint of the cleavage held within it. It was short enough to let her midsection show, yet covered her belly button. Finishing the look was a pair of beige capri pants. She was still the kind person she'd been as a child, though she was a bit of an overachiever, always trying to fit perfectly with people's expectations of her. Her powers had also grown remarkably over the years. Much to the professor's surprise, she had been able to access her telekinesis by the time she was 10. Her connection to The Phoenix Force also strengthened, magnifying her powers and giving her the ability to manipulate matter and energy on a molecular level. Because she had almost no control over this power, however, the Phoenix within her chose to hold it back until she could completely control her other powers, much to the redhead's relief. Over time she found that she could communicate with the other being that she found herself sharing her body with. She found the Phoenix to be very protective of her, yet nurturing, and in a way it reminded her of her mother. The Phoenix had stated otherwise, saying that Jean was her other half, and in time when Jean had full control of her powers, the two would become one entity. Though they didn't see eye to eye on one subject, but that's a story for another day. Though she was just beginning to develop, she already had a body most girls her age would kill for. Like Jean, she had green eyes, though hers had a feral quality to them. She had long black hair which hung down to her mid-back. She was currently clothed in a pair of black jeans and a black tank top, the bottom of which was cut off, allowing for her midriff to be shown. Like her father, she possessed the ability to heal at an alarming rate. This ability had seemingly increased after she came in contact with Naruto. As such, her healing had changed to regeneration, for which the professor speculated she was now every bit the immortal as her father. Scott, however, had changed the least physically of the three. Sure, he'd gotten taller and a bit broader, but that was about it. He wore a pair of beige pants and a blue V-neck sweater. Like always, his Ray-Ban glasses covered his eyes. It was the first day of their summer vacation, and they knew what to expect for the rest of it, as summer time in the Xavier Institute seemed to always be quite the affair. As they sat in the room eating their stacks of pancakes, only the sounds of the television broke the silence of the room. Good morning, New York, and welcome to another edition of Today in New York. I'm Michael Gargiulo, along with my lovely co-host Darlene Rodriguez. Started Michael. Our top story for today: presidential candidate Barack Obama has left He campaign trail briefly to head home to New York to be with his family for the remainder of the week. Just yesterday, Senator Obama's eldest daughter Malia was saved from a group of would-be kidnappers, an action which spurred this decision. Kendra Farn has more on that story for you now. Quote, as Darlene said this, the screen cut to show another woman standing in front of a school. She was blonde and wore a red skirt and jacket combination with black heels. I'm standing here in front of Bayville Middle School, where just yesterday a kidnapping attempt on 13-year-old Malia Obama, the eldest daughter of presidential candidate Barack Obama, was thwarted. It started when 4 men entered the school carrying semi-automatic weapons. Malia, along with several other students, had been in Gym CL at the time when the men entered, guns drawn and firing several rounds, grabbing the attention of everyone in the room. Surprisingly enough, she was saved not by an adult but by another student at the school. While the students and faculty know this student's identity, they are refusing to tell anyone who he is, instead opting to call him by the name Carnage. It appears Carnage and Malia had been CLO's friends, as instead of cowering he stood in front of Malia in an effort to shield her from her would-be captors. I've been given no other detail than that. But it appears by the time the police arrived on the scene, the men were all down with multiple broken bones ranging from limbs to ribs. In the end, the men were thankful for the arrival of the police, if for no other reason than to be away from the boy who I quote promised to kill them if they came anywhere near any of his friends again. Quote, as this was said, Scott and Jean shared a look before turning to stare at Laura, who had managed to disappear. Before either of them could say a word, the sound of the doorbell being rung reached their ears, and upon opening the door they found a sight that neither was prepared to deal with: the family of Barack Obama standing in front of their door. Mr. and Mrs. Obama, what a surprise, muttered Jean while mentally cursing Naruto for the situation he created. I'll go and get the professor, said Scott, turning and walking as fast as possible, though slow enough so it seemed he wasn't running away. Coward, thought Jean, using her telepathy to send the thought to Scott, who only quickened his pace. Please come in, said the redhead as she opened the door, allowing the family of 4 to enter and leading them into the living room. I apologize for the unannounced visit, but we just wished to thank Naruto for what he did yesterday, said Michelle Obama as she sat down on a couch along with her family. It's all right. Naruto's actually still getting dressed, but he'll be down in a few minutes, said Jean as she sat down in a chair. Not 2 minutes later, Professor Xavier entered the room, followed shortly by Scott, who sat in a chair opposite of Jean. It is a pleasure to see you again, Michelle. You as well, Barack, said Charles as he entered. I take it you are here to discuss the details of yesterday's events, finished the man, getting a nod from the senator and his wife. Yes, though we are extremely grateful. We are both wondering how it is a boy who has yet to reach his 13th birthday could hospitalize grown men armed with semi-automatic weapons, stated Michelle. Another thing was Malia stating that Naruto pulled a matrix and was able to stop bullets in midair. She also stated the boy had metal claws emerge from his fist, said Barack, getting a sigh from the professor. Quote, before I begin, I must have the word that what you all hear will not be repeated unless absolutely necessary, said Charles, getting a nod from Barack. For starters, I suppose I should inform you that Naruto has been studying martial arts for nearly 7 years now and is incredibly efficient with it. This includes swordplay. The men who attempted to kidnap Malia were not trained and as such were side pickings for someone of Naruto's skill level, started the professor, getting a nod from the two. Hey Jean, have you seen my Zune? Stated Naruto as he and Laura entered the room, only to freeze upon seeing its occupants. The boy was showered and fully dressed. He had opted to wear a pair of light blue jeans along with a short-sleeved tan sweater. Beneath the sweater he wore a long-sleeved white button-up that went nicely with his low-top white-on-white Air Force Ones. Finally, an Emporio Armani chronograph watch sat on his left wrist. It had a stainless steel bracelet, navy face with white accents, 2 sub-dials, a date window, and of course the hour, minute, and second hands. He wasn't the only one surprised, as was the entire Obama family upon getting a look at the boy's eyes. Seeing this, the boy pulled on a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses that had a metal frame that only ran across the top of the dark blue lenses. Still, the damage had been done, as the group had gotten a good look of his blue-on-black eyes. It's all right, Naruto, we were just discussing yesterday's events, so why don't you grab a seat? Laura, why don't you show the girls around the place? Said the professor. Naruto moved slowly through the room before settling down next to Jean. Laura, however, simply turned as Barack's daughters followed her out of the room. Now back to the subject at hand. As you know, I took Naruto in when he was 4. What I never told anyone is that a friend and I had found him, and when we did, it was in the lab of a terrorist that called himself Apocalypse. As Charles said this, a murderous glare entered the boy's eyes, which did not go unnoticed by the professor, who telepathically calmed him. One of the experiments done on him was from the super soldier program that was initially started at ND, supposedly closed down by our government after World War II. This was the same program that gave birth to Captain America and was entitled the Weapon Plus program. He paused here, seeing the shocky D looked across the face of the Obamas before he continued. The program ran on him had been a sub-program entitled as Weapon X. This program would infuse the adamantium ore along the skeleton of the person it was performed on. As far as I know there are only 3 survivors of this program, one of them being Naruto. The DNA of several other people was forced into him as well, giving him any abilities they may have held. One of these abilities allows the claws to emerge as they are now a part of his skeletal structure. Explained the professor. Why would anyone do such a thing to a child? Said Michelle quietly. On Naruto's home continent there is a prophecy. In that prophecy it states that one day a child would be born that would hold the power to either save or destroy the world. It is believed that Naruto is that child. Said Charles, catching everyone's attention. Apocalypse is one of those who believe this. As such he wanted Naruto to serve him as his greatest weapon in the war to come. Barack narrowed his eyes at that as he stared into the eyes of the man who had helped to launch not only his political career but his presidential campaign. There are things in this world that even the president doesn't know about. Stated Naruto, catching the room's attention. There are powers at work hiding in the shadows who aim to control this world. Some of the monsters you dismiss as children's tales exist. There are indeed things that prowl in the night. Continued the boy, removing his glasses to show his seriousness. A change truly is coming to this world. After nearly 40,000 years the evolution of mankind has begun again. Unfortunately humans instinctually fear what they do not understand, and these powers will use that fear to influence your decisions and instigate a war. Apocalypse is one of these powers. Not much is known about him, but I do know that he's the first of his kind, a man of seemingly untold power. Finished the boy quietly. What do you mean by the first of his kind? Questioned Barack. For every race there is a subspecies. For the demonic race vampires would be the lesser equivalent. For the human race mutants or the Homo superior are the subspecies. These are people who possess an extra gene or an extra cluster of genes which we have come to call the X gene. Explained Naruto with a shrug. So I take it you possess this extra set of genetics. Said Michelle, getting a nod from the boy. On Naruto's home continent it is rather common to come across someone who possesses these extra genes. The difference is that, on this continent, it has stabilized, whereas in the rest of the world it is yet to do so. Explained the Xavier. The number of people being born with this gene sequence is growing more with each generation. It is my belief that it won't be long until every person on this planet possesses it. Some people fear that a civil war will break out soon and are preparing for it. We however hope that this won't happen and that we can coexist peacefully in the times to come. Explained Charles. I see. I'll look into this weapon program, and if it's still operating put a stop to it. I regret that we can't speak more, but I'm on a very tight schedule. Said Barack as he stood up, his wife following the action. Naruto, thanks again for what you did. If you ever need anything just give me call. Said the man, getting an OD from the boy before he shook his hand. Michelle however gave the boy a hug while thanking him for saving her daughter. This was just in time as Laura and the girls re-entered the room. Naruto, how come you never told me you had a car? Questioned Malia almost as soon as she entered. Because I can't drive it. Answered the boy quickly. That's not the point, you're not supposed to drive a Maybach anyway and you know it. You're supposed to sit in the back and let people know you're important. Malia, what are talking about? Questioned Michelle. Mr. Logan just pulled up in a Maybach and Laura said Naruto bought it for himself as a graduation present. Said Malia, causing the adults to look at him. What if I can't drive? I may as well be driven in style. Said the boy defensively. Anyway, I got you a present. Said Malia, quickly changing the subject. After a minute of digging through her backpack she pulled some things out and handed them to him. Naruto's eyes widened at the gifts he as given, both with the Verizon logo on them. Malia, you know you didn't have to. That's as far as he got before he found a pair of lips on his own before the girl quickly pulled away, blushing heavily. Thanks again Naruto-kun. My number's already in the phone, call me sometime. Said the girl, surprising the boy with her usage of the Japanese honorific. With that said she grabbed her bag and her Gap Ping sister and began walking out, leaving a still shocked Naruto speechless. In his shocked state he failed to notice the twitching eyebrows from Laura and Jean as well as the exit of the Obamas. Yo Naruto, man, you in there? said a voice breaking the boy from his shock. Huh, Alex, said Naruto as he came back to reality. It's good to see you're still alive. Man, you've been standing there like a statue for like 5 minutes. Said another male voice. Yeah man, you had us worried. Evan, Kurt, it's good to see you guys, said Naruto smiling as he looked over the 3 boys in front of him. Alex is Scott's younger brother, though he was nothing like Scott. His skin was tanned from living in Hawaii and his golden blonde hair hung down to his shoulders. He spent his free time with a surfboard, taking on as many waves as he could. Like Scott, he too could fur off beams of pure energy. The difference was his came from his hands instead of his eyes. Kurt was definitely a cool person and was Naruto's partner when it came to joking around, though he was a year older than Naruto. Kurt's mutation gave him the ability to teleport to anywhere within a 2-mile radius of his position. The only thing was he had to either see or know where he was going. He also had the ability to climb and stick to surfaces naturally. Unlike most others, his mutation also manifested itself physically, making him blue and fuzzy. He also had elf ears and a long tail, though all this was hidden thanks to an image inducer created by the professor, allowing him to appear normal. Evan is Ororo's nephew, the only son of her elder sister. He was the person Naruto called his best friend, as they had much in common, most prominently their love for basketball. Evan was also a skateboarder and could hang with the best of them. His power allowed him to eject bone-like objects from his body to use as either melee weapons or projectiles. So are you ready for this, man? Questioned Evan. You better be. I am like so ready to see this place. The voice belonged to none other than Catherine, Kitty, Pride. Kitty was among the cutest girls he knew, even if she was too skinny for his liking. She was the same age as Naruto, if not older by a few months. She was what Naruto called a mall rat, as she spent all her free time within a mall. Despite this, the girl was one of the best at hand-to-hand combat, only topped by Ura and Rouge, and had a killer right hook. Her power allowed her to become intangible, giving her the ability to pass through anything. I'm just happy school is over for a while. I was seriously ready to hospitalize the entire staff. This voice belonged to Rogue, who quickly came up and wrapped the boy in a tight hug. Though her birth name was Anna Marie, she preferred for everyone to call her Rogue. This Southern Belle was only a year older than Naruto, and like Naruto, Alex and Scott was an orphan, her parents having died when she was a child. She was part of the gothic crowd and was a bit more antisocial than the other girls, bar Laura, though no one could blame her. Her power allowed her to absorb the memories and abilities of anyone she touched. Because of this, she was unable to come into physical contact with anyone. At least until she could fully control it. Oddly enough, her power didn't affect Naruto in the slightest. The professor had many theories for this, though many thought it was just their abilities canceling each other out. This was because for Kitty, Evan, Alex, and Rogue, their powers had only awakened after Naruto had first touched them, most likely due to Apocalypse's experiments. Regardless of the reason, Rogue was happy she could actually touch someone without worry. This was the reason she tended to spend most of her free time around him when she was around. I just want to get this over with so I can enjoy the rest of the summer, said Naruto with a sigh. I'm happy to hear you say that, because now that everyone is here, it is time to go, said Aurora, making her presence known. 10 minutes later, everyone was gathered within a hangar that was built beneath the house. Within the hangar sat the State Route 75 Blackbird. It was just as fast as the State Route 71 with double the range and firepower. Once everyone had boarded and Aurora settled into the pilot's seat, they were ready to go, their destination Fire Country, more specifically Konoha. And that's it for this chapter. I was gonna do more, but I didn't want the chapter to be too long. Next chapter takes place in Konoha, but is the Hidden Leaf ready for it? Anyway, thanks for reading and please review. Till next time, later. Chapter 5. Naruto. X Chapter 5. It was a bright day within the Hidden Leaf village. 8 years had passed since the attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress and the subsequent disappearance of the Yondaime's legacy. As the Sandaime Hokage looked upon the visages of his peers upon the Hokage monument, he couldn't help but reflect on all that had happened within that time frame. After the death of the Kumo ambassador during the failed kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress, the Raikage had demanded the body of the Hyuga head in return. Unfortunately for the man, Sarutobi Hijiran had been in no mood for leniency with the disappearance of his surrogate grandson weighing heavily on his mind. As such, instead of the body of the Hyuga head, he'd sent his top 5 Anbu squads out. The assassinatio NS of the Sandaime Raikage and Kumo's High Council had gone flawlessly. As a bonus, he had also gotten the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata. However, having learned from his last mistake, no one aside from the Sandaime, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the Anbu squad who'd retrieved her knew of her status. He made it a point to make time for the girl in his schedule at least once a week. Of course, he also checked up on her once a day with his ever-trusty crystal ball. Once again, this was all so that he didn't repeat his past mistake, though he'd grown to care for her as if she was his own granddaughter. Tsunade especially loved the girl, so much so that she had stayed in the village and adopted her not long after they first met. This had led to Tsunade taking over the hospital as its head doctor. With Tsunade back within the village, many of the higher-ranked shinobi felt better about taking on the higher-ranked missions. Several of the civilian doctors and nurses, however, hadn't liked the change. This was especially true after Tsunade had discovered they had refused to treat Naruto whenever he came in, and subsequently her firing them. Her assistant Shizune had followed her lead as well. Not only had she taken over as deputy director of the hospital, she had reactivated her shinobi status and become a special Junin as well. Jiraiya, however, hadn't stayed within the village. Instead, he'd go TTEN his information network back up to the level it had been at during the last shinobi war. If you even whispered something interesting, now Jiraiya found out about it. He would also return to the village more often than he had as well. With the removal of Danzo, Homura, and Kaharu from the council as well as the civilians, he found it easier to run the village as well. Of course, he wasn't so naive. He is to believe the Three Stooges were doing nothing in his time. They weren't a concern at the moment. With his redesign of the academy standards and graduation requirements, there were now fewer deaths among his genin. In fact, Konoha genin now seemed to be promoted to Chunin rather quickly. After his first class under this new standard entered the Chunin exam for the first time and dominated the other great villages had followed his example. This had led to each village redesigning their graduation requirements as well as raising the age limit for its graduates. Of course, as always, there was some bad to go right along with the good. That, however, was something he would rather not dwell on at the moment. Still, as the old man looked upon the Hokage monument, he couldn't help but feel as if he had forgotten something. Naruto's head bobbed slightly to the beat as the music blared through his headphones while he idly polished the blade of his chain saber. Of course, he wasn't the only nay with headphones on and music blasting, because once everyone lost the signals on their cell phones, they followed his lead. As they flew, the boy did all he could to not think about their destination. It was because of this that he'd already polished the blades on his glaive and was now working on the chain saber. Despite them only being in the air a few hours, they had already nearly reached their destination. Because of the speed at which they were moving, it was expected to only take them a little longer to reach the place, and they weren't even going full speed. In the past, whenever he GHT of Konoha, he soon found himself thinking of negligence, which led to thoughts of apocalypse. It had taken him a lot of time and patience to learn to not only curb but also channel the rage he felt within him. Thoughts of apocalypse, however, often sent that control out the window. Whenever this happened and he got too pissed off, only carnage awaited, which was precisely why Wolverine had christened him Carnage. Still, he couldn't help but worry about this visit which Jean, who was sitting next to him, apparently felt. "Something wrong, little brother?" asked the redhead, making use of the telepathic link they shared through the half of the Phoenix Force each of them held. "Honestly, yes. I can't help but feel as if this is another of the professor's tests. If it is, I may just fail this one," returned the boy. Aside from Aurora, Jean was the only person he would say this to. Even if she didn't know everything about his past, she was the only one aside from Aurora he felt he could share his insecurities with. In the time he'd spent with her, she had come to see him as a younger brother, and he had eagerly returned the sentiment. Though he called her his aunt, Aurora had become his mother figure and Wolverine his father figure. Although Laura was Logan's daughter, she had all but begged him to not look at her as a sister a few months back. That had been the only time he'd read her mind. What he had found in its depths had shocked him thoroughly. Since then, however, he had learned to look at her as he would any other girl. Hey, don't worry, everything will be fine. You're one of the X-Men, remember? Even if they don't know it, nobody wants to go toe-to-toe with the X-Men. Naruto had to smile at Jean's words. He had obviously been as big an influence on her as she had been on him. Still, he couldn't help but believe her words. After all, who in the world would want to throw down with the X-Men? All across the globe, several people simultaneously sneezed out of nowhere. Sensing his anxiousness die down, a smile slid across Jean's face that was only hidden by the book she was reading. "All right, everyone. We are reaching our landing point. Strap yourselves in," said Charles using his telepathy, since all the kids were wearing headphones. If one were to ever ask a Kage of any hidden village, you would be told that the most boring yet difficult task they could be given was paperwork. The entity known as paperwork was an enemy not one Kage had been able to best in the time since the founding of the great villages. Sarutobi Hijiran, the Sandaime Hokage, was a veteran in the war against paperwork, waging battles against it that he should not be doing in his old age. Unfortunately, even he, the oldest Kage to ever live, had yet to win the war, as evident by the large piles of paper that sat upon his desk. It was only highly trained senses that had him standing from his desk and snapping the illusion that had engulfed the room. As he did, he was quite surprised at the large group of people that had occupied the room. Even his Anbu were surprised, as evident by them emerging from their hiding places. "Not bad, Gigi. It only took 30 seconds for you to notice us." As he turned to face the speaker, the Sandaime felt his eyes widen in surprise. The person in front of him was the spitting image of a boy he had known a long time ago, a boy that would go on to become the Yondaime Hokage. In fact, if it weren't for the red he could see in this boy's hair, he would pass off as a younger version of him. As he looked into the deep blue eyes of this boy, he knew exactly who this boy was. Naruto. The word was spoken softly, yet it brought a smile across the boy's face. Faster than anyone could react, the man had moved around his desk and pulled the boy into a hug with a speed that one of his age shouldn't be capable of. "It's good to see you again, my boy," said the Sandaime softly. "It's good to see you too, Gigi," said the boy as they broke from their embrace. As he moved around his desk, the old man pressed a single button before informing his secretary he wasn't to be bothered for the rest of the day. Turning to his still visible Anbu guards, he quickly motioned them to stand down before speaking. "Have Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and Yugito report to my office immediately," said the Sandaime before all 4 Anbu members went up in puffs of smoke. "So tell me, Naruto-kun, who are your friends?" asked Sarutobi as he moved to sit in his seat behind his desk. "Well, I'm sure you remember Professor X," started the blonde, getting a nod from his surrogate grandfather. The beautiful woman behind him is Aurora Munro, and the man next to her is James Logan. Next to him is his daughter Laura, followed by Rogue, Kitty, and Jean. The boys are Scott, his brother Alex, Evan, Aurora's nephew, and Kurt. As he did the introductions, each person nodded in recognition of their name. Before anyone could say another word, however, the doors were slammed open as a large man walked in. The man was tall, standing a few inches taller than 6 feet, and had long spiky white hair that trailed down his back. He wore green pants with a matching gi. Over this he wore a red haori. Under this he wore a fishnet shirt, and a pair of Geta sandals protected his feet. Finally, a large metal plate covered his forehead with the kanji for oil resting in its center. "Old man, do you have any idea why I've done sending such a green Anbu member after me? Not only did that fool interrupt my research, but he actually blew my cover as well. You're lucky I was able to escape with my notes intact, or you'd have set my next release back by months," ranted the man, causing the old man to pale quiet comically, though he quickly regained his composure. "Ah, Naruto, this is Jiraiya, one of my students and your godfather," said Sarutobi quickly, causing the newly named Jiraiya to lock onto the blonde he'd paid no attention to upon entering. "Did I just hear that my godson was here?" called another voice, causing everyone to turn towards it. In the doorway stood 3 people, all female. The first he noticed was a blonde woman who stood at about 5 feet 3 inches. She wore a pair of gray pants and a matching shirt which did nothing to hide the massive mounds that sat upon her chest. She also wore a haori, though hers was green in color. Next to her was another woman with short black hair that stood at about 5 feet 6 inches. She Wore a dark blue kimono that was held closed by a white obi, though a fishnet shirt could also be seen beneath the kimono. Finally, another girl that could be no older than 15 stood next to her. She street ood at 5 feet 5 inches and had blonde hair and slitted blue eyes. She wore a pair of blue pants that were taped at the ends. She also wore a short-sleeved shirt that was two-toned, as everything from her chest up was black while the rest was a dark blue. Bandages were wrapped around each of her forearms, leading to a pair of fingerless gloves, each having a metal plate installed to them bearing the symbol for Konoha. Finally, she had a hite-tae tied to her forehead. Naruto, let me introduce you to my student Tsunade, who is your godmother. With her are her apprentice Shizune, and her daughter Yugito, said Sarutobi. Yugito-chan, can you do me the favor of showing Naruto's friends around the village? We will meet you at the academy in 30 minutes, said Sarutobi, getting a nod from the girl. Could you all follow me please? Said Yugito politely, though everyone spared a look at Naruto first. Go ahead, I'll be fine here. This office is the one place no one will move to touch me, said the blonde GE. TTING nods from the group, who proceeded to follow Yugito out. I won't keep you from your friends for long, we just have a few things to discuss. You can remove the genjutsu now as well, said Sarutobi as soon as the door closed. A second after he said that, the three adults gasped upon seeing his true eyes along with the streaks of red in his hair. Quickly regaining his composure, Sarutobi motioned for the three to sit, which they promptly did. Before we begin, I would like to apologize for not protecting you well enough, stated Sarutobi, only for the boy to wave it off. Now I was informed haven't you become aware of your parentage, correct? Stated Sarutobi, getting a nod from the boy. That is good, considering the knowledge of your parentage was released to the public shortly after Xavier-san took you in. Unfortunately, however, you cannot lay claim to the majority your inheritance until you are either 18 or of Chunin rank. As your godparents and legal guardians, either Tsunade, Jiraiya, or both will need to be present for you to claim it, the things you don't currently have access to. The majority of your inheritance consists of their jutsu. Seeing as Tsunade trained your mother and Jiraiya your father, those techniques are currently within their possession. However, considering your mother was the heiress and sole survivor of Uzu no Kuni's royal family and your father was Hokage, you have plenty of money waiting for you, as well as a seat on the council. Pausing for a moment, Sarutobi lit his pipe before taking a long drag from it and exhaling. As the son of the Yondaime, you are also charged with finishing what he started in establishing the Namikaze clan. As such, you must have a minimum of 4 fiancés by your 18th birthday. Normally it's your 16th birthday, considering you won't settle here until you are 15, I convinced the council to push the age back for you. The council is actually going to let me have children, said Naruto in disbelief, causing Sarutobi to chuckle. Things have changed since you've been gone. With the civilians and certain elders off of the council, things are far different than they once were. The fact that the Hyuga Clan supports you and has you under their protection also gives you a very powerful political ally, explained Jiraiya. Anything more you need to know about the changes the village has undergone, Tsunade and Jiraiya can inform you on later on, said Sarutobi, getting a nod from the boy. When you become a genin, you will be allowed to claim the house that your parents left for you. Otherwise you will have to wait until you are 18 to claim the house, finished Sarutobi, causing the boy to raise an eyebrow. For the group of X-Men, the short tour of the village had gone quite well. This was especially true for Laura and Alex. For Laura, just breathing in the clean air was a good thing. For Alex, however, it was their blonde tour guide that had his attention. Of course, all of them had been interested in learning of the birthplace of the Namikaze heir, as Charles hadn't had the time to learn much in the short time he was here all those years ago. During the tour, Laura had to literally drag Kitty with them as they passed through the shopping center. As they neared the academy, however, the X-Men were all surprised as a whirlwind of leaves picked up in front of them, which quickly cleared to reveal Naruto, who had his glasses on, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Man, I really need to learn how to teleport, said Naruto almost as soon as the dust cleared. Actually, it's not teleportation so much as it is high-speed movement. As far as I know, there is no such thing as true teleportation, said Jiraiya. A series of chuckles left the young X-Men at this explanation, though no one said a word to correct the Sannin. Naruto had asked everyone not to show their abilities and each were following through with his request. Tell me Naruto-kun, how have you progressed with those medical scrolls one sent for you? Asked Tsunade as they walked. Not well actually, I couldn't even get the first technique down for some reason. Jean was working her way through them and since she wants to be a doctor I just left them to her. Explained the boy with a shrug. Tsunade nodded at that before glancing towards the red-headed girl, reminding herself to speak with the girl later on. The large group found ITSELF following after the Sandame as they entered into the academy grounds, until finally they came to room 301. Sliding the door open, Naruto calmly stepped in with the rest following him. As he entered, Naruto found himself staring at a brown-haired man who had his hair pulled back into a ponytail. He wore the same uniform he'd seen several other shinobi wearing in the village and had a scar going across his nose. Excuse me, you are Yumino Iruka, correct? Questioned the blonde. Yes, how can I help you? Sarutobi Gigi asked me to give this to you, said the boy, handing the man a scroll. Taken. The offered item. Iruka's eyes widened as he read through it. Finally, once finished, the man rolled it back up and set it on fire with a quick burst of fire-natured chakra. Once that was done, he moved over to his desk and after a bit of rummaging around pulled out another scroll before handing it off. This scroll contains the outline of everything you need to know for when you take the genin exam, said Iruka, making several eyes in the class widen. Wait a minute, why does he get to take the genin exam? Exclaimed a pink-haired girl by the name of Haruno Sakura. Yeah, we've all had to be here for the last 4 years. What makes him so special that he gets to take the exams before us? Exclaimed a boy who had a pair of triangle-like markings on his cheeks. As more of the children began to rant, several pairs of eyebrows began to twitch, but none more so than Laura's. Before Iruka or anyone else could speak up, however, the students began to seize up as something that only Iruka recognized as killing intent filled the room. As he traced it to its origin, he was surprised to find it coming from Naruto. Amazing. Naruto-san has such a fierce killing intent and he's not even consciously aware of it, thought Iruka in awe. Suddenly the killing intent died down as Naruto began to take several deep breaths, mentally counting down from 10. It was an exercise the professor had taught him to control his anger all those years ago. You wannabes actually think you're better than me, spoke the boy, removing his glasses and letting everyone get a look at his blue-on-black eyes. You, look at you. You're not ready to roll with this. Shit, I could kill you motherfuckers before you even realized what happened. Hell, I only watched you for 15 minutes and I know that. Hell, majority of you only made it this far by luck. I mean shit, look at the way you dress, and this bitch even has bright-ass pink hair. Is that shit supposed to be tactical? Hell, I bet most of you bitches spend more me looking over your appearance and chasing boys than training. As he said this, Jean frowned. She had never seen Naruto talk to any female like that, much less a room full of them. Then again, she'd be feeling his barely controlled anger even on the flight over, so she'd known it was just a matter of time. You boys aren't any better. Most of you motherfuckers are only doing this cause you think it's fun. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? You think this shit's a joke? You think this is a fucking game? You think somebody's gonna be around to save your asses? Guess what, they won't be. This ain't no game or some trashy ass romance novel. This is real fucking life. You screw up, you die. It's as simple as that. Let's go. With that, the group of X-Men was out the door, though Jiraiya and Tsunade made sure to send Iruka a look before following after them. That was Namikaze Naruto, the son of Yondaime Hokage-sama, spoke Iruka quietly, catching the attention of his students. Now if I were you, I'd take his words to heart, especially considering he's being privately trained by both Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya. Sama, are you okay? Asked Kitty almost as soon as they left the academy. Yeah, this place is just bringing up a lot of bad memories, responded the boy quietly. I'm surprised he even remembered this place since he was so young when he left, said Tsunade. Like the professor and I, Naruto has a photographic memory. He can remember everything about his life, stated Jean just as quietly. The rest of the journey was made in silence until the X-Men, Jiraiya and Tsunade, boarded the Blackbird. The only time it was broken was when Tsunade spoke to Yugito before she boarded, and Aurora explained to the two Sanin what was happening. As the jet lifted off, Yugito couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. And that's it for this chapter. Thanks for reading and please review. Till next time later. Chapter 6, Naruto. X Chapter 6. And yo, I'm finally updating this FIC, the chapter shish. Since frankly I'm tired of writing it. In case you guys don't know this about me, I hate filler chapters as they take me forever to write. I don't have much to say, so I'll just give you the chapters. Character ages. Naruto. 12 6th grade going to the 8 having been skipped a year. Laura. 12 same as Naruto. Alex. 12 same as Naruto and Laura. Kitty. 12 6th grade going to 7th Evan. 12 same as Kitty. Kurt. 13 7th grade going to the 8th Rogue. 13 same as Kurt. Scott. 14 8th grade going to the 9th Jean. 14 same as Scott. Aurora. It's impolite to tell a woman's age, just know she's under 40 and over 25. Logan. Unknown. Dude is seriously old. The Professor. In his 40s. The Sanin. In their early 50s. Beep beep beep. B-S-H-I-N-K-T. The shrill ringing of the alarm clock was halted as a single metal blade had skewered it dead center. Still, despite its death, it had accomplished its mission, forcing a groaning Naruto to awaken. Retracting the middle blade into its place within his right hand, young blonde slowly forced himself from the comfort of his bed. At least he would have if he hadn't gotten tangled within the sheets and fallen flat on his face. Cursing, Naruto rolled around trying to untangle himself while being shocked by the sheets the entire time. Finally, after a few minutes of struggle, he managed to free himself from the sheets, grabbing some clothes and stumbling to the bathroom. As he entered the bathroom, his still sleeping mind didn't even notice the lights had cut on without him flipping the switch before he stepped into the shower, and the warm water finally fully awoke him. Only 2 days had passed since his one-day visit to Konoha, and things had changed greatly for the blonde. Due to the slower speed they had traveled at to get home, it had taken them a day to reach Bayville. Due to jet lag and pure laziness, everyone had used the next to relax, something he planned on doing today as well. I need everyone to meet me in the common room, please, came the mental request from the professor, causing the blonde boy to sigh. Well, there goes that plan, thought the blonde before stepping out of the shower. Once out, he quickly dried off and dressed himself in the white basketball shorts and tank top he'd brought in with him. As he made it down the stairs, he found he was one of the last to arrive, followed closely by Evan and Alex. Now that everyone is here, we can get started, spoke the professor as the three boys seated themselves. Things are going to be changing around here beginning today. Naruto, starting today your godparents will be taking over your training completely. Jean, you will also be training under Lady Tsunade beginning today. Aside from that, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya have agreed to teach all of you at least a little of their arts, finished Charles before motioning to Kitty, whose hand had shot up. Professor, what exactly do you mean by their arts? Asked Kitty just a bit timidly. The shinobi arts, said Jiraiya, drawing the group's attention to him. We spent the whole day yesterday talking and have discovered that the bloodline limits on our continent and your mutations are the exact same. The only difference between E2 is that your continent is only just starting to develop its abilities. Because of our experience with working with Kekkei Genkai bearers, we can teach you something all of you will need, control, stated Tsunade calmly. However, we will not be focusing solely on teaching you to use these abilities. Instead, we will be teaching you how to fight without them. The purpose of this is so you will be prepared should there come a time when you must fight without relying on your abilities. With that said, we will begin teaching you the core of shinobi arts, taijutsu, which is hand-to-hand combat, genjutsu, which are illusionary techniques, and ninjutsu, the ninja techniques. Now, I don't know if you guys were told, but Naruto will be returning to Konoha in 3 years. However, in doing so he will be placed in immediate danger, as there are entire countries that would like nothing more than to kill him, if for no other reason than to get back at his parents. She stopped here, motioning to Rogue to allow her to speak. Ah, don't get it. Why would anyone want to kill Naruto just to get back at his parents? Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato, was the Yondaime Hokage before his death. During the T-Herd Great Shinobi War, he alone killed over 1,000 enemy nin in one battle, earning himself the name Konoha's Yellow Flash, It is for this reason all of Iowa the Hidden Rock Village would want him dead. His mother Uzumaki Kushina was his only equal and she was to Kiri, the Hidden Mist and Aim, the Hidden Rain, what Minato was to Iowa. If that isn't enough, Naruto is the sole heir of two powerful clans. The Uzumaki clan had been the royal family of Uzu no Kuni, Whirlpool Country before its destruction by Aim, Kiri, and Iowa, and Kushina was its princess. Though Minato was an orphan, he created techniques that have become legendary and amassed quite the fortune as well. If Naruto is killed, those techniques and his inheritance would then be seized by the village. Unfortunately, there are people within the village who would love to get their hands on those techniques. Explained Tsunade, much to the shock of the group including the adults. Fortunately, Naruto has some extremely powerful allies on his side. The heads of the shinobi clans were all quite close to your parents and have already placed you under their protection. This includes the Hyuga clan, Konoha's most powerful clan. In fact, because of your actions in saving their heiress that night, Hiyashi the Hyuga head has promised you his daughter's hand, so you have one less fiancé to worry about acquiring. Explained Jiraiya, only to be elbowed by Tsunade as a perverted giggle escaped him. What do you mean one less fiancé to acquire? Asked Jean with narrowed eyes. There are several laws in place to prevent clans from dying out. Naruto is the last of a powerful clan and the son of a Hokage. Being the Hokage's son allows him to start his own clan, but being the heir of the Uzumaki allows him to restore it. Seeing as Kushina took Minato's name when they married, the clan is to be restored under the Namikaze name. The last son of any clan is allowed a minimum of 4 fiancés, which he must find before his 16th birthday. Seeing as Naruto won't settle in Konoha until after he turns 15, the council is allowing him an extra 2 years. If he does not find them by that time, then the council will pick for him. However, if he refuses, that he will be placed in prison and the clan will be restored by artificial insemination. You said the minimum was 4. Said Jean lowly. Yep, and what's better, is there no limit? Exclaimed Jiraiya, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Sick dude, you're gonna be an Asian Hugh Hefner. Said Evan, causing the girls to blush and the adults to look at the boy in shock. Yay, now all you need is to convince the playmates. Said Kurt with a grin. Who's Hugh Hefner? Asked Tsunade quietly, only for Aurora to explain it to her, causing Jiraiya to erupt into a fit of giggles. Shut up, pervert! Exclaimed Tsunade, causing the man's giggles to immediately halt. Tsunade, I am not a pervert. I'm a super pervert. Anyway, to get back to the subject before we begin with your training, I'll be giving all of you a full physical examination. I will also assign each of you a diet that you will follow. Said Tsunade, bringing everyone's attention to her. Naruto, I won't lie to you, we are going to push you the hardest out of everyone. By the time you turn 15, I plan for you to be a better shinobi than your father was at that age. As such, not only will we be working on your taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, but also fuinjutsu, the sealing arts, and hopefully some ijutsu, medical arts. Explained Jiraiya, his face a mask of seriousness. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for the entire 3 years. Said Tsunade, catching the boy's attention. Since I run the hospital, I'm using this training as a mission and will be returning to Konoha at the end of the summer. As such, I will be leaving Severa Scrolls for you to study further after my departure. Finished the woman. Now let me make one thing clear to all of you. Stated Jiraiya, catching everyone's attention including the adults. We are not teaching you these skills for the fun of it or so that you can show off. We are teaching you these skills so that you can protect yourselves and each other. By teaching you these skills, we are also teaching you how to kill. With the exception of Naruto, Laura, and Logan, everyone looked up at the man at these words in shock. Of course the 3 were attentive, but unlike the others, they weren't shocked or apprehensive upon hearing these words. Logan had already seen his fair share of death, having fought in World War II, though the mental conditioning he'd gone through later also helped. Ike the Wolverine, neither Laura nor Naruto had fought in war. However, like him, both of them had been through the mental conditioning, and Naruto had already killed something he'd gotten over during the period of time he was stuck as Apocalypse's lab rat. Now we've already talked to Xavier-san about this part of your training as well, and I will tell you like I told him. Sooner or later the truth about you all will come out. When this happens, people will immediately assume the worst. Humans by nature are fearful creatures, as such they fear everything that they do not understand. You will be all Alone in a world that both hates and fears you, and when it all reaches its peak they will either kill you or make you into weapons. So you have two choices. The first is you can allow your naivety to lead you to either your death or slavery. On this path you risk not only your lives but those of your loved ones as well. The second choice is you can learn what we have to teach you, protect yourselves, each other and your loved ones, and live so that you can make people see you for who you really are. I'll do it. However, when Naruto returns to your village I'm going with him, said Laura Hervey. OICE cutting through the silence of the room like the sharpest of blades. I don't think so, said Logan with a snort causing Laura to frown. Jiraiya has already said there are people there who won't hesitate to kill Naruto. If you think I'll let him face that alone you're crazy. I'll be going too, after all what's carnage without havoc, said Alex with a smirk. Very well, Alex and Laura will be the ones to accompany Naruto on his return to Konoha. The rest of you will have to remain here as I will need each of you, said the professor. So how did it go? Asked Jiraiya. It had been 3 hours since Tsunade had started to give the group of X-Men their physical exams, with the woman now joining him in the professor's office. It was interesting, said Tsunade, causing Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow at her in a questioning gesture. For starters, there's the girl Rogue. While I was doing her physical I found she had the ability to absorb another person's chakra just by making skin contact. Not only that, but she can gain and use any bloodline they may possess. At the moment she's doing it all subconsciously. Because of this she has the reserves of a mid-level chunin. The next interesting find was with the boy Scott. For a civilian he's in excellent shape, though any of our genin could take him. Most interesting though is that he has chakra pockets within his eyes, meaning his gift is a dujutsu. The problem is that the pockets have been damaged and as a result a continuous amount of chakra is sent to his eyes. I can fix that, though it will require surgery. Because of this he has the chakra reserve of a Junin, so chakra control will be a must. Then there's Naruto. 3 of his senses, sight, hearing, and smell, are at a level surpassing a human's, even an Inuzuka. It seems he also inherited Kyuubi's regeneration. He has true regeneration, Jiraiya, not accelerated healing but genuine regeneration, and apparently so does Laura. The structure of his bones has also changed slightly. Not only are his bones denser than normal, which even also has, but each of his hands possess 3 extra bones that he can have emerge from his body to form claws. When I looked over them I saw they were covered in a type of metal I've never even seen before. He has chakra pockets behind his eyes, but whatever ability they grant hasn't been activated yet. I'm guessing his heightened senses and bone density were inherited from the Kyuubi, as Yugito is the same way. Aside from that, he has a chakra reserve that's bordering on Cage level. Everyone else aside from Kurt is pretty much normal, as they have no attributes which stand out. Finished Tsunade, getting a nod from Jiraiya. Well, I've been looking over their files and I tell you, these kids are impressive. Laura, Kurt, and Kitty would make fabulous assassins. Laura was apparently already being trained for the part when that guy Logan found her. Kitty and Kurt, however, are good just because of their abilities. Firstly, Kurt's ability allows him to actually teleport to any place within 2 miles of him that he can see. Not only that, but he can also stick to walls naturally. Kitty's ability, however, allows for her to become completely intangible, something any member of the Anbu would kill for. Scott and Alex can apparently manipulate energy. Scott can apparently send blast of pure energy from his eyes. Alex, however, can send blast of heat energy from his hands. From what I can see, their bodies actually absorb the energy from around them, changes and stores it so that they can use it without bringing any harm to either of them. The girl Jean, however, is a shoo-in for the interrogation department and what they call a telepath. Her abilities are similar to those of the Yamanaka clan. She can read minds and project her thoughts. She also has telekinesis, allowing her to levitate herself and others as well as objects. She can also create force fields. According to what's written, she also happens to be sharing her body with another entity, something they call the Phoenix. This would make her a Jinchuriki. However, the Phoenix isn't a demon. I guess you could say it's a child of the gods. The effect of this is that all of Jean's abilities are heightened to the maximum. According to the notes the professor made, Jean will one day be able to manipulate matter and energy on a molecular scale. According to the notes, however, she only carries half of it. The other half, however, is within Naruto. That appears to be the source of the red streaks in his hair. Because of this shared burden, however, a sort of telepathic bond was formed between them. As Jiraiya said this, Tsunade couldn't help but raise one of her blonde eyebrows in question, for which Jiraiya merely shrugged. In the last 48 hours the two had learned much about their wayward godson. Despite this, both of them couldn't help but wish they could have been there for the boy as he grew. Despite the fact that the two had spent majority of their time talking with Aurora, Logan, and the professor, this was the first that either of them had heard of any type of bond. Of course neither of the two Sannin were aware that only the professor, Naruto, and Jin was aware of the bond that had formed between the two youths. All three had known about it since the day it formed all those years ago, Jin and Naruto because they, or rather the Phoenix, created it, and Professor because such a thing could not go unnoticed within the presence of a telepath of his high level. As far as everyone else knew, the two were just incredibly close. Another thing that the two Sannin were aware of was the reputation Jin had gained among the female students of the institute. It had been discovered that Jin was very protective when it came to Naruto. It had even been said that the girl could be scarier than Laura when it came to the younger blonde. Of course, if either of the two Sannin had known this, they'd have most likely laughed of the irony of having these two who so reminded them of another two people from their past. However, at the moment neither of the two knew of these things, and as such merely continued to go over the files of the children so that they could begin their training the next day. To say the Scott Summers was nervous was to say that the Hulk was strong, huge understatement. Despite his nervousness, the normally calm boy couldn't help but feel hopeful. Ever since he'd awoken in that hospital room at the age of 7, Scott had held a hatred for his powers, even if he had learned to use them for a purpose. Despite this, the boy couldn't help but hold some resentment for the powers that had stripped him of his ability to see in the color spectrum. As such, he couldn't help but feel hopeful when Tsunade had informed him that she would be able to fix the problem with his eyes. He had long given up hope that he could one day see normally again, accepting that he would forever view the world in a shade of red. Yet, Tsunade had discovered what no other doctor could: the reason for his sight problem. Of course, he couldn't blame his past doctors for not discovering this problem, as outside of the elemental countries where Tsunade, Naruto, and Jiraiya were from, chakra was unheard of. As such, finding a problem with chakra pockets that they had no idea even existed was pretty much impossible. Despite the hopelessness of his situation, the Ong Cyclops had always wished to be able to see the world in all its glory once more. Even more, he wanted to see his friends and his little brother for how they were and not in the red haze that he was forced to view the world from. As he lied on the table in the mansion's med lab, the boy slowly drifted into unconsciousness, the last sight of his red-tinted vision that of Tsunade standing over him. And okay, that's it for this chapter. The next chapter will take place after a time skip, since I'm ready to get things moving along now. Anyway, thanks for reading and please review Chapter 7, Naruto X Chapter 7. And hello all, it's been a while. All I really want to do is thank all the reviewers and ask you guys to keep them coming, thus keeping me motivated to do this. I just wish songwriting came to me this easy. Sighs in discontent. Anyway, this chapter marks the return to Konoha, so with that said, here it is. Start now. It was a bright day in Hino Kuni, as not a single cloud would block out the rays of the sun. From atop a hill, 3 figures could be seen looking down upon the walls surrounding the village of Konoha. Each of the figures could be seen sitting upon motorcycles, all of them black. Finally, the middle figure made a single motion with his hand, and the 3 rode off at a slowed pace before coming to a stop in front of a pair of Chunin gate guards. Recovering quickly from their shock at the trio's means of transportation, the 2 Chunin guards were quick to jump down from their perch and address the trio. Names and reason for coming to Konoha, said one of the Chunin. Upon hearing this, the middle figure simply removed a booklet from his pocket before handing it to the Chunin, an action quickly repeated by his 2 companions. Taking the offered booklets, both Chunins felt their eyes widen upon seeing its contents before one motioned to someone at the top to open the gates. As soon as the gates opened, the Chunin motioned for the group to enter. Naruto-sama, Godime-sama asked, I inform you to report to the tower upon your arrival, said one of the 2 Chunin, getting a nod from the boy before the trio entered the now open gates after sealing away their bikes. The journey to the tower had been made in silence as the group traveled by rooftop, arriving to the tower in less than 5 minutes. Not long after reaching the tower found the trio standing in front of Konoha's Godime Hokage, Senju Tsunade, who looked them over with a critical eye. The now 15-year-old Naruto stood at a height of 5 feet 7 inches as opposed to the 4 feet 11 inches he had stood at 3 years ago. He now wore a pair of black pants which led down to a pair of black steel-toed combat boots and held up by a black belt, a silver-circled X, acting as the buckle. Along with this a dark red muscle RT covered his torso, its color reminding her of blood. Over this was a black combat vest topped off by a black trench coat which he kept open. He'd kept his hair at the same length, making him look like a teenage yondaime, with the sole exception being the red streaks in his hair. To finish things off, he wore his ninjutsu on his back running down his spine, while a pair of black sunglasses much like as old blue ones sat on his face, and a pair of fingerless black gloves covered his hands. To his right stood Laura, who now stood at the height of 5 feet 5 inches. She wore a pair of black pants that seemed to seal into her skin, along with a tank top of the same color that stopped short, allowing for her midriff to be seen. A pair of black combat boots covered her feet, while a pair of black steel arm bands covered her wrist. She wore a black choker around her neck, and a pair of fingerless black gloves covered her hands. To Naruto's left stood Alex, who now stood at the height of 5 feet 6 inches and wore a pair of blue pants leading down to a pair of black combat boots. A long-sleeved dark blue muscle shirt covered his torso, topped by a black combat vest and leading down to a pair of fingerless black gloves. "So where's Jiraiya?" questioned Tsunade, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "He hasn't come yet. He left before we did," said Naruto, causing his godmother to sigh before motioning the 3 youths to take a seat. Almost as soon as the 3 youths were seated, Tsunade slid a set of keys over to Naruto as well as a manila folder. "The keys are for the Namikaze Estate, where the 3 of you shall be staying. Over the last few years it has been remodeled at Professor Xavier's insistence. The folder, however, contains your parents' marriage certificate and your birth certificate. You will need to present both before the council before you can receive your inheritance and claim your seat on the council when you make Chunin." An hour later found the 3 newly arrived X-Men sitting within one of the many classrooms of the Shinobi Academy. After their meeting with Tsunade, they had been escorted to the academy by Shizune, who happened to be Tsunade's assistant. At the moment the 3 could be found sitting in the very back of the academy classroom as they, along with various others, awaited the arrival of the Chunin teacher that would be giving them the Genin exam. Finally the door opened and Chunin that Naruto remembered as Iruka walked into the room. Looking around, he easily spotted the 3 new students Shizune had mentioned, though the rest of the class apparently hadn't, much to his dismay, as their teacher. Quickly clearing his throat and flashing through 3 quick one-handed seals, the Chunin inhaled, his head growing at least 4 sizes before he roared, "Shut up, you brats!" He effect was instant, as every single one of his students had gone as silent as a grave. He made a mental note to apologize to his 3 new students later, as he could see each of them had been affected by his technique, but quickly moved on to the matter at hand. "All right, as you all know, today is the day of the Genin exam. The exam will consist of accuracy, ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu. At the end of this your scores will be totaled up to determine who passes and at what rank. Now for those of you who have yet to notice, we have a few new students with us for the exam, so forever Young's benefit we will proceed in alphabetical order, starting with Aburame Shino. Now if you will all follow me out to the training area, we can get started." 20 minutes later found the young X-Men watching the other students as they completed the accuracy portion of the exam with an aura of boredom exuding from all 3 of them. For the last 20 minutes they had been watching as various street students went up, toss a volley of kunai and shuriken at the target, most of them not even able to hit the bullseye once out of the 10 tries they were given with each weapon, despite being only 5 yards 15 feet away. Of course there were a few that managed to stand out. The first was Aburame Shino, who had managed to hit the bullseye 7 times with the kunai and 5 with the shuriken. Akamichi Choji had managed to hit 4 times with each, while Inazuka Kiba hit 6 times with the kunai and 8 with the shuriken. Then there was Nara Shikamaru, who despite tossing his weapons lazily had managed to hit the bullseye 6 times with each. A kid named Sai, who managed to hit 4 times with each, and Uchiha Sasuke, who hit 9 times with each, much to the excitement of the females of the class. On the girls' side however there was Haruno Sakura, who had only managed to hit 3 times with each, as did Yamanaka Ino. Then there was Hyuga Hinata, who had unknowingly got the attention of all 3 young X-men, who had managed to get a perfect score, hitting all 10 bullseyes with each. Finally Iruka turned his attention to his new students, having been told to save them for last by Shizune. "Alright Sume, Talon, you're up." Hearing this, Laura sighed before stepping up and taking the offered weapons from Iruka. The rest of the students took this time to look over, only to gape at seeing her get a perfect score, and judging by the lazy way she threw the weapons, she did it without trying, an action that was soon duplicated by Alex. As his turn was called, however, Naruto refused the weapons offered by Iruka, explaining that he didn't use kunai or shuriken. Instead he simply reached behind him before producing a deck of cards, which Iruka quickly deduced he'd kept in a pouch on his back. What happened next, however, was something that would leave the rest of the class in shock, as in what seemed to be in slow motion 10 of the cards were separated from the rest, seemingly levitating for a moment, taking on a brief red glow which Iruka only barely caught. Before the 10 cards were launched at the targets at quick speeds, only to explode as soon as they came into contact with the targets, leaving scorch marks on the target directly over the bull's eyes. Iruka and the gathered students could only gape in shock at the sight. Naruto himself could barely hold back the smirk, though Laura and Alex felt no need to do so. Of course Naruto had a right to smirk, having finally awakened a power everyone had thought he wouldn't possess, and all it had taken to awaken it was a chance meeting with a certain thief by the name of Remy LeBeau, otherwise known as Gambit, but that is a story for another time. Shaking himself from his stunned stupor, Iruka quickly wrote down the boy's score before moving on the next portion of the exam. An hour later found the 3 young X-men walking the streets of the village towards the Namikaze Estates, escorted by Shizune, each of them sporting a brand new Hitae bearing the Hidden Leaf insignia. The rest of the exam had proven to be easy for the trio, each of them breezing through it with scores high enough to be at the top of the class. Once the exam was completed, Iruka had given everyone who passed a Hitae before telling them to report back to the academy in the morning for the team assignments. Finally the group stopped in front of a pair of large steel gates surrounded by a large brick wall. Striding up to the gates, Naruto, following Shizune's directions, unlocked the gates using a large skeleton key before swinging them open. As they entered the gates, they found themselves walking along a stone road that seemed to be dividing the forest in half. "Nei-Nei-chan, where's the house?" asked Naruto, not even able to spot it with his enhanced vision. "It's actually still a bit farther away. When it was first built, your father had it built near the very center of the forest. He did this for 2 reasons. First and foremost, he felt more at ease within the forest than he did within the village, since he actually spent the first few years of his life living in the forest. The second reason was it allowed him to keep his private life private, which is why no one aside from a select few knew he was married. Third and most important was security, as the distance from the gates to the house along with security seals would give him enough time to dispatch any intruders, allowing him to defend your mother, who had just been confirmed to be pregnant. Finally, after at least 15 minutes of walking, the group was able to spot the house. As the 3 took in the sight of the place, they could only stare with wide eyes and dropped jaws, something Shizune was quick to capture on camera. "I know the professor said he had the place redecorated a bit, but damn. Actually, Naruto-kun, this isn't the same house. Your father's house was originally more traditional, like the Hyuga mansion, but during the Kyuubi attack, one of the fox's attacks landed near the house and completely ruined the exterior. Xavier-san actually had this one built from scratch. After it was set up, he went about his modifications, though I don't know much about what they were," explained Shizune, getting an understanding nod from the boy. Of course Shizune could understand the boy's feeling of awe at the place. The house, if it could even be called that, was easily the most extravagant she'd ever seen just from the exterior. From the gates, the stone pathway they were on stretched for 10 feet in width and created a path all the way to the steps. Just before the house itself, a small fountain LDB seen stretching at least 10 feet in diameter. The house itself, however, was painted a very light beige color with white highlights. The roof was composed of red shingles from which a single chimney could be seen, as well as several vents. 4 large white posts held up the roof over a front patio leading to a double-door doorway with the Namikaze clan symbol designed on the doors. Unlocking The three newly arrived and graduated genin and junin level kunoichi entered the house only to stop in shock once more. If they thought the exterior was good, then the interior really set the cake. The interior walls were all painted white while the floor was marble. Another set of doors could be seen straight back, most likely leading to the home's backyard, while a staircase was situated directly in front of the doors to their left, which curved around towards the front and leading up to the second floor with the rails painted black. More to the left, a dining area could be seen with a polished brown wood table with 10 chairs situated around them, all of them white. 2 large wooden china cabinets could be seen, one on each side of the table sitting up against the walls, while a small crystal chandelier hung over the table. Moving back over towards the staircase found the group entering into a kitchen situated directly in front of the staircase. The floors of the kitchen, oddly weren't marble or even tiled, but wood and seemingly newly polished judging by the shine. This, however, was good, as the kitchen seemed to be almost entirely wood grain, though it was trimmed white. The next room they entered was the living or common room, whichever you felt like calling it. The wood floor continued into this room, in the center of which sat 2 small black couches separated by a small glass table. A small buffet sat behind one of the couches, upon which several pictures could be seen. Walking over to the buffet, Naruto picked up one of the pictures, which was a group picture taken at the institute a few years ago. In the center of the picture one could see the professor sitting within his wheelchair in front of the mansion. Standing just behind him were Naruto, with Jean on his right and Alex on his left. Next to Jean stood Laura, with Logan standing next to her. Scott stood next to Alex, his glasses absent, showing his brown eyes, with a blonde bombshell wearing all white hanging on his arm by the name of Emma Frost. Kurt could be seen standing on the professor's right, a bright smile on his face, while Rouge could be seen with an arm wrapped around him, smiling softly. Kitty stood to the professor's left with Evan next to her. Aurora stood next to Evan with Tsunade next to her, ending the line. Finally Jiraiya stood in the very back behind Naruto, his 7-foot frame earring over everyone, a large grin on his face matching Naruto's. He remembered that day. It was about a month after Scott's operation when this was taken. It had been taken after Tsunade had worked her second miracle, turning Kurt back to normal. Logan had disappeared the night of Scott's operation and had come back about 2 weeks later with Emma and 2 scientists, one the professor knew by the name of Reed Richards and the other someone Logan himself had known by name of Bruce Banner. Due to the combined efforts of Banner, Richards, Tsunade and Jiraiya, Kurt had been reverted back to how he'd have looked before the experiments. Though he could still become the blue elf when needed. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he turned with the others, walking back out of the room. The group soon found themselves overlooking a large backyard that seemed to stretch on for miles, within which was a large pool very reminiscent of the one at the Playboy Mansion. Heading back in and up the stairs, the group entered the first room they came across, which just happened to be a trophy room and had been completely filled with trophies and awards won by the 3 of them over the years. Tsunade sighed as she made her way through the tower towards the council chambers. In truth, she would much rather be spending this time catching up with her godson and his friends than dealing with the council. Luckily it wasn't a full council meeting, as this was over shinobi matters, so only the shinobi members of the council would be in attendance. As she entered the chambers, she froze for but a moment before her yes narrowed upon spotting Jiraiya sitting within the seat reserved for the Namikaze clan head. Making a mental note to speak with her old teammate later, the Godime looked over the rest of the people in attendance. Each of the heads of clans sat within their seats, as did Morino Ibiki, the head of Anbu Ti. This also included the head captains of the Anbu and Hunter Corps, as well as the head of the Medic Corps and the headmaster of the Shinobi Academy. Finally, Sarutobi Hijiran was in attendance due to the fact he was one of her advisors. Since everyone is gathered, let's begin. I'm sure many of you have other things you need to do, said Tsunade as she sat within her seat, getting nods from many of the others within the room. What proceeded was the usual discussion of budgets and movements or actions taken by the other villages. Finally Tsunade motioned for the academy headmaster to speak, causing silence to envelope the chamber, causing all eyes to focus upon him. As a majority of you why know the graduation exam were given today. Among the graduates, however, were 3 surprises that only attended the exams, Sum, Talon, Sangai, Havoc, and Shira, Carnage, who passed each portion F. Lawlessly, each of them performing on Chunin level. Shira himself displayed a peculiar ability during the targeting exam. Instead of using the kunai and shuriken Iruka was handing out, he used playing cards and somehow was able to not only control them without holding them but cause them to explode upon impact with the targets. Said the man, getting mutters to go across the chamber only to be quieted by Hyuga Hiyashi, who rarely spoke up in these meetings. Tell me, Yukimura-san, what are the real names of these children? Their real names are Laura Logan, Alex Summers, and Namikaze Naruto. They are my students, Naruto my apprentice. Said Jiraiya, causing all attention to swing in his direction. The next day found the graduates of the exams once more in the classroom gathered for the last tim. As each waited for Iruka, who would tell them what would happen next. When Iruka finally entered the room, he sweat dropped seeing two of his students, Sakura and Ino, fighting over a seat next to the Uchiha, and silently thanked Kami. This was the last time he'd have to deal with them. Once more using his signature jutsu, he got the class to quickly calm down and sit in their seats, and after a small speech proceeded to give out the team assignments, which everyone tuned out, only listening for their own names. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. Your Junin instructor is Hitaki Kakashi. As he said this, Laura couldn't help but roll her eyes as the pink-haired girl flashed a victory sign at the blonde she had been arguing with earlier. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. Your Junin instructor is Yuhi Kurene. Looking over towards this team, all three young X-men could see Hinata sigh and shake her head as a boy with short brown hair and fang-like markings on Hai's cheeks loudly cheered upon hearing the name of the kunoichi on his team. Naruto couldn't help but smirk, imagining the look on the boy's face when he found out she was already engaged. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. Your Junin instructor is Sarutobi Asuma. Team 11, Shira, Sum, and Sangai. Your Junin instructor is Mitarashi Anko. Before he could say anything more, on the subject, the door was thrown open as a woman walked in. The woman wore a beige trench coat that was left open, allowing for her fishnet shirt to be seen, as well as her short rust-orange skirt. Her feet were covered with the standard shinobi sandals, and metal shin guards covered everything from her knees down to her ankles. She had short purple hair pulled into a ponytail and wore her tae around her forehead, while her almond-colored eyes shined with mischievousness. At the sight of her, every hot-blooded male felt their pants tighten a bit. All right, Gaki's Team 11's with me. You're early, Anko, said Iruka after a few moments. Sorry, Iruka-kun, but I just couldn't wait to see you, said Anko with a seductive smile on her face. Anyway, Team 11, follow me, said Anko, breaking away from Iruka and walking out the door. Seeing this, the three newly graduated genin shrugged before following after her. Only a few minutes later found the group of four sitting on the roof of the academy, the three graduates facing Anko. Okay, Gaki's introduction time. I'll go first since none of you know me. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I'm Konoha's top kunoichi when it comes to assassination and demolition. I also happen to dabble in interrogation. I like dango in my job. My dislikes include spicy foods and yellow-eyed pedophiles. My dream for the future, well, that's a secret. Finished Anko. Say. None of the three reacting, however. Anko sighed before motioning to Alex to start. My name's Alex Summers, also known as Havoc. I like my friends, my brother, girls, sports, and making things go, boom. I dislike people who judge others without getting to know them and people who try to hurt my friends. I'm not really sure about dreams right now. Finished Alex with a shrug. Okay, you're next, girly, called Anko, motioning to Laura. My name is Laura Logan, also known as Talon. I like my dad, my friends, sports, and making things explode. I dislike anyone who tries to hurt my friends. My dream is to help Naruto restore his clan and kill anyone who gets in the way. Finished Laura, causing Anko to raise an eyebrow in surprise. All right, Whiskers, you're up, said Anko, causing the blonde to raise an eyebrow at the nickname before shrugging. My name is Namikaze Naruto. I am known as Carnage among other names. My likes include reading, training, and my friends. My dislikes are those who 10 my friends and refuse to look beneath the surface and simply judge people. I don't have a dream but goals which I will complete, including restoring my clan with Laura and a few other select females. Hunting down and killing every member of Akatsuki as well as the bastard who ordered my mother's assassination. Finished the blonde. For a few moments Anko was silent as she absorbed the blonde's woe. RDS making a mental note to look up information on this Akatsuki he mentioned. Finally, after a few moments, the woman smirked, happy that this team was exactly like Jiraiya-sama had claimed them to be. Alright Gakis, listen up. Normally it would be here that I would inform you that you weren't real genin and I would test you to see if you were worthy of the title. However, both Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama have said in no uncertain terms that you were both ready and above genin level. So we will have a small assessment tomorrow so that I can see where exactly the three of you stand, and then we will start missions after that. We'll start with D ranks, which normally you wouldn't have to take, but seeing as you guys are all new to the village or haven't been here in a while, we're using these. So you can get to know your way around the village. Now try to keep up Gakis, I know the perfect training ground for this. Finished the purple-haired Kunoichi. With a sadistic grin Anko jumped off the roof to the next with the three genin following after her quickly. That night Anko went to bed the happiest she could ever remember. And that's it, it's done. Once again thank you all for reading and please leave a review. Constructive critics is also welcome and ideas appreciated, just don't ask me to put people in the harem, my mind's made up on who's with Naruto. Now if you have ideas for Evan, Kurt, Choji, Neji, Shino or one of the other boys, I'm listening. Till next time, later. Chapter 8, Naruto. X Chapter 8. And what's up y'all and welcome to the last update of the year. I've decided to get things started with this story now instead of waiting until the next chapter like I originally intended. Also, for those wondering, each of the Naruto characters appear as they did in the manga post time skip. Anyway, with that said, here's the chapter. Start now. Naruto sighed as the needle's contents emptied itself into his arm, his body relaxing as the contents entered his system. This was probably the only thing he absolutely hated about himself and was the one secret he kept closely to himself. Sure, everyone he grew up with at the institute knew about it, as did his godparents, but that was it, and not a word of it had actually come from his own mouth. When Kyuubi had passed on, the blonde had inherited enhanced speed and strength far surpassing that of a human's even by shinobi standards. His senses, specifically his senses of sight, smell, and hearing, had also been enhanced. When tested by Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had discovered his sense of smell surpassed that of an Inuzuka's. His hearing was so acute he could hear a pin drop 3 rooms away if he tried. As far as sight went, he could see in the darkness as if the sun was shining. He could also follow a bullet as if it was moving at a snail's pace. This really didn't say much, however, since he could see Jiraiya's movements when he moved at high speeds which far surpassed that of a bullet, and that was before his training had begun under the Sannin. It wasn't until later on he discovered he had inherited the fox's fire and earth affinities to go with his natural wind and water. This had in effect made him perhaps the only person with an affinity for 4 of the 5 major elements. However, all power comes with a price, no matter the situation. In this case he had inherited the demon's bloodlust as well as the thirst. Blade had caught on to this at the very beginning of his training under him and had helped him immensely in suppressing his darker urges. Meditation had become a daily necessity as it helped calm him and suppress his demonic bloodlust. Blade had made it very clear that every creature, whether it be human, demon or vampire, possessed bloodlust. For humans it wasn't much, but it explained their need for violence at times. Their bloodlust fed off of their emotions, causing them to lose sight of logic until battle was all that truly mattered. Those that succumbed to it were those who became known as sociopaths. Vampires were higher up on the scale. Legend has it that the first vampire had been a knight born during the medieval times that had succumbed so much to his bloodlust he'd gained a thirst for it. This in turn had gained him the attention of a demon that felt entertained by the man's work and as such gave him a gift of sorts. This gift was immortality, something unheard of for human, and given a class all his own higher on scale than a human yet lower than a demon. He was called a vampire due to the fact that he took to stalking his prey and after being granted his gift used his fangs to pierce his prey as he sucked them dry of blood instead of just licking what had been on his blade or hands. Finally there came the demons, those who sat at the top of the food chain. Not M.U.C.H. was known about the origins of this race however. Of course there were rumors some saying they were beasts that escaped from hell led by the son of the devil himself. Others said they were the Shin Agame's pets, celestial spirits that had fallen from grace after too much exposure to humans and their violent tendencies. Naruto himself however cared little for these rumors and instead focused on facts. Fact 1 was the strongest of the demons and the oldest had been the 9 Biju. Of these 9 only 8 remained on this plane, their leader Kyuubi having been dragged into the Shinigami's stomach by the seal. Whatever the case may be, demons had the highest amount of raw bloodlust, each of their senses and physical abilities that were said to be 1,000 times higher than that of any humans. Then came the subspecies, oftentimes proving to be on a level completely different and higher than any pure blood. First came mutants, or the Homo superior. These were people who possessed an extra gene within their bodies, oftentimes gifting them with remarkable abilities. Of course there were others like the Hulk for example, whose bodies had been mutated oftentimes during some freak accident or exposure to some kind of special rays like gamma rays. Just as no two people are completely alike, no two powers are completely alike no matter how similar they are in appearance or effect. The ONLY exceptions to this would be in the Keki Genkai clans of the elemental countries, who have had their powers for so long they have had time to settle, allowing them to be passed on through the generations. Examples of this would be the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the bone manipulation of the Kagaya clan, and the chakra manipulation of the Senju clan. Unlike other abilities, chakra manipulation was SPECIAL, allowing a person to manipulate the chakra of the very elements and oftentimes combine them. The Shodai Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was famous for combining earth and water to create the wood element. The Nadaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had been famous for manipulating the chakra of the water to such a high degree he could create water jutsus from the air itself. The next subspecies was known as Dhampir. These were vampire-human hybrids like Blade. Blade himself was a special case, having all the strengths of a vampire and only one weakness, the thirst. Seeing as Blade was the only half-BR, he knew if he didn't know if this was the exception or the rule. Finally came Hanyus, demon-human hybrids. This was the group Naruto belonged to. As far as he knew there were only 9 in Existe NCE, and these were the so-called Jinchuriki if there were actually 9 of them. Naruto himself was obviously a fox Hanyu. According to the Phoenix he was basically immortal, the only thing capable of killing him most likely being beheaded. As a child he'd possessed the ability to turn his hands into claws, the nails becoming like sharpened steel. However, he had lost this ability and instead had the bone claws to use. His canines were a bit longer and sharper than average and could be changed to fangs at a moment's notice. He also possessed the ability to control his pheromone output, which according to the Phoenix showed his status as an alpha. Of course this ability had nearly gotten him gang road when it first awakened. He had spent the better part of a week in hiding, as every female around had chased him down trying to R him. He still shuddered sometimes when he thought about it, as Laura had been especially vicious and hard to lose, as had Jean before he'd shut off his mental connection with her. Even Aurora and Tsunade had fallen victim. Unlike the others, they'd coordinated their efforts, and he was pretty sure if Laura hadn't broken through the door when she had, he'd have woken up in the middle of an Aurora-Tsunade sandwich. As it was, he had seen the naked bodies of every female that had been staying there at the time. Luckily he was the only person that remembered these events. As far as the women were concerned, everything that happened at that time was enshrouded in fog, so they had written it off as unimportant. Blinking, he shook his head to clear the haze, only to find Laura standing in front of him. She was wearing a pair of black basketball shorts and a white tank top that stopped at her midriff, a black bandana wrapped around her hair. "I thought you were asleep," said the blonde lowly. "I woke up," answered Laura shortly as she pressed a button on the chair, causing the needles to slide out of his skin. "You didn't have to come get me," said the blonde as he stood to his feet and stretched. "Yes, I did. You'd have stayed in here lost in thought forever if I didn't come get you." Naruto said nothing as he pulled her in for a hug, only for her to turn her face awa. Why, when he went in for a kiss, causing it to land on her cheek. "Go get a shower while I cook breakfast, then you can have your kiss," said Laura as she broke the hug and walked out of the dark room with a cheeky grin, only to jump as she got popped on the ass. Exiting the room himself, Naruto pressed a button blended into the wall, causing the opening to close, being hidden by another section of the wall. The room he entered was actually his bedroom, which was large even compared to his room at the Xavier Mansion. In the center of the room sat a large king-sized bed that was already fully made up. Laura had straightened it out after she got up. Directly in front of the bed, a 52-inch flat-screen HD TV sat on the wall. Under the TV sat a dresser, on top of which were an Xbox 360 Elite as well as a PlayStation 3. Sitting directly to the boy's right, just next to where he was standing, was a small wood desk upon which sat a flat-screen computer monitor, the tower itself located on the floor. Grabbing a change of clothes from his closet, the blonde yawned before heading off for his shower. 15 minutes later, Naruto emerged into the kitchen to find both Laura and Alex already seated, each with a plate of pancakes, sausage, bacon and hash browns in front of them. The three descended into a comfortable silence as they ate their meal around the table that was too large for just the three of them. A quick ringing noise, however, quickly brought the three out of their silence to glance at each other for but a moment before Naruto glanced at his belt, the buckle of which was actually ringing. With a quick push and turn, the buckle came loose before the back slid apart to reveal it was actually a phone. "Hello," said the blonde, a look of confusion across his face. "Oh good, it works," saw it a voice on the other end, causing the boy to raise an eyebrow. "Forge, what the hell?" questioned the blonde. "Right, as you can see, each of the belt buckles you have are capable of turning into phones. The phones are capable of only calling a few places, each other and the central hubs in the mansions. Also, as you most likely already guessed, the house is more than it seems, as it has a training room complete with that prototype AI Phoenix developed. You'll find the entrance right at the top of the stairwell. The wall directly in front of you when you go up the stairs is a slide away that reveals an elevator. There is of course security, as it requires thumbprint, eye scan, and as an extra precaution, chakra scan. Getting past the elevator are 3 levels: X1, which has the danger room, security room and med lab. X2, which contains your parents' library, which the professor had to convince your Hokage to release to you. Finally there is X3, the hangar in which sits the State Route 77 Blackbird. The launch pad will release behind the Hokage monument. The trophy room leads to the armory, which is hidden behind your wall. Your parents' weapons are inside, as are Laura's, and just because I know how you can be a couple spare hunting kits, I've taken the liberty of getting some kunai and shuriken made for you that are pure silver, so you can replace the stakes for now. You will however have to bring the security systems and Phoenix's AI online yourself. When you do that, I'll need you to give me a call so I can link you to the mansion. Anyway, that's all for now, so good luck with your mission, Carnage. Forge out." Quote, "Hey wait a click. Guys, remind me to hurt Forge when we get back." As the blonde said this, his teammates could only shake their heads, each already having experience from dealing with the teenage inventor. 30 minutes later found the trio within the security room as Forge walked them through the setup procedures. "Alright guys, that should do it for the initial setup. The rest from here is easy. First let's get that AI running, so type in the words, execute. Explosive. It should take about a minute to kick in." "Got it," said Laura, her fingers flying over the keyboard. For about a minute there was a humming noise in the room before a small blue figure appeared in front of the trio on the computer screen. The figure was that of a female that honestly reminded them of Cortana from the Halo games. "Operation Explosive initialized. I am Danger, please wait while setup completes," said Danger, the feminine voice sounding surprisingly human. "Synchronizing Konoha base to Bavel, please wait. Synchronization complete, all systems online. Activating security systems to level 1 and scanning personnel files. Personnel scanning complete, setting access level. Danger room online and on. Standby." "Forge, what the hells is this?" questioned Alex. "This is the prototype AI Gene developed. It's supposed to be completely self-aware and will monitor everything surrounding the mansion. Just about everything in the mansion is tied to Danger, so you guys don't have to do anything complicated with the machinery. She'll also respond to voice commands," said Forge, and Alex could swear he could hear the other guy's smirk form. "Attention X-Men intruders located on property. Would you like me to bring up a visual?" questioned Danger. "Yes, thank you Danger." "Very well. Visual coming up now. And you are very much welcome, Carnage," said Danger. As the visual came up on the screen it showed Anko making her way towards the house along with Yugito. Danger, can you give them basic visitors access? Questioned Naruto. Very well. Marked as friendly level 1 access granted. Guest will arrive in approximately 4 minutes at current travel speed. Said Danger. Alex. Said Naruto motioning to the screen. Right. Said the other blonde as he left the room quickly heading for the door. As the two kunoichi neared, Anko whistled at the sight of the house. B. Sighed her. Yugito smirked, having had a similar reaction the first time she'd seen the place. I take it you approve, said Alex, drawing their attention to the teen as he stood to his feet. Damn Gaki, this is one nice place, commented Anko, causing Alex to shrug, an action not missed by either kunoichi. It's alright, but it's not like home, said Alex softly. So what can I help you with? Asked the blonde male after a few moments of silence. We've been summoned to the tower, said Anko, getting a raised eyebrow from the teen known as Havoc. We're a bit busy at the moment, said Alex casually. With? Questioned Yugito, wanting to see what the three are capable of. Just as that was asked, however, several holes opened up out of the ground and even a few trees as several guns were raised out. The guns moved around for a few moments before lowering back into the ground. Security, answered Alex, smirking at their shocked expressions. We still have to go. According to what I've been told, it's important, said Anko, getting the blonde boy to sigh. Before anyone else could speak, a ringing sound brought them out of their stupors. Sighing, Alex pulled off his belt buckle, allowing for it to slide open, revealing the phone part. What's up? That's what I was going to ask you. Who's at the door? Came Naruto's voice on the other end. Chill bro, it's Yugito-san and Anko-sensei, said Alex. Okay, let them in or something. You're standing on top of the main cannon. Actually, they came to tell us that we've been summoned to the tower, said Alex, causing Naruto to sigh. How long? How long? Echoed Alex. Now, answered Anko shortly, which Alex quickly repeated. Okay, we'll be up in a few. Danger can finish this on her own apparently. Got it, said Alex before sliding the phone lost and reattaching the buckle to his belt. So what was that thing? Asked Yugito. 20 minutes later found Team 11 entering the Hokage's office, Yugito having left them to speak with Shizune. As they entered, they found Tsunade sitting at her desk glaring at a paper in front of her, while Sarutobi could be seen staring out the window looking out at the village. I'm glad you could make it so quickly. Unfortunately, you guys don't have time to get to know the village more right now, as I need you for a mission, spoke Tsunade softly, causing each member of Team 11 to perk up. 2 days ago I sent Team 7 consisting of Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Saiyan led by Junin Hitaki Kakashi on a mission to the Land of Waves. They were supposed to escort and protect the client Tazuna-san while he built a bridge to connect our two lands. However, just last night a squad of Oinin brought in a pair of Nuke Nin from Kurigakure known as the Demon Brothers, having found them tied to a tree about an hour and a half walk from the village. We've discovered that they encountered Squad 7 and were on a mission themselves to assassinate their client. They were obviously defeated and Team 7 continued the mission. However, their mission has no upgraded to an A rank, as it's been discovered they are also working alongside Momochi Zabuza. I need you to go and take charge of the mission, as obvious. Sly Kakashi doesn't know how to do his job. This is an S rank mission, do more for its importance than the danger. You have 1 hour to prepare for your mission before departure. As she finished, she slid a scroll over her desk, which Anko quickly slipped into her supply pouch. Taking that as a dismissal, the squad bowed, the genin following Anko's lead more than anything, before leaving the office. Almost as soon as they were gone and the door was closed, Tsunade slumped back in her seat. Are you sure this is the best course, sensei? Asked Tsunade tiredly. Worry not, child. If there's one thing Jiraiya can do better than peeping, it's teaching. Besides, this is the best way to both retrieve the Uchiha and assess the skills of Team 11, said the old man calmly. An hour later the members of Team 11 were in full mission gear, fully packed and shooting out of the gates and into the trees like blurs, disappearing faster than the gate guards had seen anyone but Anbu move. And that's it for this chapter. Once again, this was the last chapter for the year, though I may put some out for my other stories before New Year's, especially Angel and maybe Fox's Tale. Anyway, thanks for reading. Please Revi. Ew, and slap the waitress on the ass on your way out later. Chapter 9. Naruto. X Chapter 9. Jean Grey smiled as she looked over herself in her bedroom mirror. At age 17 she had become quite beautiful and had finally stopped growing her height, topping her off at a nice 5 feet 6. Her red hair was still rather long, stopping at just past the middle of her back. She was clad in nothing more than a light blue bra and a matching pair of panties, having just finished her morning shower. Dressing quickly, she grabbed her bag by the door and moved out just in time to see Rogue, who handed her one of the Hot Pockets she was holding. "Morning," said the redhead, taking the offered food from her friend. It was the beginning of a new school year and her last as a high school student. For Rogue it was the beginning of her junior year, meaning she'd have an entire year left to complete after this new one. They were met at the bottom of the stairwell by Kitty, who emerged from the wall blocking them from the kitchen with a hot pocket in hand. The noise from the kitchen could still be heard by the three girls as the mansion's new occupants busied themselves with trying to feed their faces and make it to school on time. As they made it outside, the three girls were surprised finding Scott's car already pulling off, the first time the boys had ever left before them. Nonplussed, the three girls moved over to the garages. Over the years 2 more garages had been added to deal with the increase of automobiles. Jean opened the middle one. "I still can't believe Naruto's letting you drive his car," said Kitty with a giddy smile. Now it was no secret among the X-Men that Naruto had a love for cars. If he liked it, he got it. At the moment the teen had 3 of his own. His first, the Maybach Benz, the blue-on-black 2010 Chevy Camaro Coupe 2 SS, and a black-on-black 2010 Dodge Challenger SRT8, his favorite, which Jean currently held the keys to. For her 16th birthday he'd bought her a red Infiniti G37 convertible, and had bought Scott a red 2010 Chevy Corvette convertible 3LT. "Kinda makes ya wish ya had his baby, huh?" said Rogue with a smirk. "He still wouldn't let me, no license, remember," said Kitty with a sigh. "Rogue, you know that's not the reason he's letting me drive it," said Jean, glaring playfully. With her shinobi training she'd been able to hide her pregnancy by use of a subtle genjutsu once she'd started showing. Combining her natural telepathy with her genjutsu training, however, even a shinobi would be hard-pressed to tell the difference between reality and illusion. As she climbed into the driver's seat of her absent lover's car, she couldn't help but wonder what he was up to at the moment. Knock, knock, knock. The soft rapping of the wooden door echoed throughout the silence of the night, snapping the 3 teens from their musings. These teens, each at the age of 15, all bore the signature hit ATAE of the Hidden Leaf Village proudly, the 2 males showing the symbol upon their foreheads, while the sole kunoichi wore it atop her head, a red cloth replacing the standard blue. For a moment the 3 locked their gazes upon one another before the 2 males stood up, one moving towards the door, each slipping a kunai into their hands while one crouched low to the side of it. "Who is it?" demanded the standing teen, his tone as monotonous as he could make it. "Junin, Midorishi Anko of Konohagakure no Sato." Sighing at that, the 2 teens slipped away their weapons as the standing one opened the door, beckoning the Junin inside. As she and her team entered, Anko took a moment to look over the 3 genin before her. The first, the one who answered the door, wore a white long-sleeved shirt with his torso exposed, tucked into a pair of black pants with a blue cloth that hung from halfway up his stomach to his knees, with what looked to be a blue braided rope tied around his waist. A pair of armed guards could be seen under his shirt. As he turned back towards the table, a small Uchiha crest could be seen near the collar, marking him as the survivor of the Uchiha massacre, Uchiha Sasuke. The other male was extremely pale-skinned and had short ink-black hair. He wore black pants and a black shirt with one long and one short sleeve that was zipped closed and which weirdly stopped at his midriff. The extremely fake smile on his face easily marked him as one of Danzo's little puppet soldiers. Sigh, if she remembered correctly. The kunoichi of the team was already at the table and wore a sleeveless red top that was zipped up completely and a short pink apron-like skirt over a pair of black shorts. Black high-heeled boots covered her feet, black gloves covered her hands, and finally she wore a pair of pink elbow guards. A standard-issue medical pouch rested on her waist, and she had short pink hair. She was Haruno Sakura, according to her file, one of the 2 greatest medics to since the founding of the Tsunade's medical program. "So you're Kakashi's brats, Where is old One Eye?" questioned Anko. He's upstairs resting. He's still recovering from his chakra exhaustion, said Sakura, getting a raised eyebrow from the three X-men. So where's the client? Questy, wondered Alex as he leaned back against a wall. He's still getting ready to head to the bridge site, said Sakura. Shira, I want you to go upstairs and check up on Kakashi, just in case Haruno missed something, said Anko, causing Naruto to sigh. You're a medic, said Sakura in surprise. Tsunade is my godmother. Personally though, it's not my strong point. In fact, I only know enough to fix broken bones, said Naruto, causing the girl to nod in understanding. With that quick exchange, Sakura led the blonde up the stairs. As they neared the room, they came across a woman with long black hair leaving the restroom. Tsunami-san, called Sakura, catching the woman's attention, causing her to turn towards them. This is Shira-san. His team has just arrived from Konoha to help out, said Sakura. I see. It is a pleasure meeting you, Shira-san. On behalf of my family, I'd like to thank you for coming to our aid, said Tsunami, bowing politely. It is a pleasure meeting you as well, Tsunami-san. Please think nothing of it. It is our mission after all, said the blonde, returning the bow. I must still thank you. We are lucky. Sakura-san and her team continued after they discovered the truth about the mission. The fact that your village would send another team to assist us speaks volumes. Now please excuse me, I have to wake my son and then prepare breakfast for everyone, said Tsunami, bowing once more, before heading towards the nearest room on the right. Once the woman entered, Sakura guided him to the room on the left. Within he could see the form of a silver-haired man lying on a futon, a familiar orange book held in his hands. As the two entered, the man's single eye looked up from behind his book. I didn't know reinforcements were coming, stated the man lazily. We're not here to reinforce you. As of this moment, my squad is now in charge of this mission, said Naruto calmly, causing the man's eye to narrow. From what I understand, your squad is still to do the mission assigned, which is to guard Tazuna-san. My squad, however, is to take care of this Gato person, explained the teen, his hands glowing green as he placed them over Kakashi. As the teen looked him over, he raised an eyebrow for a second, something that neither Kakashi or Sakura failed to notice. After a few minutes he moved away from the man, the glow around his hands fading. Well, aside from the chakra exhaustion, it seems you're good to go. Haruno-san, if you have a chakra replenishing pill, please give him one. Also, good job on mending the cracked ribs. I'm surprised you actually returned, said Kakashi, causing Naruto to glance at him for a moment. Tsunade Ba-chan and Ero-sensei managed to convince me, spoke the blonde shortly. Are you planning on staying permanently? Asked the Junin, causing the blonde to pause. Most likely I will be. My reason for returning, however, are my own, said the blonde. Quote, Naruto, just so you know, I don't blame you. You did what you could, said the blonde, cutting the Junin off. So how are the others doing? I haven't had a chance to see Yugo-ne-chan, Tenzo-ni-san, or Itachi-ni-san yet. Before another word could be said, the sound of something slamming against the wall could be heard, causing them to turn just in time to see Sasuke's back as he stormed away, while Anko, Laura, and Alex could only look on. Kakashi winced. The founder and CEO of the Gato Shipping Company was a self-made man. As a child he had been the poor and unloved child of a prostitute and her pimp, both of whom only cared about themselves. As he grew he had adopted the mentality himself and had easily fallen into the local yakuza. Though diminutive in stature, he had quickly rose through the ranks, being the biggest money maker they had. He, however, had been most well known for his cruelty, caring only about the profit that could be gained. It was only a matter of time until he entered the dirtiest facet of the criminal underworld, drugs. Eventually he managed to rise until the point he was able to separate himself from the family, though he was still allied with them. The money made over the years had thus allowed him to start up his shipping company, which was the perfect front for shipping drugs. The small shipping company, however, eventually became a large shipping corporation, absorbing several other companies in the process. Still, throughout his life, Gato had had one problem he never managed to correct. He always wanted more. Unfortunately for the diminutive crime lord, this time he'd bitten off far more than he could chew. As the sun rose to take its perch within the sky, a pair of slitted blue on black eyes watched the sight from a forest clearing. After being filled in about the situation in Nami no Kuni, Anko had made a decision. Instead of waiting for Zabuza to heal you, The Snake Junin had instead opted to take the more direct approach and take the fight to Gato himself. Needless to say, this had led to a rather heated discussion between the two Junin. Naruto hadn't cared for any of that though. Instead he'd retreated away from the house for some much-needed thinking. Itachi ni had gone rogue and slaughtered several members of his own clan before leaving the village for parts unknown. Though he'd heard the words, it just hadn't made any sense. Itachi had to have been among the most loyal people in the entire village. It had been him who had instilled within the blonde his fierce sense of loyalty to both his friends and his home. As such, he'd retreated from the house, opting to find a place where he could think. He'd retreated into his mindscape to ask the Phoenix what it could tell him, only to be rebuffed, as he'd apparently kept plenty of secrets from the X-Men in the future, especially when it concerned his past. This had been the main reason his move here had been permanent, as they'd been fighting blind and had no idea what to look for. The only thing the Phoenix had known about the future Naruto was that he'd chased the Biju in an effort to prevent more destruction like what had befallen his home. The future Naruto had never liked talking about his past, and when he had to, he always told the bare minimum necessary. He could understand that though. He knew his Daibo godmother hated thinking about her past, and even more so speaking about it. He himself was the same way. He'd always hated thinking about his time in Konoha, often wishing he could forget. Unfortunately, in this instance, one of the side effects of being a telepath was an enhanced memory, as even if he wasn't actively trying, he could pull up any memory from the depths of his mind. "You can come out now." At his words, the figure of a young woman emerged from the forest. She was maybe 18 years of age and stood at about 5 feet 5 inches, giving him only a couple inches on her. She had big brown eyes, much like his blue ones, and was dressed in a pink kimono secured by a white obi, and had silky black hair that cascaded down her back with a couple bangs framing her face, which was currently holding a blush. "I'm sorry, you look to be deep in thought and I didn't want to disturb you." Her voice was soft and kind, the type of voice that could easily put anyone at ease once under its spell. "It's all right, those thoughts are best left for later when I can allow myself to go through them." "I take it you came for the herbs?" answered the blonde quickly, following with a question indicating the basket she held in her hand. "Yes, a friend of mine recently fell ill. These will do well to help with their recovery." "I am Haku, by the way," answered the girl with a smile. "Sure," returned the blonde. "You were one of Shinobi Tazuna-san hired, correct?" asked the girl after a few moments, as she bent to gather the herbs, folding so her legs were beneath her. "No, Tazuna-san hired a different team. Mine is merely passing through on our way elsewhere," answered the blonde. "Tell me, Shura-san, why do you fight?" At that, the blonde paused, as his reason for fighting was multi-layered. He had been full of pent-up rage as a child due to the experimentation done to him by Apocalypse following his abduction. He'd been angry with all he'd had to put up with in Konoha before his abduction, and how easily the freak had managed to sneak away with him. He was still angry, but had long since come to terms with his situation and realized that his life was perhaps better than it would have been unimpeded. He had several lovers that he deeply missed, as well as close friends and a daughter that was his gift from the heavens. "I fight for the future, so that the world we live in isn't the one my children will be forced to grow in, as well as protect my current friends." The words had left him before he'd even realized, yet he'd never take them back. "Then you shall grow to be truly strong," said Haku with a smile, causing the blonde to raise an eyebrow. "I believe that one can only gain true strength by fighting for someone precious to them. You fight for both the present and the future to protect those close to you. If the cages were like that, this would be a far better place," said Haku with a wistful look upon her features. "Well, I must be getting these to my fry. And perhaps we will meet again, Shura-san," said Haku before standing and leaving the clearing. Naruto watched her leave, his mind running a mile a minute as he ran through all the information he'd been able to glean from the girl's mind during their conversation. And that's it. I know it's kind of short, but this was just one to get me back into the swing of this story. Anyway, I think it's about time I actually start shaking things up a bit. With that said, you guys should look forward to the next one. Till next time, later. Chapter 10, Naruto X Chapter 10, and hello all, I'm back again with a new chapter. Thanks go to everyone who reviewed and everyone who's asked for this chapter over the last few weeks, forcing me to write it to satisfy you guys. That said, here's the new chap. Start here. He inhaled, his body and mind relaxing as the smoke filled his lungs before he exhaled a few moments later, allowing the smoke cloud to free itself from his mouth. It had been several hours since his meeting with Haku. In that time he'd been able to sort out all the information he'd gleaned from her mind and come up with a plan. Perhaps a shoddy one, but a plan nonetheless. Normally he'd have refrained from scanning her mind like that, but her surface thoughts had echoed a bit too loudly when she'd spotted him, and as such he'd heard the thought she had of killing him. Taking another long drag, the BL allowed his thoughts to fade as the kush worked its way through his system. While some people in the States frowned upon the drug known as marijuana, and commonly referred to as weed, he was among the many that didn't. In fact, he didn't even consider it a drug, and referred to it as it was, a weed, having grown out the way that it is. In truth, he thought the plant was a godsend, one of the gifts given by the kami like ramen and the holy log. If anything, he felt cigarettes were more of a drug, as they were altered chemically and killed people daily, yet they were perfectly legal. That, however, was beside the point, which was like Wolverine, he enjoyed a smoke every now and then, though his choice was different. He found that a little weed was the perfect thing to get his mind to relax when he was stressed, and as a psychic such a thing was invaluable, even if his psychic powers weren't on the level of the professor. The best part was that with his regenerative factor he didn't have to worry about any side effects that smoking could cause, so he could do it to his heart's content. Tsunade scowled as she eyed the stack of papers sitting upon her desk. Each of these papers had the red stamp for denied across them, many of them being banishment requests. Despite all that had been done over the past decade in regards to her godson, the situation regarding him was still a precarious one. In fact, the village was seemingly split down the middle in regards to him. After the Sandame had forced all shinobi of Chunin class or higher to take a mandatory course on Fuinjutsu or be stripped of their rank, the shinobi of the village had changed their opinion, finally realizing that her godson was not the Kyuubi reborn or any such nonsense. Many of them had expressed their guilt, the clear exception being the Uchiha clan, but seeing as they were all dead they no longer mattered. The fact that he was revealed to be the son of their beloved Yondaime had only increased the guilt that many felt. Some had even gone so far as commit seppuku in an effort to atone for their sins, leaving a portion of what they owned to the boy as a sort of reparation. As such, it was no surprise that he was held such high esteem among the shinobi populace. The civilians, on the other hand, had a complete opposite opinion. They refused to see the boy as anything other than the demon that the Yondaime had sealed away, and they wouldn't even entertain the notion of him being the man's son. While Naruto was gone, the situation had been aggravating but still manageable, with the civilian council trying to strip everything owned by the Namikaze to claim for themselves, and the shinobi defending him alongside herself and her predecessor every month. Now, with the boy's return, the situation had escalated between the two sides of the village. The civilians were of course led by Danzo, Homura, and Kaharu, or the Three Stooges, as she had taken to calling them. The shinobi were led by Hyuga Hiyashi, not surprising, considering the stance the clan as a whole held for Naruto. Inuzuka Sume, also not surprising considering she used to date Minato, and Nara Shikaku, which was surprising considering she'd thought he'd consider it too troublesome. Whatever the case, the boy's arrival and his complete overshadowing of the Uchiha survivor had made ripples within the council. The civilians wanted him either gone or killed and his body experimented on. The shinobi of course wanted to do all in their power to ensure the blonde would stick around along with his friends. Jiraiya had made it perfectly clear how the blonde felt in regards to Konoha during the meeting the other day. While he hadn't said much about the boy's abilities, just hearing he could last against Jiraiya in a spar had said enough for many of them. All in all, it was a good thing she gave the boys' team that mission to Nami. It would hopefully give her and Sarutobi enough time to deal with the idiots so Naruto could have the proper welcome home that she had thoroughly planned out. Laura landed softly atop the roof beside Naruto, her nose having easily caught the familiar scent coming from Tezuna's roof. As she sat, neither of them spoke, Naruto simply passing her the blunt. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl brought it to her lips and inhaling, not worried as she knew her system would flush it within the hour. For a while they sat in silence, being comforted by the presence of the other. When I was little, Gigi assigned me my own set of Anbu guards. I'd never been liked in the village even from birth, so it was a necessity with people trying to kill me. I'd had guards before, but these were different. They actually took the time to get to know me instead of just watching me like the others. I guess you can say they became my surrogate brothers and sister, and with Gigi I had the family I craved. He paused here as he took another hit, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs before exhaling a few moments later. Kakashi hasn't changed a bit since then. He was always this laid-back guy, but he took the time to teach me how to read and write. Yugao Ne-chan, she always made sure I had food to eat, always. Tenzo ni he was always quiet, but he showed me how to use a kunai so I could protect myself in the off chance they weren't around. I looked up to Itachi the most though, cause unlike them Itachi was still a kid. He was always willing to talk with me and he listened. I think he was the only one who truly understood the way I saw the world was different than how everyone else saw it. He was always smiling when we were together and told me of the wonders he saw. It made me want to be a shinobi if only so I could see some of the things he did. Itachi. He detested violence though, and he loved his brother, always saying he'd introduce us one day. He always told me that I shouldn't hold grudges, that one day people would wake up and finally see the truth, that it was always darkest before the sun rose. He truly believed that people could change. The last time I saw him I told him that one day I'd become Hokage, that way I could show everyone the way we saw the world. No matter how I look at it, how many times I run through my mind, it doesn't make any sense. Something stinks about the whole situation. Itachi doing something like killing members of his clan and torturing his brother is like Kakashi without a book or a world without ramen. It's just wrong, unholy even. There's more to this than what's known, and I'm going to find out the truth even if I have to track him down and beat it out of him. As the blonde finished his rant, Kakashi, who had been listening from a bedroom window unknown to both of them, narrowed his exposed eye, finding the logic in the blonde's words. He made a mental note to clue in both Yugao and Tenzo. Upon returning to the village, he was sure between the three of them they'd find something. As if to confirm his resolve, hidden beneath his Hitae, his single Sharingan eye spun once before settling back down. Alex frowned as he walked through the village near Tizuna's home. At the moment he was guarding Tsunami as she went food shopping, though by the looks of things he had serious doubts of her finding much. As he looked around the village he couldn't help but be reminded of New Orleans after Katrina hit. Sure, there was a surprising lack of water covering the ground, the place still carried the feeling of despair that he'd seen on the newsfeeds. Many of the homes he found were in disrepair, showing an urgent need for maintenance, while others were boarded up completely. Tizuna had already explained to him how Gato had seized the homes of some people, so it wasn't much of a surprise, but it still caused him to grit his teeth in anger. Turning his gaze away from the scene, the blonde took several deep breaths to calm himself and causing the heated feeling within his hands to fade. Glancing back at Tsunami, he couldn't help but wonder how she dealt with all of his, but refrained from asking the woman and instead concentrated on protecting her. His thoughts could wait until later. The diminutive man that was Gato stormed towards his destination along with the two thugs flanking him acting as bodyguards. As they reached it, the man threw the door open with all his might, which wasn't much. Despite this, he got the reaction he was looking for as the man on caught before him turned his attention to him. You failed. First your little stooges and then you yourself. I'm paying good money and I expected results, not to see a bunch of baby demons get their ass handed to them by a couple of kids and a one-eyed man. Exclaimed Gato as he marched up to the man. Before the diminutive businessman could say anything more, he found himself freezing as the man before him turned a glare onto him that nearly made him piss himself. You may be a client, Gato, but I have yet to see any actual payment. As such, don't think you can talk down on me like your pet thugs, or I'll have to put a stop to it by relieving you of your head. The man's voice was gruff and deep and his eyes promised pain untold to the businessman. He was Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Nicknamed Devil of the Hidden Mist, and A-rank Nuke Nin. With his message delivered, the man turned his attention away from Gato and his thugs for something more important, like looking at the wall. One more chance, you hear me? After that I'll find someone who can do what you can't, threatened Gato as he moved up towards Zabuza, reaching for his face. Before Gato could get close, Enough to touch. He was intercepted and a loud cracking sound echoed around the small room. Between the two men stood another figure dressed in a pink kimono of all things with flower designs upon it. The same person who'd been speaking with Naruto earlier that day. "Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hands," stated the figure with a feminine tone of voice, cradling his now broken wrist. Gat-O glared at the girl before storming out of the room with his two thugs following him. "You didn't have to do that, Haku, I had it under control," said Zabuza, revealing a kunai he'd had in his hand under the blankets. "I know, but you'd have killed him, and for the moment he still has his uses," explained Haku calmly. "There is another team here from Konoha. I ran into one of them who said they were merely passing through here back home, but I doubt that part," said Haku after a few moments' silence. Zabuza scowled at the news from Haku. For the last few years Konoha had been proving that it still held the title of strongest shinobi village. First with their new Hokage and then with the new training program said Hokage had initiated. Not many outside of Konoha knew what the program entailed, but seeing genin that were chunin in all but title had said more than enough to the various villages in Nukenin as well. When one of the five greats started something like this, it usually said they were gearing up for war. He knew several other countries had followed suit as well. He himself had already been contacted by a rebel faction in Kiri led by an old friend of his requesting he return to aid them. This was a prospect that was looking more and more feasible to him. "Keep an eye on that fool. If he shows any signs of betrayal," said Zabuza, letting his words hang there. Haku nodded at that with a small smile before standing and leaving to change. At one point she'd have done it there and then, but Zabuza had threatened her into stopping, telling her in no uncertain terms her body held no interest for him. Shaking himself from those thoughts, he focused himself on figuring out a plan for the future to get them out of this mess. Anko laughed as she watched Team 7's resident Uchiha fall off the tree for the umpteenth time. She had been surprised to learn the group hadn't known the tree climbing exercise yet. Sure, she knew they didn't teach advanced chakra control in the arcade. But it was generally the first thing taught after a team came out of the academy. This, however, had told her in no uncertain terms that Kakashi had been as lazy as usual. "Man, you Gakis are overrated. I know for a fact Kurene's team can already do this with their eyes closed and hands tied behind their backs with weights tied into the wires," said Anko, grinning as she heard the Uchiha growl. Like others, Anko had never liked the Uchiha or how the village treated him. Hell, she didn't like the clan as a whole, much like how she didn't like the Hyuga. As such, any chance she had to knock them down a couple pegs was taken with glee. Sure, the Haruno girl had gotten it on the first try, but she'd made the girl keep going to increase her stamina and chakra reserves. It was the boy Sai that held her attention the most. With his fake smile and crude behavior, it was easy to see he was one of Danzo's mindless drones. Why the Hokages put up with the man was beyond her, because if it were up to her, the man would have been executed a long time ago. She had no doubt the boy was placed in the academy solely to keep tabs on the Uchiha before being placed on his team. Whatever the case, she'd have to keep an eye on him until Kakashi was back on his feet and make sure the little brat didn't act on any funny ideas. That night the two teams of Konoha Nin sat gathered around the dinner table with Tazuna and his family. Well, actually, to be more accurate, as the table was rather small, some of them were off to the side. The point is, everyone was gathered for dinner. Anko was silent as her mind was running a mile a minute through scenarios for the future. Naruto had come to her and given her a brief rundown of the things he'd been able to learn about Gato and his operations during the day. She questioned him on it, but all he would say was it was a gift that the Sandaime had labeled an S-class secret. She had summoned a few of her pets to take a look and verify things, and true enough, everything was exactly as he said. Gato was held up in a large mansion on the other side of the island that was walled off and well guarded. The pair of Nuke Nin he hired were situated at the edge of the P. Roper T, and Zabuza was down for the count. That gave them a window to complete the mission with less difficulty, and she'd be a fool to pass it up. Her decision made, she leaned forward and cleared her throat. "All right, Gakis, listen up," said the woman, successfully getting the group's attention. "Thanks to Shira's intelligence, which I've been able to verify, we've been given a golden opportunity. We now know where Gato rests at and how many thugs he keeps with him. More importantly, we've learned Zabuza is still down for the count for the next few days. That said, we'll hit them tonight when they're least expecting it. So here's the plan. It had started out of nowhere. One moment things were fine and everyone was going about their business, which for most was sleeping, and in the next the place as rocked with explosions as fires broke out all over. Mercenary upon mercenary poured out of the compound in order to find their attacker, only to be struck down before they could even make it far, picked off by kunai, shuriken. Or if they were particularly unlucky, caught in explosions. Throughout it all, Midorishi Anko watched it from the treetops, barely resisting the urge to cackle at the screams she could hear even from her distance. A beam of red light shot through the air and another explosion rocked the compound with more force than 3 explosive tags combined. A moment later, her binoku focused eyes spotted 3 shadows darting through the trees and into the burning compound, and a sadistic grin crossed her face. Feral green eyes watched as the mercenaries shouted in panic as the Y tried to establish order amongst themselves in order to fend off the attack. With a roar similar to her father's, the X-Man known as Talon leapt into the compound, her fist slamming into the chest of the closest mercenary, only for him to be pierced due to the emergence of her claws. Pushing off him with her feet, she forced herself into a flip, her adamantium-coated claws coming free with a spray of blood. As soon as her feet touched down, she rushed the next one, who barely managed to place his sword in a position to block, only for it to be torn through like paper. Before he could do more than register his shock at the action, Laura was in motion, spinning under the falling steel and lashing out with her other hand, slashing the man across the stomach and standing in a single smooth motion. In another section of the compound, 2 more men fell as a pair of glowing red objects hit them before detonating with enough force to send them back flying, yet miraculously not killing them. As those the 2 looked for the source of the object, a single figure made his way out of the shadows, his blonde hair casting shadows over his face but leaving his slit blue eyes visible. Drawing their weapons, the group of thugs charged forward towards the blonde, screaming their war cries. Seeing them coming, the blonde simply stood still as he watched them approach. They arrived in seconds, the leading figure swinging down with a sword without hesitation. Before his blade had even made it halfway, the man froze as a fierce killing intent flooded the area, catching all of the thugs off guard, causing more than a few to have heart attacks, yet knocking all of them unconscious. Smirking at his trick working, the blonde had to admit being psychic had its advantages, like increasing the effectiveness of killing intent. Walking into the house from which they came, Naruto sweat dropped at the sight of more men passed out inside. Granted it was only 7, but still, he didn't think he'd thrown out that much killing intent. Seeing as they were still alive though, the blonde simply shrugged and moved on. Alex smirked as he overlooked his handiwork. The section he was assigned was all but destroyed by the heat blast he'd been sending to it. Even better, the thugs in the building were all either unconscious or just too fucked up to be a threat. He knew he'd been given the easiest section. As the only one have not ever killed on the team, Laura and Naruto had volunteered to take the harder ones with greater chances for combat so that he wouldn't have to bloody himself so soon. Shaking himself from the thoughts and turning away from the destroyed building, he moved over to his goal of freeing the hostages kept here by Gato. Haku ran through the compound towards where she knew Gato kept his precious materials like money. She could still hear the sounds of battle, and seeing as how these were ninja, obviously after the diminutive bastard, she'd figured she'd just collect the payment owed to Zabuza, at him and get the hell out of Dodge before they found him. Reaching her destination, she froze at the sight of a figure already going through Gato's things that obviously wasn't the midget himself, He was the same Konoha nin she'd met earlier. "Hello Haku-san," stated Naruto calmly as he eyed the girl who dropped into a stance preparing for combat. "There's no need for that. We're only after Gato. You and Zabuza are free to go, seeing as how you were only doing what you were hired for. Fortunately for you though, we hit Gato first, as apparently he wasn't going to pay you guys anyway." Explain. The blonde, causing her to rise out of her stance before he tossed her a scroll he was holding. "That should be more than enough to satisfy Zabuza for his trouble. Also, if you would, I'd like for you to give him a message for me," said the blonde, getting a nod from the girl. "I'd like to extend to the 2 of you an opportunity to join us in Konoha. The Godime is my godmother, so I can pretty much guarantee you can get in. If not, I'll at least get her to let you 2 leave with no hassle," stated the blonde. Very well, I will inform Zabuza-sama of your request, stated Haku before she disappeared in a whirl of mist. Sighing, the blonde turned to the slumped form of Gato that he'd placed on the floor, finding him to still be unconscious. Creating a single shadow clone, he motioned for it to grab the ugly short man. While he himself went through the fool's records, he was sure his punishment would be far worse than death once the fire daimyo got a hold of him. Getting the man had been easy as He'd apparently sent all of his guards out to stall, probably hoping to grab what he could and leave. A simple psychic suggestion for him to sleep had done everything. What he'd given Haku had been only a scratch of what the man had. He'd already gone through the mon's things and sealed away a bit of monetary value, mostly jewels, for himself and his team that Gato had apparently kept off the books. The rest of the money would be turned in with Gato and whatever Laura managed to secure on her end when all this was done. Pausing at the thought, the blonde made another set of shadow clones to go throw the stuff while he went to check up on Laura. Grabbing Gato, he took a moment to look at a small bit of kanji writing. Scowling at the sight, he determined to have a nice chat with the short man. Last thing he wanted was vampires in his backyard. The next morning found all of Wave standing outside of the demolished compound that had once played home for Gato and his band of mercenaries. Yon had heard the sounds in the dead of night, but no one had wanted to investigate them. Looking around, fires could be seen all over as the people brave enough ventured past the stone gate. Bodies lied on the ground, stacked atop each other in front of what had once been the daimyo's home. Those with good enough eyes could see that none of these men were dead by their breathing and the fact they were tied up. Others just knew simply because some were still moaning in pain. Hatake Kakashi had to hold in a whistle as he looked upon the damage done. None of it bore Anko's signature, meaning that it was all done by her genin. Such a thought was sobering for the one-eyed Junin. Impressive, isn't it? Stated Anko, causing Kakashi to look up into the nearest tree. Those Gakis are good. They did the job with no problems. Even more, the one that could have triggered something was avoided by Naruto completely when he ran into Zabuza's apprentice. Reminds me of the stories I used to hear about your team, explained the purple-haired woman. That took Kakashi back to what he thought secretly as the good days. His team under Namikaze Minato had been an assassination and demolition squad itself. Judging by the evidence around him, that's exactly what Anko had been given. In truth, that's secretly one of the truest reasons he'd failed all teams before he was ordered to take on the Uchiha. Nay of them had the qualities he was looking for. It's also the reason he hadn't done anything with his squad yet. It was a designated assault squad and it was putting him out of his depth. We'll be heading out a little later. You shouldn't have any problems with Gato gone and Zabuza paid off. With that said, Anko disappeared in a puff of smoke, showing she'd been a shadow clone. Sighing, the Cyclops looked at his own team. Sakura was looking around her in awe. Sai was of course a blank slate, and the Uchiha was apparently envious, judging by the angered looking on his face. At that he resisted. He urged to run a hand down his masked face. He just knew his remaining time here was going to be difficult. Meanwhile, Team 11 was making their way back to Konoha and had already closed majority of the distance. They'd left immediately after all of their affairs had been handled in Wave. She'd already sent a message to Konoha's liaison in the Fire Country's capital about the mercenaries and was sure someone would be there soon to collect them. Looking towards her female student, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. The girl had volunteered for the most difficult assignment, which had been the furthest from the initial blast zone, meaning no one she encountered initially would be injured. Even still, she had taken them down with a swiftness that was borderline Junin level. Even amazing, the girl hadn't killed anyone. Sure, they were badly wounded but still alive and may have bled out if the girl hadn't known some medical jutsu. Alex had revealed himself to be a Hyuga's worst nightmare, revealing that he had devastating long-range attacks. Naruto, however, hadn't thrown a single punch or used a single jutsu. Instead, all he'd used was a burst of killing intent, and he'd had 25 men down for the count, 12 of which suffered heart attacks. Looking at the blonde, she could see he was still carrying Gato over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. The short, ugly man was tied in ninja wire and his mouth taped shut. So why are we taking him? Asked Laura, causing Anko to inwardly cheer over not having to ask herself. He has a glyph. The simple answer caused both Alex X and Laura to pause for a hot second while Anko merely raised an eyebrow. You don't think? Started Alex only to be cut off. Maybe. I intend to find out. Said Naruto, clearly ending the conversation. It had taken a few hours, but the three X-men finally made it home. Gato had been handed over to the Anbu along with several scrolls, but Naruto had made it very clear he'd be seeing the man after he'd gotten some rest. The three had barely closed the gates behind them before they exploded, throwing the three of them away. Being the furthest from the gate, Laura was barely able to hang on to her seat. Consciousness enough to see several cloaked and masked men grab Naruto before disappearing into the trees. Grabbing her belt buckle and opening the phone, she only barely managed to speak into it. Danger. Lock down the mansion. We have a emergency level 10-3, contact Bavel. With that, the daughter of the infamous Wolverine passed over into the grip of unconsciousness. As more cloaked men arrived, they were fended off as several turrets opened up and let off a barrage of fire, forcing them to retreat. And that's it, chapter's done. It may seem kind of rushed, but I really just wanted to move on to the next chapter already. I've been slaving over this one for weeks. Anyway, thanks for reading, and please review as it may get quicker updates. Until next time, later. Chapter 11, Naruto. X Chapter 11. And hello all, it's been a while. Firstly, thanks to everyone who reviewed the previous chapter and those who asked for updates for this while I was working on other projects. I don't have much to say, but I wanted to get this out as I've been informed I'll be losing internet service in a few days, so I don't know when I'll next update. That said, here's what may be my last chapter for a while. Start now. A furious Tsunade could be seen pacing the length of her office, her hands clenched into fist. It hadn't taken her long to respond and rush to the scene of the commotion at the Namikaze Estates with a squad of Anbu trailing her. Even though the sound of the explosion hadn't reached her, the sound from the guns had. In the silence of the village, the sounds had quickly reached the ears of the village, and Tsunade had rushed towards it, being one of the few who recognized the sound for what it was. By the time they had arrived, the guns had stopped firing. Laura and Alex had been found unconscious, with Alex badly burned and sporting a concussion, most likely from the gates exploding. There had been a single body garbed in Anbu attire near them, though the person beneath the mask hadn't been someone from her forces. Finally, to top it all off, Naruto had been nowhere to be found. She had the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clan's best trackers searching the countryside, searching for him at the moment, bar Sume, Shibi, and Hiyashi, and she had a mind to send them out with them. As it was, she was merely waiting for Laura to regain consciousness. With her Jinchuriki-like regeneration, she would definitely be the first to emerge from the forced slumber. Still, it had already been over 5 hours and she'd already worked through the remainder of her paperwork waiting for the girl to wake up. Before she could contemplate any more on the subject, however, a sound wave washed over the entirety of the village. Standing to her feet, she tried to smile as she saw the jet that landed on top of the Hokage monument. However, seeing the Anbu and a large number of shinobi rushing to the site, she jumped out the window to reach it herself before a confrontation could occur. Despite his rather small stat, James Logan was an intimidating man and not one someone wanted to be on the bad side of. With his berserker fighting style, the man was truly dangerous and could give most Junin a very hard time. As such, Tsunade was immensely pleased that she managed to arrive in time to stop the utter decimation of her Anbu and the number of other shinobi from Shunin to Junin that had arrived on the scene. However, despite that, the person she was wary of most right now was Jean, as the girl was absolutely furious and she had arrived in time to find the redhead picking up several of her Anbu with her telekinesis. "You can put them down, Jean," said Tsunade as she arrived with Yugito landing just after her. "Tsunade-sensei," greeted the girl as she set the Anbu members down, while several of the other Hinobi stood down at the way the girl addressed her. Alex and Laura are resting in the hospital right now under watch by Shizune. Laura is fine, just unconscious. Alex suffered a concussion and some burns. He's been healed, he's also unconscious at the moment, said Tsunade, mentally sighing upon seeing Logan and Scott visibly relax, if only slightly. "What of Naruto? Any leads?" questioned Jean. "Not yet. I have some of my best trackers searching for signs right now," said Tsunade. "Not good enough," said Logan, bringing everyone's attention to himself once more. "You kids go with Tsunade, check up on Alex and Laura. Yugito and I are going to help with the search," said Logan, getting nods from the group. With that said, he and Yugito leapt away, the two of them mere blurs to many on the mountaintop. Tsunade sighed, but she could understand the man's impatience, as Naruto was like a son to him. She was thankful she had taken Yugito with her when she went back to the States for Naruto's birthday. I parties every year, as she knew Logan and Yugito worked quite well together. "Alright everyone, let's go, and I don't want any of this discussed, period. I don't care who asks. If anyone has a problem with that, direct them to my office," said Tsunade. With that said, the woman also leapt away with the group of X-Men following her quickly. It didn't take them long to reach the hospital, though they drive quite a few looks from those they passed which they easily ignored. When they reached the room shared by Laura and Alex, none were surprised to see the girl already awake. "It's about time you guys got here," said Laura as the group entered. "We got here as quick as we could," said Scott as he made his way to his brother's side. "What can you tell us?" questioned Jean. "Nothing. We didn't even detect them. But we were kind of tired. We had just run from one country to here after a mission, so we were all pretty much beat anyway," said Laura. Elsewhere, three figures stood within a small darkened room, the single light within shining on the unconscious Naruto, who was currently secured to a steel table. They had just finished securing the blonde and were looking over their work, making sure he was completely secure. Finally, the two were satisfied and moved away from the blonde, each of them visibly relaxing, if only slightly. "Good work. Let's get the prep done so we can get to work," said the middle figure, his tone of voice indicating them as male. With that, the three left the room, never noticing the moving fingers on the boy's hands. When James Logan entered his daughter's hospital room followed by Yugito, an immediate hush came over the room. All eyes focused on the man who had even gone head to head with the Hulk and walked away. For a few moments the man was silent as he looked over his daughter before giving her a nod, finding she was fine, just being kept for observation most likely. A moment later he stepped to the side just in time for Shizune to enter the room. Rather surprised by the presence of the two, finally deeming it a good time to speak, the man broke the silence. "We picked up the trail leading out the village. Mount up." With that, the man stalked out of the room, at the same time reaching his hands behind his head and pulling his orange and black mask on, which went well with the orange and black armor. Seeing this, Scott also stood up and secured his visor to his eyes before he followed the man. One by one the room emptied as the X-Men filed out of the room, leaving only Shizune, Alex, and Laura in the room. As the group reached the door to the hospital exit, they were surprised as they were met by Tsunade, trailed by three others. "Good, I caught you. These are Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurene, and Sarutobi Asuma. Anko is the sensei for their team, Asuma his. Sarutobi sensei's son, and Kurene is our resident genjutsu mistress. All three are Junin and will be accompanying you," explained Tsunade, getting narrowed eyes from Wolverine. "I know. You guys are capable, but you don't know the landscape. Also, while I know and trust you, the same can't be said for the council. While my position has regained much of the power they once stripped, they are still a body that needs to be acknowledged. If it helps, most of those seat holders were friends of Naruto's parents," said Tsunade. "Fine, but you'd better keep up. We don't have a lot of time," said Wolverine as he jumped off, easily bounding across the rooftops with the group of teens following. "Hurry up or they'll leave you. That's Naruto's family. They won't wait for anyone beside myself or Jiraiya in this instance." The three Junin leapt off without another word being said, easily catching up to the group who were actually moving at high Chunin speeds. After not much time they had re-aced the jet and boarded the Junin, only slightly hesitant before doing so. "Alright, here's the deal." There were several scents surrounding the place. However, two of them stood out and were accompanied by Naruto's, which only appeared once outside the village. "Me and Chuck were worried about something like this occurring though, so we added a tracking chip to your comm units," explained the man rising the teen, though the Junin merely raised eyebrows. "So if we had a tracker, why the physical search?" said Spike. "Because originally we thought it would be those three elders trying to make a move. Even if it wasn't, we needed to put on a show of searching to avoid certain situations. Say we had just gone to get him without searching physically, what stopped these council members from pointing the blame at us? We'd have to then explain how we knew, and then they would demand those resources from us." In Short, it would start a whole lot of shit, with Naruto, Laura and Alex stuck in the center. That good enough, Porcupine? So where are heading? Questioned Cyclops. According to the map Jiraiya and Forge made, we're heading to Uzu no Kuni. As you all know, Naruto's mother Kushina was one of the heiresses of the country before its fall. No one goes there anymore, so these guys are probably using it as a base. Said Wolverine. Are they after something greater? Said Kurene, surprising everyone. When Uzushio was destroyed, there wasn't much time to evacuate everything. Majority of the treasures were sealed away using the blood of the royal family. This included jewels, jutsu scrolls, and history scrolls. Everything that couldn't be risked in the outside world. It's possible that they're trying to use him to break the seals and claim what was sealed away. Explained Kurene with a frown. How do you know that? Questioned Asuma. My clan was tasked with the protection of the royal family and its secrets, an occupation we took quite seriously. As you can imagine, I was quite displeased to learn that Naruto-sama was alive when I was informed he died with Kushina-sama that night. Informed Kurene. So they're after his inheritance. Is there a chance Kushina was known as the Uzumaki heiress? Questioned Scott. No. Kushina-sama was the last of 5 children. She had practically no chance of claiming the throne as she was the only girl. When she was moved here to stay with Mito-sama, the only ones who were informed of her position were the Sandaime and his wife. Explained Kurene. While that's all well and good, their reasoning doesn't matter. All that matters is Rei. Ching Naruto before something bad happens. He's called Carnage for a reason. Said Logan, ending the conversation. Naruto had been conscious for 30 minutes, long enough for him to reach out and raid the minds of anyone within a certain radius. As such, he knew exactly what was going on, who blew up his gates and kidnapped him, and the reason behind it. Needless to say, he was well beyond pissed. Oh. Via the years, the professor had spent much time with the blonde, working to curb his rage along with helping him to master his powers. After he snapped on that class when he first visited Konoha those years ago, the professor had insisted upon furthering the work in controlling his rage. That work had paid off greatly, and it had shown when he first started high school, but that is a story for another time. Regardless, at that moment, upon learning all that he now knew, all of that work went out the window. Blue eyes blazed fiery red as he turned his sights onto his restraints, which was steel wrapped around his limbs and that of the tables. In an instant, a short concentrated red beam was fired from his eyes to both his hands, causing both the wires to be cut and small holes to be burned into the table as the red faded from his eyes. Sitting up, he stretched down and with a single motion snapped the wire that had bound his feet before standing. Moving over to the door of his holding CENTER, he didn't even give it a thought before he kicked the door, sending it flying. Moving out of the room, he was quickly met with resistance in the form of 2 masked guards. As they moved to swing at him, the blonde lashed out his metal-coated claws, shooting outwards and impaling each in the chest before Naruto pulled them free, allowing the masked men to drop. Looking down at the bodies, Naruto took only a moment to swipe his blades free of blood before retracting them. Running to the right, the blonde came across another in no time at all. Growling, he ducked low to the ground before pouncing, his blades re-emerging and stabbing into the unaware man's back as both crashed to the ground with Naruto crouched on his victim's back. 3 down, 3 to go, thought the blonde darkly as he stood to his feet. Turning away from the body, the blonde looked up at the door he was in front of before moving to it and easily opening it. Inside, it was shown to be nothing special, just a simple storage closet. However, it had more than enough for Naruto, as it contained all of his gear, as they'd left him in only his pants and shirt. His vest was a simple tactical vest with 2 buckles to secure it along the zipper that only really protected his front along with his spine and his upper back. After securing it and throwing on his jacket, he secured Daywalker to his back. It didn't take him long to track down the final 3. Uzushio wasn't that big of a place, especially when compared to Konoha. However, they were in the Uzumaki Compound. Apparently the Uzumaki clan had been famous for their work in the sealing arts, but no one really knew exactly what all they held, and it was all sealed away when the country was attacked during the Third War. He could actually see the other 3 from where he was perched on the roof. From what he could tell, all of the clan's possessions had been sealed away before the attack, just in case. This however didn't bother Naruto in the slightest. Instead, what bothered him was the trio currently in the process of drawing up a seal. Grinning evilly, Naruto held his right hand up above him and began concentrating his chakra into it. By the time the group of X-Men arrived with the Leaf, Junin all but Wolverine was looking upon the scene with wide eyes. Naruto was lying back on the side of a large crater. Looking around, they could see the bodies of 3 people that had obviously been thrown rather viciously, as could be seen by one of the bodies, as everyone knew that a person's torso should not be turned the 180 degrees that one was. "I thought Chuck worked on that temper of yours," said Wolverine as he approached. "I'd like to see your reaction to being knocked unconscious via explosion, being kidnapped, and waking up to a group of losers trying to ransack your ancestral home. Besides, I've gotten better, their limbs are still attached," retorted the blonde. Naruto had barely stood to his feet before he was tackled back to the ground by Jean, Rogue and Kitty, who were each looking him over for any sign of damage. Naruto would have rolled his eyes but instead just pulled them closer, considering the circumstances. "So they really were after the fortune," said Anko, causing Naruto to snort. "They were after the fuinjutsu. Things of monetary value were a secondary objective," corrected the blonde. "Okay, but why were they over here?" questioned Kurene, gesturing to the crater. "They were in the middle of drawing a seal array when I found them, probably to raise the library," answered Naruto with a shrug. "That's just it. This was the training area. What they were looking for is over here." With that said, Kurene pierced her thumb before letting a drop hit the first of the flight of stairs she was in front of. After a few moments, the stair glowed blue before dying down and the staircase split open, surprising everyone as she entered, followed by the others. "I was supposed to bring you here years ago, but I was told you were dead. Then when I find out you're alive, you weren't even living in Konoha anymore," said Kurene as she led the group through a stone corridor. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, they came to a large set of double doors. Following Kurene's direction, Naruto pierced his thumb enough to draw blood and pressed it to the door. For a few moments the door took on a red glow before the sound of shattering glass was heard. Pushing open the doors, Naruto soon found himself looking upon a sight that took the breath from him. In front of him on both sides were rows of trunks, all of them open to show them full of gold coins. Some of the trunks, however, had gems, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and several other gems he couldn't actually name. Shelves of books and scrolls could also be seen all over the place as well. "As the last heir of the Uzumaki, I'd like to present to you your inheritance," said Kurene, causing the blonde to turn towards her. "Man, I thought he was rich before," muttered Evan, getting a nod from Kurt. After some time, Naruto was able to overcome his shock and quickly summoned a horde of shadow clones with the instructions to seal everything. Finding a large yet blank scroll, the CL-1s went about doing so, combing the place top to bottom in the process. Finally, everything was sealed away, shelves and all, leaving the room empty as Naruto sealed the scroll into his arm. "I'd like to see someone try getting this out of my house," said the blonde, smirking darkly. As they left the room and the doors closed, they immediately began to glow red once more before the glow faded. Not long later, Naruto was sitting back on the jet and looking down at the place before the jet flew off, and he closed his eyes for a short rest. And that's it, chapter's done. Thanks for reading and leave a review. Until next time. Later. Chapter 12. Naruto X Chapter 12. And hello all. Yes, I know it's been a while since I've updated this. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone that reviewed the last chapter. Secondly, I'd like to announce my disappointment that no one has taken on my challenge yet, as I think it would be a pretty good story. Anyway, I'm hoping I can get through the Chunin exams quickly, Beck. Oz, I really have something else in mind as far as this story goes. Also, everyone but Sasuke and Naruto are in a Shippuden outfit. Sasuke wears the same shirt from his initial Genin days with black pants. Just imagine Naruto in the outfit Blade wears in the movies. Start now. Shimura Danzo scowled as he sat within the office of his underground lair. For just over a decade, things had been seemingly going downhill. After the kidnapping of the fox brat, Sarutobi had seemingly snapped back into the god of shinobi that men feared. He had cracked down on all of the forces with a vengeance. He could NT believed he'd missed the signs originally after the man had sent that Anbu unit to Kumo after the botched kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress. Before the boy had disappeared, Hiruzen would have taken a more peaceful approach to settle things. Instead, he'd had the retired Sandaime Raikage assassinated as a message to their Yondaime and snatched away their Nibi Jinchuriki. That had been just the start of the events. He'd called back Jiraiya, and with a combined effort of the Sannin, Morino Ibiki, and Yamanaka Inoichi, he had screened every member of his forces from Genin to even the Anbu. The unexpected screening had smoked out every single one of the NA members he'd had in placement, and they'd all been lost to him. Worse still, he, Homura, and Kaharu had all been stripped of their positions by the Fire Daimyo without any sort of warning. Last he heard, Kaharu was in Taki and Homura in Suna, both working as ambassadors of the village. None of them were foolish enough to think it had been anything but banishment, though. Hiruzen hadn't done such a thing with him, however. No, the man had left him in the village to rot with no say whatsoever. His manpower had been down to 50 recruits that hadn't even started real training, and a few of said trainers after that. Then there had been the situation with the Uchiha clan. A few years ago, Hiruzen had apparently finally had enough of trying peak talks with the clan that had been planning a coup. Instead, he had them quietly killed. Of course, not everyone had been killed, only those involved in the coup and those who had knowledge and were doing nothing about it. The civilian sector of the clan had been left untouched, while only a few of the shinobi members had gotten out unscathed, those being Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, who performed the deed, and Uchiha Makoto. He himself would have had every man, woman, and child within the clan killed. There would be no survivors. He hadn't even managed to salvage any of the eyes after that mess. No, Sarutobi had had all the eyes destroyed with their bodies on the spot. All he'd managed to get his hands on had been Uchiha Shisui, which he kept hidden under the bandages of his right eye socket. Then he had lost 5 more of his operatives in the clusterfuck in Uzu no Kuni. He'd been trying for years to access that hidden wealth of knowledge, and just when it seemed to be in his grasp, the brat escapes and slaughters his kidnappers. Even Kushina hadn't been so troublesome to handle when Kumo had botched her kidnapping. What he needed was something decisive that could get him out of obscurity. And out of this village restrictive exile he found himself in. He had no one in his pockets on the council anymore, and only had one pawn in play at the moment. He only hoped that would be enough for the time being. The danger room was Naruto's favorite hangout in any of the mansions. Everyone had things they did to relax. For example, Evan had skateboarding, Jean soccer, Scott ran track, Kitty and Rogue shopped. Kurt had TV and video games, Laura had tennis, and Alex had surfing. He had training. It was only when he was training that he could ever let his mind relax and allow himself to just flow with the motions. Sure, he had a favorite sport, but he was bred for battle. Even before Apocalypse managed to snatch him up, he'd been bred for it. His parents had been 2 of the strongest shinobi of their time. He liked the feeling of his blood pumping through his veins and the challenge of testing his strength against another. He loved his ability to throw around high-level ninjutsu like they were going out of style. He even liked that if he wanted he could deal damage to Jiraiya with one good hit. What he didn't like, however, was the killing. He'd never liked it, but his dislike for it grew with each life extinguished needlessly. That didn't mean he wouldn't do so if pushed, it's just more often than not he wouldn't enjoy it. At the moment he was using the danger room for a different purpose than his usual recreational purpose. Instead, today's session was one of anger management, as had many others have been lately. Contrary to popular belief, he knew exactly who it was that had tried kidnapping him and stealing his inheritance. It galled him that nothing could be done about it, as just like in the States he couldn't just say he read the bastard's mind, as that would open up a whole new can of worms. It was just his luck that he'd killed all the agents that had been there as well, which meant they had to wait until they had proof or cause to storm the bastard's residence. Shish. Acting the thoughts away as his training program stopped, causing his surrounds to freeze in place before fading away to be replaced with the danger room's normal design instead of the virtual world he'd been training in. Danger, why did it stop? Questioned the blonde to seemingly empty air. For a few seconds there was silence before a small light emerged in front of him that soon took the shape of Danger, making a very much Kanartana-like entrance. The time limit has expired. You would need to refresh yourself now to arrive to your team meeting on time, explained Danger. Right, I completely forgot about that, thank you Danger. Said Naruto, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. As a reminder, I will be going offline for updates tonight. Said Danger. I understand, I'll inform Alex and Laura. Said the blonde. Very well, have a good day Naruto. Said Danger as she vanished. You too Danger. Said the blonde to the empty room. Nearly 45 minutes later found Naruto mocking his way through the village with his teammates beside him. As they walked, the three idly returned greetings they received from those they had come to know in the time they'd been in the village. It had been several months since they had arrived in the village and subsequently Naruto's very brief kidnapping. By now the three were pretty well known to the village populace, though only by their code names. For the last few weeks they had been forced to take only missions close to the village, as Anko had informed them of something special coming up that she didn't want them to miss. Of course, they normally took on C-rank missions a bit further from the village, and a few of them had upgraded to B ranks, all of which ended successfully. They had also gotten to know the Sandame's grandson Konoha in the time they'd been in the village. As if summoned by the thought, they found the boy just as they turned a corner, facing off with a Sunanin that looked to be about 17. He could say, the boy held his staff in hand and the pink-haired girl from Kakashi's team was standing behind him wide-eyed. What's going on here, Konohamaru? Questioned the blonde as the three walked up. Hey Ni-san, just about to teach this bastard some manners. He thinks he can come around here and grab people by the neck. Said Konohamaru, not taking his eyes off the older foreigner. Looking at the boy, Naruto could see exactly what he was talking about, as his shirt was scuffed up, showing someone had tried and failed to choke him. The Sunanin smirked, yet before he could say anything he found himself skidding back from a punch to the jaw and Naruto standing in the spot he'd once been. That is your one warning. The Anbu up there won't be as friendly, especially with you threatening the Sandame's grandson. As Naruto said this, everyone but his teammates were surprised when they looked up to see a full squad of Anbu members observing them from the roof, each dressed in combat gear. Before any more could be said, however, a whirl of sand appeared and another figure made their appearance. He wore a pair of black pants that covered his ankles and a crimson coat with a gray holster vest with a single strap over his left shoulder. He also wore two buckled belts, which were probably used to hold the large gourd on his back. He had brick red hair and a pair of emotionless green eyes. He had no eyebrows but did have black rings surrounding his eyes, and finally the kanji for love could be seen in red on his forehead. Konkuro, you are an embarrassment to our village, said the teen in an emotionless tone. But Gaara, they started the boy Naruto had punched, only to be interrupted. Shut up or I'll kill you, intoned the green-eyed boy, causing the other to snap his mouth shut. Forgive my sibling, he can be an idiot, said the redhead, getting a nod from the boy. I can understand, still one would think that the son of a Kage would have a better grasp of how to act in a foreign village, mused Naruto calmly. The meaning of the words was not lost on the redhead, as it basically was he should be on his best behavior now. Gaara merely nodded and turned to walk away, his two teammates following him quickly. Naruto didn't even need to look to know that the Anbu squad would be following after them in the shadows. Instead, he turned to Konohamaru and his two friends and motioned him to follow. You do know if he'd have been hurt and you'd have done nothing, your license would have been suspended, right? Asked Laura quietly to Sakura as she passed her by, causing her to pale. The Hokage's office was crowded as several of the village's Chunin and Junin had been summoned. From her seat behind her desk, the Godime Hokage, Senju Tsunade, watched them all through half-lidded eyes as they conversed among themselves quietly. Finally the last of the arrivals made their way in and Tsunade called the room's attention, immediately silencing the shinobi before her. Now that everyone has arrived, let us now begin this meeting. I will get straight to the point. I'm sure many of you have noticed the influx of shinobi that have begun making their way to the village today. For those of you who have forgotten or were unaware, the Chunin exams will be hosted by us this time, beginning this upcoming Friday. This mission is to determine who among you will be nominating their genin this year. We will start with the Junin senseis of the rookie teams, said Tsunade, opening the floor. Taking this as a cue, several of the Junin in attendance made their way to the front to stand before Tsunade's desk. The first to make their way forward was Kakashi, who stood straight instead of slouching as he was known to do. She wasn't surprised after he had to be saved in Nami no Kuni by another team. Kakashi had spent the months following training himself and his team, and he now looked the part of the elite Junin he was, as even if his wardrobe remained the same, the feeling he gave off had changed. I, Hatake Kakashi, Junin Sensei of Genin Team No. 7, hereby nominate my team consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. Stated Kakashi before stepping back. Tsunade nodded in acceptance and held back a grin. While most looked forward to the Uchiha participating, she held hopes for the team Kunoichi, who had flourished in the medic nin program and had proven herself a prodigy. The GIRL had almost immediately caught the attention of her instructors, and it had eventually come to the point where she herself had taken the girl under her wing. At this point, Kurenai took her step forward, bringing the room's attention to her. For the meeting she was wearing her full uniform instead of the dress she preferred. Ayuhi Kurenai, Junin Sensei of Genin Team No. 8, do hereby nominate my team consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Once again Tsunade nodded in acceptance. She'd heard many things about those three, and Hinata in particular. Hinata had been Annette, her prodigy in the medic nin program that Shizune had snatched away the week before Tsunade had taken her pick. What had really caught her attention was the girl's knack for making medical creams of UCH quality. They were now part of the medic pack, with the girl making a sizable profit from their inclusion. Kiba and Shino had been two of the top in the combat and scouting programs respectively as well. Many had been surprised with the course that Kiba had taken, however he had reasoned since his clan specialized in tracking he'd get that training anyway, and as such chose combat for his advanced class. It had also served to temper him down from his impatient self before he'd taken the class. Her thoughts on this were pushed to the side as Sarutobi Asuma made his way forward. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Junin Sensei of Genin Team 10, do hereby nominate my team consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. Once again she nodded in acceptance. Shikamaru, despite his laziness, was among the best from the capture class that had come out in years. Yamanaka Ino was the best interrogator the academy had let out since the induction of the new classes, and she dabbled enough in medicine to become a field medic. Her specialty was poisons, which she seemed to have a knack for making. Choji, however, was a tank and physically the strongest the combat class had ever had. As Asuma stepped back, Anko took this moment to step forward. I, Mitarashi Anko, Junin Sensei of Team 11, do hereby nominate my team consisting of Shira, Sum, and Sangai. At this, quiet muttering broke out amongst the gathered shinobi. Tsunade wasn't really surprised at this. After all, it wasn't every day three unknowns come out of nowhere and dominate the academy graduating exam. While their names hadn't floated out to the public, the fact that Jiraiya had a hand in their training had. This, combined with their mission record, had made quite the impression, and she had no doubt a lot of people were eager to see them in action. At this moment another Junin took the time to step forward. This was also a rather bulky man due to muscle mass. He wore an all-green jumpsuit with a Junin flak jacket left unzipped over his torso. Each of his legs held orange leg warmers, and his hitae was wrapped around his waist like a belt, a red cloth replacing the standard blue. His hair was cut in a bowl-like shape, and he had undoubtedly the largest eyebrows she'd ever seen. I, Maeda Gai, Junin Sensei of Team Gai, do hereby nominate my team consisting of the ever-youthful Rock Lee, Tenten, and Hyuga Neji. Once again nodded, and the Junin stepped back into the crowd. Seeing this was all for the newcomers to the exams, she looked towards the more experienced teams for their nominations. Friday morning found all the participating genin from various villages making their way to and through Konoha's Ninja Academy for the start of the exam. All three of them had come in full mission gear, with Naruto replacing his blue frames with black sunglasses more suited to combat. As the three of them entered, Laura chuckled seeing a group of genin being herded away from a fake door. Avoiding the crowd of genin, the three X-men made their way up the side of the building and through a hallway window to find themselves outside of the real exam room. As they arrived, they were greeted by Anko, who simply told them to give them hell before stepping out of their way. Upon entering, they were greeted by the glares of a roomful of genin. Looking over the room, Naruto shook his head slightly, ignoring the glares as he moved to lean against the back wall. From their position, the three observed the rest of the room quietly, mostly picking out who would fight who. Their attention, however, was pulled towards the door as It opened once more and they spotted the members of Team 7 entering the room. All three of them narrowed their eyes on Sai, whom they all knew to be one of Danzo's little drones. It didn't take long for a small group to gather near the door as the other teams from their graduating class made their appearance from deeper in the room. Turning his attention away from them for a moment, Naruto sent a quick burst of killing intent towards a team of Iwanin he felt had been staring at him a bit too long, causing them to quickly turn away from him. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," came a quiet voice bringing his attention back to his immediate surroundings. "Good morning, Hinata-chan," returned the blonde, tilting his shades just enough so that she could see his eyes for a moment. He had met her a few days after his return to the village after the kidnapping that led him to claiming his inheritance in Uzu no Kuni. While he had remembered her from the academy exam, he had never actually met her until he had been invited to her home for dinner, in which he'd brought his two friends. He remembered her expression when he'd been introduced as her fiancé and the blush that had stained her cheeks. After that, he'd spent some time getting to know her whenever they had free time, though he'd yet to meet anyone from her team aside from her sensei Kurenai. "Good morning, Laura-chan, Alex-san," said Hinata just as quietly. "Good morning, Hina," said Laura with a smile that caused the girl to blush, while Alex returned the greeting with a nod and a smile. Naruto smiled himself at the two of them getting along so well. He knew out of all of the girls Laura was the most territorial, however it had taken her practically no time to accept Hinata, which gave hope for the others. He also knew that it was Laura who had practically yanked the girl the rest of the way out of her shell. Shizune had told them that she'd actually been very shy before she took her as an apprentice, and while she was still shy years later, it wasn't to such an extent. Laura, however, had fixed that with all of the subtlety of a brick to a car window. "Hey, get away from Hinata." Looking up at the interruption, he found himself staring at one of her teammates, Kiba. If he had the description right, which he always did, standing next to the boy was a rather large dog that actually looked like it was part wolf if one was honest. The dog was white and stood at about 4 feet on all fours and had to weigh at least 170 pounds. He could also see that the rest of the group the two had been with had made their way over following him. "Kiba-kun, it's okay. Shira-kun is my fiancé," explained Hinata quietly. Almost immediately it seemed as if the air had been knocked out of the boy. Naruto smirked as he picked up on his mental grumbling that he wouldn't have heard if he wasn't projecting his thoughts. That's pretty fast, Hinata. This guy's still pretty new to the village," said a blonde girl garbed in purple with her hair in a ponytail. "We've actually been engaged for years, Ino-chan, before I even started the academy," said Hinata. "So that's why you never tried to date Sasuke-kun," said the pink-haired girl from Team 7, Sakura, he recalled. "Partly. Mostly it's because I find him unattractive," said Hinata, not even looking at the black-haired boy. Really?" questioned Ino in surprise. Troublesome woman, you seem to forget Hinata's a Hyuga. The only clan in Konoha with more hatred for them would be the Senju if they still had the numbers," said another male that was slouching in a standing position with his hands in his pockets. "Is there a problem, Uchiha?" questioned Naruto towards the glaring teen. "I remember you now. A few years back you came to the village, to Iruka's class, and said some very disrespectful things to us," said the Uchiha, fingering the hilt of the sword on his back. "Oh, I get it," said Naruto, pushing himself away from the wall, causing Alex and Laura to smirk, something that none of the more observant ones missed. "You've been training for a few years and got yourself a sword, hoping to prove me wrong. Now a little over 3 years later, here I am. Ooh, exciting," said Naruto, finishing with a shiver. "Okay then, here's your chance." Before most of them even knew it, a kunai was in his hand, causing them all to tense. "Well, now aren't you guys the excitable bunch?" came a new voice. Turning his eye towards it, Naruto found the speaker to be an older teen with silver hair pulled into a ponytail. The speaker wore regular eyeglasses and a blue outfit with a leaf hitae wrapped around his forehead. "You're interrupting," said Naruto calmly. "Maybe, but never mind that. Look around, you guys are pulling a lot of attention this way," said the newcomer. Unlike the others, Naruto didn't glance around at the rest of the room. However, he still heard the nervous comments that the rest of his new acquaintances made and scoffed before sheathing the kunai in a fluid movement. So who are you and what do you want? Questioned Laura with narrowed eyes. Yar no need for hostility. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and since you guys are obviously the rookies, I felt maybe I should help out my cute little juniors. Though he may have meant well, the words got all of them to narrow their eyes on him. If they'd have been younger they might not have taken it badly. However, at this point in time they were more assured of themselves and had more training by their clans, so it seemed like an insult to the majority of them. And how exactly did you plan to do that, Yakushi-san? Asked Ino. Ah well, this is obviously your first time taking this exam, so I felt that maybe I should give you guys a bit of a helping hand of sorts, put you on an even footing with the rest of us. Explained Kabuto. So this is your second time participating then? Questioned Sakura. My seventh actually. Corrected the older male, surprising all of them. Damn, you suck, said Kiba Cow, seeing the silver-haired upperclassman to narrow his eyes before quickly donning a sheepish expression. Actually, these exams are a lot harder than most give them credit for being. This exam is held twice a year and this is my 4th year. Meaning my 7th try. In truth, a lot of these guys are repeating the exams and have multiple times. Still, this has given me some valuable intel, said Kabuto. This point the glasses-wearing male removed a pack of cards from his pouch that many first thought to be playing cards. Naruto, however, narrowed his eyes upon picking up the boy's surface thoughts. He normally refrained from mind-reading this guy. Rubbed him the wrong way and was projecting, making it impossible for one of his level to not pick it up. These here are my nin info cards. This is all the information I've been able to collect about the exam over the last 4 years. Explained Kabuto. Do you have information on the individuals taking this exam? Questioned the Uchiha. Gotcha, thought Kabuto with an inner smirk. So the Uchiha has his interest, I'm not surprised. Mused Naruto. Yay, I do. Who would you like to know about? Responded Kabuto. How about these 3? Pointing to the 3 X-men. No problem, said Kabuto, reaching into the deck and removing 3 cards, lying them on the ground. Seeing this, Alex moved forward. Naruto, however, stopped him. He wanted to know what this guy knew. On top of that, he wanted to catch him with his hand in the cookie jar. Looking on, the group could see his pictures appeared on the cards with an application of the guy's chakra as well as states. Let's see here. First of we've got Soom, real name Laura Logan. She is 15 years old, graduated at the top of your class even though she only showed up for the exam having received prior training by Jiraiya-sama of the Sannin. She's a combat specialist with an emphasis on assassination and demolitions. Started Kabuto, causing the rookies to glance at the girl in surprise. Next we have Sangai. His real name is Alex Summers and he is also 15 years old. Also graduated at the top of the class and only showed up for the exam having also received training from Jiraiya-sama. He's a combat specialist with an emphasis on Kaiden ninjutsu and demolitions, said Kabuto, causing them to turn their gaze on her. Finally we have Shura. His real name is Namikaze Naruto. Exclaimed Kabuto, looking up in surprise, surprising not only the rookies gathered but several others in the room who heard him before he managed to compose himself. He is 15 years old and the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, making him the sole heir of both their clans and of the Uzumaki royal family. According to this, he killed a delegate from Kumo at Fu, years old after a failed kidnapping attempt on the Hyuga heiress before he himself was kidnapped by a third party. 6 months later he was rescued and taken away from the village. He returned this year for the Genin exam and passed at the top of the class. He is the apprentice of Jiraiya-sama and a combat specialist. He has high markings in taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and demolitions. Upon graduating, the 3 of them were placed under the Junin Mitarashi Anko and formed Team 11. The Sandaime Hokage has also named them the Children of Destruction. Naruto brings carnage, Alex brings havoc. And Laura is like a bird of prey who swoops down on her targets with her talons. Finished Kabuto. Kami-sama trained by a Sannin. No wonder they only showed up for the exam, said Ino. It really is. NT and Jiraiya-sama is known as the strongest of the Sannin, said Shikamaru. Why is that important? Demanded Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, the Sannin were the Sandaime's Genin team. More than that, Jiraiya-sama is the man who trained Yondaime-sama. explained Sakura, causing the boy's eyes to narrow in understanding. Now you guys see what you're dealing with. Like these three, all of these guys are the elite genin of their villages. Konoha, Suna, Taki, Aim, Iwa, Kumo, all these villages and more have sent their best to participate in the exam. Like I said, this exam is harder than most give it credit for being, said Kabuto, showing them another card with the participating villages attending and the number of genin they sent. There is a symbol there I don't recognize, the music note, said Shino quietly. Ah yes, this is the symbol for a new village that just popped up called Odo. This is the first time they've taken part in the exam, so I don't have any info on them. However, since they're new, they're likely still pretty weak, said Kabuto. He's lying, thought Naruto, Alex, Laura, Shikamaru, Shino and Ino simultaneously. The Odo nin apparently heard this, however, and took offense. Becca. Use in the next instant they were dashing over straight at Kabuto. The one leading them was covered almost completely by bandages in his exposed parts, leaving the only thing of him visible his left eye. Kabuto, however, saw them coming and managed to jump back just in time to dodge the first blow thrown by the leader, only to collapse to his knees upon landing with his glasses cracking. Naruto himself recoiled visibly, something that caught both his teammates' attention before he straightened himself up. Sound waves, explained Naruto telepathically to his teammates. Add this to your cards, Tem. The ones from Odo will definitely pass this exam, said a spiky black-haired boy with a cocky smirk. Before anything else could happen, a large blast of smoke covered the front of the room, which layered to reveal gray-uniformed Konoha nin standing behind a large man wearing a black trench coat over his uniform with his hitae wrapped around his head like a bandana. Alright you little bastards, listen up. My name is Morino Ibiki and I'm the proctor for the first exam. Hidden sound, guys, quit running around like you own the place, called Ibiki, giving the three paws before the nodded. From now on there will be no fighting without express permission from the proctors. Now everyone grab a number and get into the corresponding seat, said the man. What followed was the room full of nin shuffling around and getting numbers from the chunin in front of them before moving to the seat with their number on it. Naruto found himself seated in the middle of the left side with Hinata Ted directly to his right in the aisle seat. On his left sat a dark-skinned Kumo Kunoichi with white hair. Laura and Alex were both further back, though in different rows, while still on his side. Now, then, the first test will be a written exam. The rules are simple. Each person starts with 10 points, and seeing as this is a team exam, your team starts with 30 points. The test is comprised of 10 questions, with the 10th being given 45 minutes after the test starts. These guys are my assistants for this exam, and if they catch you cheating, they will deduct a point from your team total. If they catch you cheating 5 times, you automatically fail along with your team. If for some reason you cannot answer any of the questions correctly, you will receive a 0 and will fail, as will your team. If you wish to pass, then do so as proud shinobi. Ibiki stopped here and took in the atmosphere as words produced. He could see a number of the genin already beginning to sweat, which put a smirk on his face. He could almost taste the mental anguish, which oddly enough reminded him of barbecue. Now then, you have 45 minutes before I give the 10th question. Begin. Almost immediately, the sound of shuffling papers was heard through the room. As he looked over his paper, Naruto sighed, finding he couldn't answer a single one of the questions. After about 5 minutes, he after glancing over to his side in the row ahead, he could see that already someone was answering the questions. He knew the purpose of the exam was to cheat without getting caught, which meant this guy was a plant. This in mind, he focused his mind on him, writing down the answers as his target said the answers mentally. A slight mental nudge had him looking up to the top and checking his work before he continued on. For several minutes Naruto sat silently copying the answers he overheard before he finally killed the connection with a sigh as he got the last one. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw LDC that Hinata was busy herself with her Byakugan active, allowing her to copy down the answers. Laura, Alex, called Naruto mentally. Ino, who was sitting directly in front of Alex, froze in her position, her hands just forming the seal for one of her clan techniques when she heard the words echo through her mind. Her shock was so great that she couldn't even mentally speak about it. I've got the answers, you guys ready? Asked Naruto, ignorant of the fact his private conversation was being overheard, but receiving affirmatives continued. The first answer is, though shocked and confused, Ino was not one to look a gift horse in the mouth and as such wrote down the answers she heard instead of jumping into Sakura's body as she was going to do. Around the room others went about getting the answers their own way. One girl with her hair in buns was using mirrors she'd cleverly set up on the ceiling to look down on the papers of the unsuspecting genin and sending the answers to her teammate. Shikamaru had actually answered the question on his own and used his shadow to connect to his own teammate and used the connection to write the answers for him. Sasuke was using his Sharin Gon to copy the motions of another test taker, thus stealing the answers, and Gaara had made an eye of sand which he was using to see the answers from above. Sakura was actually answering the questions on her own herself. Shino had received the answers in a way befitting an Aburame, and Kiba was receiving his answers from his dog. Of course not everyone was getting through the test as easily as a Mew. Altitude of the test takers had already been thrown out. One directly behind Naruto had a kunai thrown at his paper by Ibiki, which the blonde had casually leaned his head away from to dodge as Ibiki informed the guy he failed and sent his teammates with him. Others had failed in similar fashions, being picked off by the examiners that were seated on the side of the room. One had tried to put up a fig HT but had been bodily thrown out by the Chunin examiner for his trouble. "Alright you lot, time's up, it's time for the 10th question," called Ibiki, suddenly causing all of the genin to stop. "Before I give the 10th question, however, I will ask now that anyone who wants to quit do so," stated Ibiki. "Why would anyone do that?" a random genin asked from the sea of faces before him. "Because the 10th question has a special condition. You see, if you take it and get the answer wrong, your score drops to 0 and you fail. Not only that, but you will be barred from taking the exams anymore," said Ibiki. "Bullshit, there are people here who have taken the exam before," called Kiba with a glare. "True, however at those times I wasn't the examiner. My exam, my rules," said Ibiki with a dark smile. It took a few minutes, but soon teams began dropping like flies, as many of those gathered would rather quit than risk remaining a genin all their lives. Naruto, however, just didn't care one way or another. He still hadn't decided if he would make the village his permanent home, and as such he felt he could always go back to Babel. Because of this, he along with his team projected an aura of notch. Alance though was quickly picked up on by other teams they graduated with, especially after they saw that Hinata was also projecting the same aura. After a few more minutes of silence, Ibiki was greeted with a room covered in nonchalant genin after the last unsure ones headed out. This vexed him quite honestly, as he was sure he could have had the numbers drop more. "This is your last chance to leave. Anyone who wishes to do so, leave now. Remember, it's your future at stake." He frowned as he saw no one even flinched at his words, and after looks to each side he frowned in displeasure. "Very well, it seems you're all pretty confident. Well then, all those who remain, congratulations, you've passed the first exam," said Ibiki. Many were shocked at this turn of events, while Ibiki went on to explain the purpose of the first exam and the 10th question. While some were still confused, many more understood perfectly the man's reasoning. Almost as soon as he finished, the door opened as a slender figure made their way in. The person was actually a female dressed in the uniform of a Junin with long purple hair that fell down to her mid-back and deep black eyes. "My name is Azuki Yugo. I'm the examiner for the second exam. Those of you who have the heart follow me, those that don't make it in a timely manner fail," said the woman before turning on her heel and leaving. After all the genin had followed her out of the room, Ibiki went about collecting the papers before stopping at a certain one and narrowing his eyes at the message. "Konoha Genin Yakushi Kabuto is a spy. He has access to restricted and classified information, including my heritage and the truth about what happened to the Kumo delegate 11 years ago and my kidnapping. And Yuan." Growling low in his throat at the news, Ibiki fist clenched in rage. If there was one thing he hated, it was traitors, and to have one in his midst was intolerable. He was one of the few privileged to know the information about the Namikaze era. ND knew that all information pertaining his heritage was deemed an S-class secret until he made Junin. He also knew that the truth about the Kumo delegate's murder was also S-class information, as was the boy's kidnapping. As such, it was now his goal to catch the twerp and make him squeal. With that thought, the man burst into smoke with a dark smile that promised pain covering his features. Chapter 13. Naruto. X Chapter 13. Hello all. I'm back. Lol, anyway, I know it's been a while since I've updated this FIC, so here you go. I still have people questioning what Naruto's power will be and who is. All in the harem, which I think is really weird, as I already told everyone. That said, I might incorporate some pieces of the latest manga chapters into the story, but don't hold your breath too much on that. Also, for those of you that still haven't, please check out my newest FIC entitled Chronicles of the Dragon Ninja. Start now. The site of the second exam was training area number 44. Nicknamed the Forest of Death. A massive metal fence surrounded its perimeter with 44 gates evenly spaced out surrounding it. From outside the forest one could only see darkness before them within the thicket of trees and plant life. The proctor Azuki Yugo stood before the gathered genin with the same neutral expression that had been on her face since she had first greeted them after Ibiki's test. Naruto was happy to see her, finding that aside from a more mature facial appearance she hadn't changed much since he'd seen her last as a child. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, said Yugo, her voice soft yet still heard by all of the gathered genin. Behind me stand the grounds of the second exam. The goal of the exam is for the lot of you to reach the tower within the forest within a set time frame of 120 hours. Meaning 5 days, said Yugo, shocking many. 5 days. What about food? Exclaimed Choji, causing several members of his graduating class to snicker. Not my concern. There are many edible plants and animals within the forest, so you'll just have to make do, said Yugo, causing him to grumble. Also, each team will be given one of these before entering the forest. As she said this, Yugo held up a pair of scrolls. The two were similar with the exception of the kanji that was written upon them. For those of you who cannot see it, these scrolls are marked Heaven and Earth. To enter the tower and thus pass the second exam, you must have both in your possession. Not only that, but all 3 members of your team must be accounted for, meaning if one of your teammates dies within the forest, then you as a team fail the exam. If you do not arrive within the tower in that time frame, you will also fail. As for the scrolls themselves, they must not be opened within the forest. As Chunin, you will be asked to carry classified documents, and more often than not you will not know of its contents. Before you can collect a scroll, however, you must all sign one of these. With a motion of her hands, a pair of Chunin appeared holding a stack of papers each and proceeded to hand them out. Due to the nature of this exam, each of you must sign the consent form, which basically states that you are aware of the risk of continuing further in the exam. As combat is allowed in this portion, it means that should you die, the hidden leaf is not responsible for it. If you do not wish to sign, then say so and I will fail you now. I will give you 45 minutes to complete the forms, which you will trade in for a scroll, after which you will be directed to your starting gate. Senju Tsunade scowled as she read over the short note that had been scribbled upon Naruto's test paper. While most weren't aware, she knew of Naruto's telepathic ability, so him finding a spy was actually not that unbelievable to her. What was unbelievable was that the senior shinobi under her command hadn't picked that up. Looking at the spy's, Yakushi Kabuto's record, she could see several red flags, such as his many failed attempts at the Chunin exams. No one failed the Chunin exam that many times, and even more, the boy always seemed to just walk away after the second exam was concluded. Even more, his teammates were even bigger failures than he appeared to be. Honestly, he was 23 and the 2 of them were both in their mid-20s, yet all 3 were still genin. Most people who seemed to fail so badly quit long before then if it appeared they'd never even reach Chunin, yet these 3 were still running around. Take all 3 of them from the forest. Oh, DDS, are there hiding their abilities, so hit them hard and fast. Get someone to find that Junin sensei as well and bring him in. You, Enko, and Inoichi, crack those bastards by the end of the day. As she finished, Ibiki simply nodded his consent before he turned and moved out of the door, vanishing in a plume of smoke as soon as he did. Rubbing her forehead in irritation, Tsunade couldn't help but wonder just how compromised they'd truly gotten in order for 3 obvious spies to slip through their notice. When her sensei was originally running things, they'd have never managed to pull such a stunt. Blinking, she stood up with a start as a devious smile appeared on her face. Someone get Jiraiya in here, demanded Tsunade loudly, as they moved through the large trees of the Forest of Death. The trio of young X-men came to a stop as a loud, horrified scream echoed across the forest. Naruto was actually surprised as they hadn't even been in the forest for 15 minutes and already someone had met their untimely demise. Shrugging it off, the trio wasted no more time and dashed off through the trees and towards the tower. The plan was actually quite simple. They would just head to the tower and then pick off anyone they met from there. At least that was the plan until Laura suddenly leapt down from the treetops with her claws. Emerged and revealed to the world. Following her quickly, two boys found themselves arriving just in time to find the girl landing upon an unfortunate genin from AIM, who wore what appeared to be pale yellow pajamas that looked similar to a straight jacket and a metal air mask. As the unfortunate genin was impaled, the two boys immediately acted Alex, firing a beam of concentrated heat energy at one of the boys' teammates that sent him slamming into a tree, and Naruto launched his glaive, the silver weapon, having no problem impaling the hand of the last AIM genin and pinning it to a very thick tree just as he'd moved to start up a chain of seals. Doctor. Hopping down from the trees, the two boys immediately set out to check their respective targets, captives, though Laura had no problem with that and merely searched the corpse she'd landed on. Of course, as he reached the ground and his captive Naruto had to quickly nail him in the throat, abruptly ending the yelling that he'd been doing until that point so that he could focus on trying to breath. Reaching out for his weapon, the blonde tugged it free, allowing the whimpering genin to sink to his knees, cradling the injured hand. Naruto himself was stuck observing the red liquid that covered one of the blades of his weapon, the sight and smell enough to mesmerize him as the urge to lick the weapon clean came over him. It took a fair amount of effort, but in the end he wiped the weapon clean on his WNED opponent and after closing it back up, placed it back on his belt hidden by his jacket. Found it, called Alex before Naruto could even begin his own search. You should leave quickly, the medics will be able to patch you up if you get there soon enough, said Naruto before turning and walking away from the only conscious AIM nin. Is it the one we need? Questioned Laura as she began cleaning her claws of the blood that had covered them with the dead boy's top. Yup, seems we got lucky, said Alex, showing them the scroll which said, Earth, before stowing it in his pouch. Alright then, let's head on to the tower, said Naruto, getting a pair of nods in response. Inuzuka Kiba chuckled as he looked up at the captured team, who was now dangling from a net-based trap his team had set up. E-team was actually an older team of Konoha genin, so all 6 genin knew that the chance of them being hurt badly was actually very slim. The captured genin in question, however, were busy grumbling about being trapped by a bunch of brats that had only barely left the academy. Aburame Shino, on the other hand, was silent, something not surprising considering the clan that he held from his smirk, hidden thanks both to the high upturned collar of his inner coat and the hood of his outer jacket. Hinata, on the other hand, despite her training by the rather apathetic Hyuga clan, was quietly giggling to herself, hearing some of the things that the older genin were saying. As much as you dislike your current situation, I suggest handing over your scroll now. Why? Because I am having trouble keeping Ho's forest leeches from descending upon you, said Shino, immediately sombering the entire group. Looking up, all of the genin were treated to the sight of some rather huge leeches that drew to the A-flat. Urame's words were squirming violently, seemingly trying to fight off an invisible force to reach the group of nin. In an instant, one of the captured nin had tossed out the mentioned scroll, which Kiba quickly caught in his left hand. That done, he sat himself upon the back of a rather large hound that measured a little over 4 feet, impressive especially considering that 3 years prior the dog hadn't even stood a foot tall and had rode atop his partner's head for the most part. Regardless of this, however, as Kiba settled down, Hinata freed the captured team, who landed upon their feet after the net was cut, finding the members of Team 8 already gone before they had even landed. Elsewhere within the forest, the members of Team 10 walked calmly through the forest. In the center was Narashi Kamaru, who graced the world with a currently irritated expression, as just behind him and to his left Yamanaka Ino prattled a mile a minute about subjects that he could honestly care less about. Akemi Kaichoji, however, ignored Ino with practiced ease and was currently enjoying a bag of barbecue chips. In the next instant, a trio of nin descended upon them, only to fall straight through their forms. Weaver, before any of them could recover, they found themselves frozen still. Kujmain no jutsu, success, drawled Shikamaru in his usual bored tone of voice. You know, I can't believe that actually worked, said Ino as she walked out from the trees, shaking her head. You should have more faith in Shikamaru Ino, said Choji with a chuckle. Come on Choji, even you have to admit that tactic was academy level, said Ino in exasperation. It worked though, didn't it? Said Choji, causing Ino to pout. Anytime now you two, it's troublesome holding them like this, said Shikamaru. Fine, Choji, if you please, said Ino with a sigh. Choji immediately raised his fist, which surprised the nin, seeing it enlarge as he swung, sending one of the genin flying into a tree out cold before he even hit. Seeing T.S. the remaining two Ino noted to be from Kusa looked up with wide and clearly frightened eyes. So which one of you has the scroll? Questioned Ino with a small smirk. Elsewhere within the forest, the members of Team 7 weren't finding things going anywhere near as easy. For starters, the group had been hit with a very heavy blast of wind that had sent the group flying in separate directions, and so far only Sasuke and Sakura had managed to meet up. At the moment the two were running, trying desperately to escape the freakishly strong Kusa nin that was chasing after them. Suddenly they skidded to a stop, finding the Kusa nin standing almost casually in front of them as if she'd been waiting for quite some time. The strange nin took just that moment to dash towards them, and Sasuke only barely had time to react, his eyes bleeding red as the Tritomid Sharingan eyes made their appearance, replacing his regular black eyes, allowing him to dodge around the initial blow and send them back to their spot with a blow of his own. Kukuku, impressive, you already have a fully matured set of eyes, said the Kusa nin. Sasuke didn't reply, instead he simply withdrew a Chikudo from its sheath on his back. Seeing this, the Kunoichi chuckled and raised her head, opening her mouth. As she did this, both genin of Team 7 watched in shock as the hilt of a sword emerged from the enemy's mouth, which she quickly grabbed and held at the ready. In the next instant the Kunoichi had charged once more and the pair of blades clashed. Sasuke found himself gritting his teeth as he struggled to hold back the OT. Her blade, its wielder's strength taking him by complete surprise. Chuckling, the Kunoichi continued to press the assault, pushing the young Uchiha back with each blow. Suddenly the Kunoichi whipped around and sent out a kick at a seemingly empty spot. However, in an instant Sakura appeared and was sent flying backwards before slamming hard into a tree. Nice try, little girl, but genjutsu of that level will not work on me, stated the Kunoichi, chuckling. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Turning swiftly at the words, the Kunoichi scoffed upon seeing the small fireballs being sent towards her, and with a CK swing of the sword not only dispelled the fire but sent the shuriken hidden within flying away from her. Though a useless attack, it had proven distraction enough to allow Sakura to slip away once but the pink-haired girl would be doing no more fighting until she could fix her back. Despite this, however, the Kunoichi smiled as she resumed her attack on the Uchiha, determined to see just what he was capable of. Kitty groaned as she walked the halls of Babel High, having spotted Lance Alvars standing ahead of her, despite the fact that the other mutant was on a completely different team. With a completely different goal, he had not made his infatuation with her much of a secret. Of course she was used to boys approaching her after Naruto's departure, but Alvars was the most persistent of the entire bunch, and as far as she was concerned he was nothing more than a 2-bit hood. Of course she wasn't the only one who dealt with such annoyances, as Duncan Matthews had wasted very little time trying to get back into Jean's good graces after he'd realized that Naruto was gone. Jean, however, had Scott to shield her from her annoyance, and while anyone could do the same for her, they didn't put the fear in Lance like Naruto could, at least not without some serious consequences. They really couldn't do anything at school, not with Principal Kelly trying to throw his weight around. Honestly, it was times like these she wished Mystique was still principal, as the woman wouldn't have batted an eye to her dropping the smug bastard that was Lance Alvars. She'd certainly turned a blind eye when Naruto had done it to Duncan, from what she'd heard. Kitty, exclaimed a voice, catching her attention. Turning towards the voice, Kitty was greeted by the form of a light-skinned black girl with long brown hair that hung down the front of which actually covered her chest. Her eyes were a light brown and she wore a black t-shirt with a pair of blue jeans. As the girl ran up and came to a stop, she panted lightly, something that caused Kitty to chuckle a bit. "What's up, Amanda?" questioned Kitty. I was wondering, can I borrow your chem notes? Kurt and I went out last night and I lost my folder that had them," said the girl. "Sure. Where'd you two go anyway?" "We went to the circus," answered Amanda. Kurt actually took you to an American circus? Questioned Kitty in surprise. Hell no. We went to a German one, said Amanda. That makes sense, said Kitty. Neither would say it, but they both knew that Kurt hated the American circus. Kurt had actually grown up as part of a German CRCUS and had been the star after some time. However, when a Texas billionaire had bought it and tried to put him in a freak circus, Kurt had walked. It had been while he was settling back down in German. Why that the professor had contacted him and convinced him to come to Babel. Still, you shouldn't run yourself too ragged, you do have practice after all, said Kitty. This was true when Jean had gotten pregnant with Kushina. She had quit the soccer team and had told only the coach the reason why. After that she had taken up a coaching role herself to stay connected and had eventually brought in Amanda, who eventually became the star of the team. Amanda chuckled nervously at that, as her team's practice was anything but easy and Jean was a bit of a slave driver. Still, no one was complaining because they were easily the best in the state because of her. The conversation was stopped, however, as the 10-minute bell rang, signaling students to head to class, causing Kitty to dig out the mentioned notebook from the pile she carried. The notes are dated, so it will be easy for you to find what you need, said Kitty, getting a grateful hug from her friend before the two girls separated. Kitty also grateful, noticing that Alvarez had disappeared in that time. So now what? The question came from Laura as the three now stood within the tower after cutting a fast pace through the forest. They'd come across one other team in the process, this one being one from Taki, which they had wasted no time in dispatching and moving on. They'd been in the tower long enough to discover and read a small plaque that was in the mostly barren room they had entered. Removing a scroll himself, Naruto motioned to Alex to remove his, and as one the two opened them. Immediately the two scrolls began to smoke and the two wasted no time in chucking them, the two scrolls landing with one atop the other. Finally the scrolls expelled a massive plume of smoke which cleared to show the man they recognized as Iruka from the academy. Well, I guess congratulations are in order. You've just passed the second exam and set the new record, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Said Iruka, causing the three to smirk. So what's next? Questioned Alex. Now you guys get to spend the rest of the time relaxing. Since you passed so early, you don't have to do anything now but stay within the tower. Should you travel outside, I can't guarantee you'd make it back in. There are rooms upstairs for your usage and a staffed kitchen to make whatever you'd like. We'll find out what happens after that when this test concludes, explained Iruka, getting nods of understanding from the three genin. That said, the Chunin led the group on a tour of the tower. All they'd have to do would be find something to occupy the rest of their time. And that's it, chapter's done. I know that it's short, but truthfully I don't really care, lol. I just wanted to get this chapter over with. That said, I'll try to make the chapters for this story longer, but no promises. Once again, please read Chronicles of the Dragon Ninja. Till next time though, later. Chapter 14, Naruto. X Chapter 14. And hello all, it's been a while. First and foremost, happy freakin' New Year, since I didn't say it earlier. Secondly, I'm thinking about a new FIC, straight Naruto, no crossover, just a time travel FIC, but I'm still debating it. That said, here's the chapter. Start now. Over the years he had gone by many names. The first, the name of his birth was Max Eisenhardt, born to the Jewish Eisenhardt family, and had spent his childhood in Nuremberg, Germany. He had been part of a large family, at least until things took a turn for the worst when it became Hitler's Germany. Friends of the family had suddenly turned on them once the Jews had become the thing to be hated, and eventually, after a major in the army, one who owed his father his life, had done the same. They had been forced to flee to Poland. Eventually, when Poland was invaded, they'd tried to flee only to be caught and placed into a concentration camp in Warsaw, Poland. His family were fighters and eventually had tired of smuggling for food and tried to escape only to be caught and sentenced to execution. He'd been the only survivor. He spent his early teens imprisoned in yet another camp, this one in Auschwitz, Poland, known as the Vernichtungslager extermination camp. It was there where he truly learned how brutal and savage human beings could be to minorities or those considered different. While there, he was reunited with a childhood friend, a girl he'd crushed on as a child by the name of Magda, whom he'd saved both from the gas chamber and then from another form of execution. Eventually, when the camp was being evacuated, they took the chance and escaped together. They settled down into a remote mountain village where eventually they married and gave birth to a daughter, Anya. It was at this point that he sought out a forger, one who was supposed to be amongst the best, by the name of Georg Odekerk, and asked him to create an identity for him. It was then that he became Eric Lenscher, mostly so that he could live more easily amongst her people. However, he hadn't been satisfied with the Quiet life and had eventually moved his family to the at the time Soviet city of Vinnytsia so that he could better himself. It was here that he would consciously use his powers for the first time, using them to hurl a crowbar at his boss who was cheating him out of his pay. When he returned to the inn where he, Magda, and Anya were staying, he found it was on fire and his daughter Anya was trapped on the upper floors. He tried to use his newfound powers to save his daughter, but his boss had called the KGB and they beat and held him down, preventing him from rescuing Anya. Seeing his daughter burned to her death had sent him into a rage, and in that fit he'd used his powers to destroy the men holding him, the crowd watching, and a large section of the city of Vinnytsia in revenge. Seeing him in this state terrified her, and that terror combined with the grief of losing her daughter caused Magda flee, even as he called out to her to help him bury their daughter. As he attempted to bury his daughter, more soldiers arrived after hearing what he had done and attacked him. After being shot in the head, Magnus forced the soldiers to turn their own guns on themselves. Following this, he changed his name once more, becoming Eric Magnus, keeping the name Eric only as it reminded him of his uncle Eric. Under this name he traveled and eventually found himself in Haifa, Israel. There he worked as a volunteer orderly at a psychiatric hospital for Holocaust victims. It was there that he would meet the man that would become his greatest friend and rival, Charles Xavier. The two of them frequently debated the subject of mutants' coexistence with the rest of humanity, though neither revealed to the other that they were mutants. The two were eventually forced to rescue a mutual friend from Hydra agents, and in the process revealed their powers to each other. In the end, he seized Hydra's Nazi gold and began to travel once more, realizing that his views and those of his friends clashed horribly and were incompatible. He spent some time after that working for both a Western intelligence agency as well as Mossad. Eventually the Westerners got greedy and to prove a point killed his girlfriend in front of him. In response he killed them and thus took on the name Magneto. It was during this time that he first met the mutant shapeshifter known as Mystique, who he found had views very similar to his own, having become disillusioned by the world and humans. For a time he had several plans that he had planned to put into play for the upcoming war with the humans. Those plans had only gone further upon finding Wanda and Pietro in the Wundagore Mountains, the last mementos of his wife. Following this he had thrown himself even deeper into his planning and soon found himself residing in New York, specifically in Brooklyn. It had been a surprise when he was reunited with Charles Xavier, and together the two of them began the construction of Cerebro. Not long after Cerebro's completion he was surprised by receiving an urgent call from Charles, and together they had set out to answer the call for help that had changed his life. Finding Naruto had been a blessing for him that not many knew the true significance of outside Charles. Within the boy he had seen a kindred spirit, someone who had suffered just as he had, even in the short span of time that was his 4 years of life. Upon receiving the downloaded files from Charles he had spent much time reading over them and contemplating all that would happen, and eventually had altered his plans. Now, instead of fighting for mutant superiority, they were preparing for a war with Apocalypse and coexistence. Of course not all of his plans had been scrapped. He'd spent the last few years constructing a base of operations which would be impossible for most anyone to reach. He called this base Asteroid M, only himself and his children knowing the M stood for Magda. Outside of that he had devoted much of his time solely to being a father and training his children. Knowing what powers they would develop had certainly helped. Of course he wasn't settled with just that and placed an equal emphasis on their education, something he was sure that their mother would have stressed had she lived. Both of his children were straight A students, and while most wouldn't guess this by how Pietro acted, the twins were actually very intelligent, as expected from members of his bloodline. Wanda, however, showed this more as she applied her mind to tactics, unlike Pietro, who actually bored quite easily and went at things brazenly at times, if only so that they would be fun. However, recently he had set up his Brotherhood of Mutants in Bayville to oppose Charles's young X-Men. He had sent Pietro to join them so that he would be his eyes and ears on the team. However, in truth what was really happening was that both he and Charles were using each other to train up their teams for the times ahead. As far as things went, the young X-Men had yet to lose a confrontation with his squad of delinquents. From what Pietro had explained to him, none of the group truly knew what it meant to work, and they were actually quite lazy, especially Nauta. T. Mystique wasn't there busting their balls. Sipping his tea at that thought, he rubbed his chin as he thought on what to do. He had pulled Mystique away for two reasons. First and foremost, he had a Ms. Scion which only she had the skills to accomplish. Secondly, he had wanted to see what the boys would be capable of without her around. Unfortunately, it appears they hadn't been taking their training as seriously as that of Xavier's kids, it seems, relying on their powers to do everything. With that thought in mind, he pressed a button on his chair and spoke into a speaker. For several minutes he enjoyed the silence before a figure opened up his office doors and entered. "You called, father?" Looking up to his daughter, he inwardly sighed at the sight of her. She stood at the height of 5'7" and had short hair with the ends dyed red. For some odd reason she had been infected with what the teenagers called Gothic style. Her outfit consisted of red pants and top over which was a red open trench coat. She wore black boots that went up to her knees with metal armor protecting her shins and the top of her feet. She also wore black fingerless gloves that went up to near her elbows, while a black oak was around her neck with a cross hanging from it, and her earrings were likewise in the shape of crosses. "I'm sending you to Bayville for the time being. While there, I want you to establish order and give those brats some discipline. From what Mystique has managed to discern, we have very little time before exposure," explained the man. "Very well. Will you help Lorna in my absence?" questioned the girl. "Of course. You need not worry for your sister. However, if you get things working quickly, I may let her come visit. I know she misses Pietro," said the man. "Okay, I'll leave within the hour," said Wanda before she left the room, leaving her father to his thoughts once more. 5 days had passed all too quickly as far as Naruto was concerned. For the most part, he had spent his time catching up with Yugo, telling her of all the things he'd seen while away. As a child, he had looked at her much as he imagined one would an older sister, and thus he felt comfortable sharing stories of his past with her, from pranks to his schooling and training. Yugo likewise regarded him with tales of some of the missions she had gone on in his time away. She had also introduced him to her husband, Hayate, and even confided in him that she was now the lieutenant commander of the Anbu Corps. In response, he informed her of his status as a father and showed her a picture of his daughter. Yugo had been surprised at news, and the sight of the girl had her squealing and demanding a meeting soon. At the moment, Naruto stood within a large room within the tower alongside his team. Along with them, the rest of the teams that had made it this far stood as well, including Teams 7, 8, 10 and Team Guy. Along with those teams was the one from Suna Naruto had already met, as well as one from Oto, all in all, adding up to a total of 21 genin. Looking down upon this, Tsunade couldn't help but smile at seeing mostly Konoha genin present. Beside her upon the railing were her predecessor and sensei, the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the Junin of all the teams that had made it and the proctors for the exam. As Yugao stepped back from congratulating the group of genin, Tsunade stepped forward, catching the attention of the room. "Before we go any further, I'd like to take this opportunity to explain to you all the purpose of these exams. While it's true that this exam does promote Chunin, in truth this exam, to put bluntly, is an alternative to war. Genin are the weakest of a village's forces and Chunin the most numerous in any village. In this exam you place your lives and the reputations of your villages on the line, not for promotions in rank but to promote the strength of your village. Clients and prospective clients from all over come to view the exams and generally go with the strongest village when it comes to choosing their missions. As such, if one village's genin are more impressive than others, then logic states that shinobi of a higher level are also more impressive than that of other villages. That said, from this point forward to keep this knowledge in mind," said Tsunade before stepping back. A moment later Yugito appeared in a burst of smoke, standing before the genin. Unlike other times Naruto saw her, she was in full uniform, and even at age 21 she only stood a few inches taller than the rest of them. Yugito as well also took a moment to look over the genin standing before her and was honestly looking forward to what they had to show in terms of ability, especially Naruto, Alex and Laura. Now that Hokage-sama has finished, I will begin. My name is Enju Yugito and I am the proctor of the third exam. From this point forward this is no longer a team-focused exam, instead the third exam focuses on one-on-one battles. However, before this can get there we have to have a preliminary round," said Yugito, surprising the genin. "What? Why?" exclaimed several of the genin. "To put it simply, too many people made it this far and we need to trim the numbers some more. It could be that the first or the second exam was too easy, or it could be that both were. There's also the chance that weaklings have managed to make it here thanks to their teammates, and in doing this we can weed them out. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time," said Yugito. Hearing this, many of the genin began to look across the lines at those gathered. While most would rather be forced to go through the trouble of a preliminary match, none of them were about to just walk away. Sakura, however, was actually trying to get Sasuke to quit, though unsuccessfully. Their battle against the grass kunoichi had not ended well for them. In fact, it had ended with the Uchiha branded with some type of marking on his neck and the kunoichi revealing to have actually been a man known as Orochimaru, who claimed Sasuke would come seeking him for power. They had then encountered the team from Oto, and while Sakura and Sai managed to hold them off, Sasuke had returned to consciousness with the seal activated and his attitude changed for the worse. Despite her worry, however, the Uchiha was having none of it and told her quite plainly that nothing was standing in his path to continuing. Sakura, had she been younger, would have faltered now, however she took the words in stride and instead decided to report the incident to Tsunade as soon as this was over. "Alright, since none of you are backing down, let's get started. As there are 21 genin in this portion of the exam, the one who does not get called will receive an automatic pass into the third exam," said Yugito. With that she snapped her fingers once, causing an immediate effect. Upon a far wall one could see a section of it slide away to reveal a hidden screen placed within it. Immediately the screen activated and began flashing in. Though everyone watched it, many were hoping to be the lucky one who got a free pass before finally it settled on a pair of names. Sangai vs. Sai. As the two names were displayed, Anko let out a smirk, which to those who saw appeared quite vicious as Alex began making his way down. Sai meanwhile simply pasted on a rather fake smile and headed down himself. As the two reached the ground and stood before her, Yugito took a moment to rein in her own emotions, as she actually pitied the kid Sai as he stood no chance in this match. That moment passed quickly, however, and seeing them ready, she immediately announced the match's start and leapt away. Sai was quick to copy this action and while still in midair whipped out a scroll before unrolling it, causing a large tiger to leap out from it made of ink. As the ink-made beastie charged forward and leapt, Alex slid to the side easily before his right hand came through in a knife hand strike that took the head right off, causing it to fall into its base property once more. Sai narrowed his eyes at the sight and with a quick series of motions with a scroll summoned forth another ink construct, this time of an ape, only for it to meet the same fate. Suddenly Alex vanished and Sai found himself flying back before landing on his back and skidding as the blonde appeared in the spot where he had previously been standing. Climbing to his feet slowly as he tried to ignore the pain of what felt to be two broken ribs, Sai found himself looking into the worst glare he'd ever seen. While he'd seen many glares over the years, the eyes he saw now were smoldering, holding nothing but pure anger and contempt within their depths. Suddenly Alex flew through a chain of seals and blew out a large fireball that, despite its size, quickly closed the distance, separating them, with Sai only barely managing to dodge by leaping to the left. Having expected this, however, Alex had already taken action and before Sai could completely recover had closed the stance and proceeded to light him up with a barrage of punches before finally sending him crashing into a wall where he fell like a puppet with its strings cut. For a moment Yugito was silent before finally she moved to get a closer look at Sai. As she got closer she could actually see that his eyes, while open, were glazed over and he had what appeared to be a streak of blood coming from his lip. Seeing that the winner had obviously been decided, however, she announced Alex the winner before calling for the medics to collect Sai while Alex headed up to the railings with the rest. As he made it The area of the walkway his team was occupying Alex was greeted by a pair of smirks from Naruto and Laura while Anko was actually grinning, something that caused him to shake his head in amusement. Finally, as the medics finally dragged Sai out of the way, everyone directed their attention to the screen once more as it began to flash through names again. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Temari. As the two names re-displayed, the kunoichi of the Suna team smirked and headed down to the arena. Meanwhile, Sasuke moved to copy the action only to be halted by Kakashi, and while most couldn't hear what was said, the cowl that crossed the Uchiha's face said enough for quite a few. As the two reached the center and stood before her, Yugito took a moment to look over both of them, and after seeing them ready allowed he matched to begin before leaping back and away. "I'll give you 3 chances and after that I'm ending this," said Temari with a smirk. Before anything else could be said, however, a loud noise cut through the room. As it continued, Naruto finally realized what it was and reached for the buckle on his belt, opening it up to reveal the phone that it hid. "Excuse me, I have to take this." With that said, he disappeared in a plume of smoke. When he reappeared, he was alone on the roof of the tower with a view of the forest surrounding him. Opening the phone slowly and placing it to his ear, he leaned Aga Insta nearby rail to take in the sights. "Hello," answered the teen calmly. "Daddy," came an excited voice on the other end, getting a large smile from the blonde. "Hi Kushina, how's my little princess?" asked the blonde. "I miss Daddy. When is Daddy coming to see me?" asked the little girl on the other end, who he could just imagine pouting cutely. "I'm going to see you real soon, honey. In fact, I'm going to come get you soon so you can visit with Ba-chan, okay?" answered the blonde. "Yay, I get to see Nade Ba-chan. Will you bring me a present?" questioned the little girl on the other end. "I don't know. Have you been a good girl for Grandma and Grandpa?" questioned Naruto in return. "Yes, I really good girl." "Okay, I guess I have to bring you a present then. Now I have to go back and finish a test, but I'll call back in a little bit, okay?" said the blonde. "Okay. I love you, Daddy," said the little girl. "I love you too, princess." He waited until he heard the line go dead before hanging up the phone himself. Hearing from his daughter had definitely brightened him though, and he felt the desire to finish this thing off rather quickly. Absent-mindedly he realized it was raw. They're ironic how his princess was in all actuality a true princess in her own right, considering that among those things he had inherited was the title of ruler of Uzu no Kuni should he ever wish to claim it. Shaking that thought off for a later date, he vanished once more to reappear within the room in his former position just in time to see the Oto genin by the name of Zaku blow his own arms off. "So what did I miss?" questioned the blonde. "Well, that Temari chick completely owned the Uchiha first and foremost. She finished him in one move. As for this match, the Aburame kid, Shino, had been caught rolling it from the jump and had some of his bugs clog these tubes the sound Nin had in his arms, causing them to burst," explained Alex. "I'm surprised. I thought the Uchiha would at least put up a fig. From all the things we've been hearing about him," said Naruto. "Hey, that Gaki didn't have the chance. Kakashi should have taught the brat when not to open his mouth," said Anko with a large grin. The conversation, however, came to a halt after the sound Nin was cleared away and the board became active again. As it flew through various names, many of them were silently pleading for their names to come up before it finally stopped. Hyuga Neji vs. Nara Shikamaru. As the two names were displayed, the two made their way down to the floor, Shikamaru more leisurely than most thought appropriate. As they finally hit the ground and faced off against each other, Shikamaru had still not lost the lazy look on his face, nor had Neji changed in his stance. As the match started, Neji closed the distance quickly opting to finish the match as soon as possible, only for Shikamaru to leap away, dodging the attack altogether. Not deterred in the slightest, Neji chased after him, tilting his head to the side to avoid a kunai that had been tossed his way. His activated Byakugan allowed him to see the Nara air as he began flying through seals, and he sped up in response, causing the Nara to abandon the sequence in order to leap away from the area. As he landed, Shikamaru could not keep the frown from developing on his face as he regarded the Hyuga. The fact was, the Hyuga was fast, at least fast enough that he was able to control the pace of the match. As a Nara male, he preferred to take things slow even when in battle, which he found far too troublesome to be involved with, all things considered. Despite this, he found that the rumors he'd always heard regarding the Hyuga were in fact true and that they were straight-up taijutsu, which meant that he had to keep some distance between the two of them if he wanted to walk out on his own power. Neji meanwhile was keeping his own features completely blank, allowing the Hyuga mask of indifference to mask his frustration with his current opponent. As he thought the Nara across from him was weak, however if he was good at anything it was running away. Still that meant nothing because in the end it was fated that the Nara fall to the might of the Hyu. Gauze Juken has had every opponent before him. For several minutes the two kept up with the game of cat and mouse, with Shikamaru somehow always managing to scurry away at the last instant. Finally Shikamaru found himself with his back against the wall and an agitated Hyuga standing before him. Seeing his foe cornered, Neji smirked and retook his stance before darting forward. However, just as he closed the distance intending to end the fight once and for all, there was an intense burst of light which caused the Hyuga to scream out in pain, as the light was only intensified with the usage of his Byakugan. When the light cleared from his vision, Shikamaru was nowhere in front of him, and he didn't want to risk reactivating the Dujutsu just yet until the pain was completely gone and his vision fully returned. With that thought in mind he moved to turn, only to go wide-eyed, finding himself unable to move. Kajimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, success. Drawled Shikamaru, his voice coming from directly behind him. When I get free Nara, growled Neji, struggling to do just that only to be interrupted. Stop posturing, this is checkmate. While it's true you may be stronger and faster than me, the fact remains it's over. I didn't expect it to be this easy, but for once I won't complain since you allowed me to position you so easily. Since you wanted to chase me so badly, I lured you to that wall before dropping a flash bomb. I figured that a Dujutsu would be more sensitive to light than normal eyes, and that analysis proved more accurate than I anticipated. You now have two choices. The first is to concede, and the more troublesome is to give me a reason to slam your head into that wall and knock you out. Drawled Shikamaru, positioning his hands into his pockets and forcing Neji to copy his actions. Proctor, I concede, said the Hyuga with gritted teeth, correctly interpreting the action as Shikamaru's show of force. Very well. The winner by forfeit is Nara Shikamaru. As soon as the announcement was made, Shikamaru dropped the jutsu and sighed as he settled back into a slouching position and began the trek back up onto the railings. On the balcony, however, many were going over the rather long match. Lasting a full 15 minutes, many surprised Shikamaru had been doing more than just running away the entire time. The members of Team Guy, however, were rather shocked and that the person they had pegged as the strongest genin in the Leaf had just lost a preliminary match to the laziest person within the room. As soon as the duo made it to their respective teams, the B-Ord started up once more, drawing all attention to it and away from them. Soom vs. Tsuchi-kin. As the two names were displayed, the two girls wasted no time heading down to the floor. As they reached T.He starting position, Laura took her time to look over the other girl. She had long black hair that was parted into twin tails ending near her thighs and wore a pair of green and gray camo-style pants that stopped just past her knees, where they were met by a pair of knee-length shinobi-styled boots, though her toes were still visible. Her top was also camo-styled and the same color, though sleeveless, while a pair of black sleeves went on both of her forearms, while her hitae was on her forehead. It was the girl's eyes and pose that held her attention the most, for in that gaze and stance she saw only one thing: arrogance. The sight of such a thing from her opponent caused a smirk to come to Laura's face. She would enjoy crushing this one. Hajime. As soon as the word was spoken, Kin launched a barrage of Senbon Laura's way, which she made no move to avoid, instead surprising many as she reached out and snatched them right out of the air. She raised an eyebrow at the sight of the small BLLS secured to the end of the small weapons, but simply brushed them aside as she tossed the things over her shoulder. Recovering from her surprise fairly quickly, Kin tossed another pair at her only foe, Laura, to take off at a run heading straight towards her. As she ran, she ducked low, allowing the Senbon to fly right over her and forcing Kin to leap back to put some distance between them. However, just as she neared, she slid to a stop, finding not one, but three Kins standing in front of her. As one, the three Kins sent a pair of Senbon at the girl, with only one set hitting their mark as Laura leapt away. Landing, Laura made quick work of tugging the needles free and tossing them aside, only to find that there were now 5 Kins standing in front of her. Smirking darkly, the Kins launched Onyo Their barrage of needles and Laura quickly drew a kunai, knocking most of them off course yet still being hit with a pair. Before she could even think to look up, she was struck by 4 and soon more and more needles began to pepper her. Hey, you're not so tough. Child of destruction. What a joke, you're noth. Kin's bragging was suddenly cut off rather abruptly as Laura spun around with a kick, a large E-blade emerging from her boot and embedding itself within the Oto Kunoichi's stomach. Removing her foot and allowing the other girl to collapse, Laura went about removing the various needles that had struck her before turning to face the Oto nin who was clutching the wound tightly. How? Muttered the girl, a bit of blood leaking from her mouth. I'll admit you had me for a moment with that sound-based genjutsu of yours. I had a bit of trouble distinguishing the real you from all of the copies that were made, at least in the beginning. However, I realized a while ago I couldn't trust my eyes and had started relying on my nose. I knew only the real one would have a scent and just needed to pick it up. Then it was all a matter of playing possum and waiting for you to let your guard down. The arrogance of yours was your downfall in this case as you played directly into my hands. With that said, Laura turned and walked away as she was declared the winner. Within the stands, the other rookies were now watching her with wary eyes, while many of the Junin were actually impressed with her usage of a foot blade. Naruto rolled his eyes as he heard the projected thoughts flowing through the room. These guys had no idea that the blade was actually a part of her anatomy and thus merely assumed it had been inserted into the boot. Haruno Sakura versus Akamichi Choji. As the two made their way down into the arena, Ino found herself conflicted. On the one hand, Choji was her teammate and someone she had known basically all of her life. As a result of their fathers being teammates and the heads to their respective clans, the two of them and Shikamaru had all known each other since they were very little. In her room hidden safely under her bed, she even had an album of them as infants always together. On the other hand, Sakura had at one point been her best friend, only for them to fall apart over Sasuke, and then come back together when they were 12. Now here she found herself conflicted who to cheer for, and thus took the safe option of the middle ground where she could worry for both of them. As the two competitors reached the floor, Yugito took a moment to look them both over. Nay, either one of them looked all that up to fighting at the moment, and in fact Choji had actually had to be bribed with food to go down. She could understand Sakura's position though. Choji was a walking tank and it would take quite a bit of luck and skill for her to get through this. Finally, seeing as both were as ready as they were going to be, she announced the start of the match and leapt back. Immediately Choji had snapped into action, flashing through seals before his body literally turned into a giant ball which headed straight at the pink-haired genin. Leaping to the side, Sakura managed to just barely dodge the attack, only for the Akamichi heir to undo the jutsu mid-roll and leap at her, transforming once again and forcing her to jump away. As he passed her by, Sakura whipped out a pair of kunai and tossed them just as he was undoing the jutsu. Turning, Choji just managed to see the kunai coming before managing to dodge to the side. Recovering quickly back onto his feet, the portly teen surprised Sakura by throwing a punch with his arm, with the entire length of his arm and fist growing in size. Wide-eyed, Sakura scrambled back, yet the force behind the attack was still enough to have her unbalanced. As she landed, she hit the deck harshly upon feeling her ankle twisting. Seeing the opening, Choji went to charge her, only for her to surprise him by phasing out of existence just as she neared before he suddenly tensed up. "It's over," said Sakura from behind him, one hand on his shoulder, the other reaching around, positioned at his neck and glowing with chakra. "When?" questioned Choji with a frown. "When you dodged the kunai. You gave me just enough time to enact the genjutsu while you recovered," said Sakura, causing him to sigh before he announced his forfeit. As the two rejoined their respective teams, one cheerful and the other despondent, both were congratulated by their teams for a well-fought match. Still, Asuma realized that he would have to school his team to the methods of recognizing and dispelling the more advanced genjutsu. Kakashi meanwhile was reflecting on how the one thought of as the weakest of the team was the only one to qualify for the finals because of he would be taking a more active role with her training for the time being. Tsunade was also pleased for the most part, as Sakura, it seemed, had truly taken her training to heart, managing to avoid a LL of Choji's attacks, thus negating being forced to waste chakra healing her own injuries. Such thoughts however were put on hold as the board started up once more before freezing on two names. Kinyuta Dosu vs. Tenten. As the two arrived on the floor, Tenten took the moment to overlook her opponent. Like his teammate, Dosu wore a pair of camouflage pants, only his were gray and black. Over this he wore a black jacket with a deep red trim, with one of the sleeves actually hanging over the end of his hand by at least a foot. His head was covered nearly completely in white medical tape, with only his left eye and ear left exposed, and his hitae was slanted much like Kakashi's, and he had some type of straw thing covering his hunched back. Hajime. As Yugito announced the start of the match, Dosu dashed forward while Tenten leapt back, sending a trio of shuriken in his direction. Leaping bodily to the side to avoid the projectiles, Dosu gave Tenten just enough time to whip out a small scroll, from which she summoned a hail of kunai that she sent hurtling towards the Oto Nin. Recovering, Dosu managed to scramble out of the path of the incoming weaponry and right into Tenten's path. Dynamiku Entori, dynamic entry. Hearing the cry, Dosu looked up just in time to get nailed into the face by Tenten's foot with enough force to send him into a tumble for a few feet. As he climbed to his feet and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head, Tenten was already in motion, summoning a Fuma Shuriken from another scroll and sending it flying towards the teen, who dodged to the side once more and not taking a chance move to close the distance. Tenten's eyes widened at his speed and he smirked as he raised his arm up, exposing the metal gauntlet on his right arm, and moved to swing, only to suddenly freeze up and cry out as a sharp pain hit him in his back. Turning his head, he could see one Fuma Shuriken embedded into the wall while another was embedded into his back. "You how?" gasped out Dosu as he collapsed. "I saw how you fought in the forest, and like the rest of your team you're apparently a one-trick pony, so I already had a plan to deal with you. I figured the cage Shuriken no Jutsu would work," said Tenten before leaving the floor. "Winner, Tenten," called Yugito, much to the cheers of Guy and his protege. As Tenten reached her team and was loudly congratulated on her victory, the screen began cycling through names again. As it did, many were now paying even closer attention since so many people had already fought. As he looked around, Naruto took note of all that were left, and it was a short list. Including himself, there was Hinata, Lee, Kiba, Ino, Kankuro and Gaara, meaning there would only be 3 matches left, while the remaining one advanced automatically. Finally the screen seemingly made up its electronic mind as it finally stopped on a pair of names. Kankuro vs. Gaara. As soon as the names were displayed, Kankuro literally choked on the air he was breathing before calling out his forfeit. Tamari couldn't blame her younger brother for that one, as fighting Gaara may well have been a death sentence itself. Rolling her eyes at the lack of action, Yugito called for the machine to start up again. This time when it stopped, neither of the two selected opted to back down. Inuzuka Kiba vs. Yamanaka Ino. As the two came down to the floor, a wolfish grin appeared on Kiba's face, and a predatory glint entered his eyes. Immediately as the match started, Ino sent a kunai his way while Kiba charged forwards, ducking under the weapon as he went before rising up and delivering a rising elbow that Ino only just barely dodged away from. Turning on a dime, Kiba smirked as he charged once more, his speed increasing noticeably from his previous pace, slamming Ino with a shoulder to her chest as soon as she recovered, which managed to knock her back and tumbling a few feet. "Are you ready to give up now, Ino?" questioned Kiba as the girl struggled to make it back on her feet. As much as she wanted to deny it, the last hit had hurt like hell. In all honesty, Ino couldn't remember the last time she'd ever felt such pain, and the fact that he'd nailed her chest only made it seem worse, as she was actually really sensitive in that region. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to take too many more hits, as Kiba was actually much stronger than one would think, and his hits carried a lot of strength behind them. She, on the other hand, wasn't built for straight-out combat and instead focused on a support role so that it would be safer for her to use her family techniques. As Ino had her feet, Kiba launched himself forward, and as she began a chain of seals, he leapt and started a high-speed spin, turning himself into a human drill, causing Ino to abandon her seals and leap away for safety. As he passed her previous spot and rebounded off the wall, he went in for another shot. Seeing him coming, however, Ino sent a barrage of kunai his way, only for the Inuzuka to go straight through them without even slowing in his momentum. Wide-eyed, she leapt out of the way only to scream out in pain as Kiba somehow still managed to nail her, sending her flying where she slammed hard into the ground, bouncing twice before settling Kiba himself simply came out of his spin and skidded to a stop on his feet. Running over to Ino, Yugito checked her over, finding the girl was completely out of it and declaring Kiba as the winner. As he made his way back up the railings, Kiba was congratulated quietly by his teammates while the medics came to retrieve Ino. At that moment the board began to run, once more catching the attention of all in the room. As there were only 3 people remaining, this would be the final match, and the one not chosen would be getting a free ride into the 3rd exam. Finally, after a few moments of tenseness, the board stopped on a pair of names. Rock Lee vs. Shura. As the names were shown, Hinata sighed, visibly deflating, releasing the breath she hadn't known that she was holding. At the same time, Lee and Guy began cheering loudly about finally being able to fight. Naruto, however, headed down onto the floor, his pace slow, hiding any type of feelings that may have been influencing him. Lee, however, leapt down, landing lightly on his feet with a large grin on his face. Slowly Naruto reached up and removed his glasses from his face for the first time, allowing Hi's eyes to be seen, and as the 2 locked eyes, Lee's own widened at the appearance of the Namikaze's own, yet quickly went back to normal. Hajime. Immediately as this was said, Lee sped forward before La, aping and opening up with a spinning kick towards the blonde's face. Taking a small jump back to avoid the move, Naruto allowed him to miss before leaping forward with a punch of his own, which Lee negated by use of his other foot. As fist and foot met, the 2 pushed off of each other, Lee being sent forwards about a foot while Naruto skid back several inches. Excited, Lee charged right back in a Veer 1 to back down. Naruto met him, each of them exchanging a series of punches and blocks, with the blows increasing in speed. Finally, however, Lee's speed won out as he scored a punch to the blonde's face, causing him to pause. Taking the opening, Lee began a bombardment of blows before finally Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Huh? Questioned Lee in surprise, looking around him to find his opponent. You're good, better than I expected, called Naruto, sitting atop of the statue to the side of the room, perched atop of its hands. I guess I'll have to take you a bit more seriously. Suddenly Lee PT from off of the statue, hitting the ground and like a toad leaping once more, surprisingly with his speed enough so that he could nail him with a palm strike to the chest. As the strike hit, Lee was sent flying but managed to regain himself and recover just before he slammed into a wall. As Lee picked himself up, he shot forward only for Naruto to dodge around his attacks and nail him with a hit combo of punches to the torso that stunned him just long enough for the blonde to slip away. Not one to give up easily, Lee charged back in, delivering a flurry of attacks which Naruto somehow managed to dodge around or block at the last minute. He's gotten good, said Tsunade as she watched the match, surprising several of those around her with the comment. He's not even really trying right now. He can actually keep up with me now. Hell, the only reason I can still beat the Gaki is my experience in the field, said Jiraiya. To those who heard this, Jiraiya's words were shocking. However, Ryon pushed them aside to focus on the match when Lee suddenly executed a series of backflips which ended with him perched atop the statue of hands. Breathing heavily, Lee looked down on his opponent with narrowed eyes, having thrown everything he could think of at his opponent yet to come up with nothing. Now on one knee he pushed his leg warmers down, causing Naruto to narrow his own eyes as he went about fiddling with his legs. Standing to his feet, Lee held up 2 objects which everyone recognized as weights, which he dropped, causing a loud crash as the 2 weight sets hit the ground, causing large craters to form around them. Yosh! With that, Lee exploded forward, his speed far surpassing anything seen in the preliminaries, thus far appearing in front of Naruto in the time it took most to blink and delivering a devastating right that sent the blonde flying. Recovering quickly, Naruto flipped himself around and sent a hail of shuriken Lee's way to stall him while he landed. Dodging around the weapons easily enough, the green-clad youth was on Naruto in a heartbeat. However, Naruto had gotten all the time he needed, having completed a short chain of seals before launching a blast of wind at Lee that sent him flying back towards the statue. Flipping so that he landing on his hands and feet, the teen skidded back until he was between the craters. Reaching down, he removed a set of nunchaku before he suddenly vanished. Drawing Daywalker, Naruto just barely held off the first attack from Lee before lashing out with a kick only for it to hit air as Lee vanished. Instincts had him ducking down as Lee appeared behind him, swinging one of the nunchaku before he lashed out with a swing of his own, which Lee blocked with his other pair. Suddenly Lee moved quickly and lashed out with A pair of kicks, one knocking the sword from Naruto's grip and the other to the chest, which stunned him as well as pushed him back. As he skid across the ground on his back and flipped to his feet to recover, Lee vanished again only to reappear running around the blonde, forming a long ring of dust for his action. Suddenly darting out of the dust, Lee appeared crouched before the blonde before nailing him with a rising kick to the chin that had him flying into the air. Leaping up after him, many were surprised to see that the bandages that usually covered Lee's hands had been undone as he appeared lying just under Naruto before the bandages, as if having a mind of their own, began to surround the blonde, forming a cocoon which Lee was quick to grab onto, flipping them so that they were upside down. ND began a rotation that was quick to pick up in speed on a collision course to the ground. As they neared the ground, Lee suddenly released a shout of pain, but before anyone could see why, they hit the ground, causing a giant cloud of smoke to cover the room. As the smoke cleared, they were greeted with the sight of Naruto slowly picking himself up off the ground, Lee's bandages in tatters surrounding him, while Lee himself was out of it, a wound to his stomach in plain sight. However, what caught the most attention was the sight of Naruto's hands with 3 metal blades resembling claws emerged for all to see. Naruto lashed out his right hand, flinging the blood that had coated the middle blade off of him before both sets of blades retracted into his hands as if they had never been there. Winner Shura. As if the words had snapped him out of a trance, Guy leapt down from the stands down towards his student while medics came rushing out from the back. Almost immediately one of them went to Wo RK while another pushed Guy out of the way. As the medic worked to heal the wound, she raised an eyebrow in astonishment, and as she finished turned to face Guy. "He'll be fine. The wound miraculously I didn't hit anything vital as far as I can tell. The pain of the wound combined with the crash knocked him unconscious. We'll take him in for observation, but he'll be out in a few days at the latest." Explained the medic, causing the Junin to breath out a sigh of relief. Now would everyone who won their match and the one lucky one who didn't have to fight come down? Called Yugito, breaking the genin out of their shock. As they were all going down, Naruto had collected and sheathed Daywalker, his mind still going over just how close he'd just come to losing. As far back as he remembered, he'd never lost an actual fight. Sure, Jiraiya used to wail on him during training, but those were all spars. He'd never once lost an actual fight. Yet Lee had managed to push him to the point that he'd needed to use some of the passive abilities of his powers to keep up with him. He'd even had to resort to using his claws to get out of that finisher. As the others finally arrived, he shook himself out of his hots as all of the winners lined up in front of Yugito with Alex and Laura on either side of him. "All right then, I will be a Chunin, will be walking by with a box. Each person is only to take one slip from the box," said Yugito. One by one, each of the Chunin hopefuls that had survived the round removed a slip of paper from the box. Already several had figured out a guess as for what the next round would be, but were awaiting confirmation. Finally they were given permission to read what was on the paper they'd received, each of them reading off a number until the last to receive one, being Hinata, had read her own. "All right, we will now reveal to you the matches for the third exams tournament," said Yugito before the Chunin behind her turned over a portable blackboard, allowing everyone to see what was written upon it. Tamari vs. Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino vs. Sangai Tenten vs. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba vs. Tsume Gara vs. Shura, Haruno Sakura vs. winner of match 1. As you can all see, there is one extra match in the first round. The winner of that match will decide who will go further on in the tournament. The third exam itself will be held in 1 month's time. Are there any questions? Finished Yugito. Yeah, since this is a tournament, does that mean that only one person will advance to Chunin? Questioned Shikamaru. No, though that could very well be the case. In truth, no one could be promoted or everyone could. It all depends on how well you all impress the judges on who gets promoted and who doesn't, explained Yugito. So why the long wait? Questioned Kiba. The reason behind the wait is quite simple. Many important individuals as well as prospective clients will be in attendance. This gives them all time to get their affairs in order before coming. This wait LSO gives all of you a chance to come up with some new tricks, as I'm sure some of you may have revealed all that you had, or revealed an ace you wished to keep hidden. Explained Yugito, getting understanding nods all around. If there are no more questions, you are all dismissed, said Yugito finally, allowing the genin to disperse. And, well, that's all folks. As promised, the chapter was longer than the previous ones by far. I thought about putting a lemon in it but changed my mind after a bit of thought. Anyway, thanks for reading and leave reviews till next time later. Chapter 15, Naruto. X Chapter 15. An. Hello all and Happy New Year. Firstly, thanks as always to everyone who reviewed the previous chapter. Now initially this one was going to be longer, but seeing as to how I missed both my Christmas and New Year's deadlines, I figured I'd just put this out for you guys. As for future updates, Legacy of the Lighthawk, Ninja Spawn, and Devil of the Hidden Leaf are all being worked on at this time. Ime and I should have released at least the first 2 within the next month. With that said, here's the new chapter. Start now. A single vehicle made its way through the guarded gates of the small airport at a gradual pace. The vehicle in question was a 1995 Volkswagen Jetta A3 painted a solid deep blue color, which drew no attention as it pulled up in front of the aircraft and came to a stop. The aircraft was an State Route 71 Blackbird, a piece of machinery that was actually quite the rare find, with only 32 having ever been made, its ramp lowered from which he stood at its end. After a moment the driver and passenger side doors of the car opened, allowing 2 males to step out, only one of which caught his attention. Stepping out of the passenger door was a man that stood at 5'9" with short-cut brown hair. He wore a pair of blue jeans and a gray pullover hooded sweatshirt along with a pair of dark-lensed sunglasses. As he moved alongside the car, his steps were measured, showing the precision in he executed everything before he dug into the trunk. The other man had moved to the passenger side of the car and opened the door, allowing 2 more people to emerge. The first to do so was a woman, who stood at 5'4" and had short dark red hair with a slim figure. She wore a pair of black jeans, a burgundy shirt and a beige jacket. After her another man climbed out. This one, an older man, wore a black suit with a white shirt, his hair gray from age and his hairline clearly receding. After a few moments the group began to make their way over to him, with the first 2 men carrying a couple of bags. "Mr. Vice President, it is an honor to meet you," he said as he stepped forward to shake the man's head. "You as well, Mr. Namikaze. The President and his family speaks quite highly of you," spoke the man. Naruto smiled, though all of them could tell he was a bit embarrassed. Despite the time that had passed, he'd kept in touch with his old friend, who was now titled the First Daughter, and was still not used to the high opinion she and her family had of him. "Right, well, we just have one more on the way before we can go," said Naruto, regaining himself rather quickly before turning serious. "Just a reminder, where we are going you won't have any power or sway like you would most other places, and things will be very different than what you are used to. The only reason they are even willing to meet with you is because I vouched for this, but I don't possess the power to push anything at this point in time," said the blonde, his sudden change in demeanor catching the group off guard slightly. Why, before he turned his attention to the other 2. "As for you 2 megaseconds, Romanov and Mr. Barton, don't do anything stupid or you'll be dead before your bodies hit the floor. Also tell your boss he can consider us even now," stated the blonde. As the woman went to speak, the sound of a horn honking caught the group's attention as they turned to the sight of a black Range Rover pulling up. As it came to a stop and the doors opened, a middle-aged woman stepped out of the passenger side. She wore a pair of blue jeans and a beige shirt with short sleeves. She had short brown hair and intense brown eyes. Had looked out at the world through a pair of glasses. As she pulled open the rear passenger door, it allowed a younger teen to step out who had long blonde hair that hung down to her back. She wore a pair of blue jeans and a white t-shirt over which was a brown jacket that she wore open. From the other side of the car walked an older man who wore a pair of black slacks and a white shirt, the top 2 buttons undone and the tie missing. He had short black hair that was in the process of graying and a rather thick mustache. In his arms he held a small child whose eyes lit up upon seeing the blonde. "Daddy!" exclaimed the girl upon sighting the blonde, causing a smile to come across his face. The little girl had deep red hair of a darker shade than her mother's vibrant shade and eyes shaped her father's, but eyes as green as her mother's. She wore a yellow dress and her legs kicked excitedly as she reached for him. She was the spitting image of his own mother, he mused as he moved up to him and gratefully took hold of his daughter, who latched on him with a speed that would surprise anyone who didn't know her, only to get a look of confusion from the blonde. "Thanks for taking care of her, guys," said the blonde gracefully. Hey, you know we love having her around, said the older woman smiling. Did you bring me a present? Questioned the little girl, ignoring the conversation in the way only an excited child could. You know, I'm pretty sure I had something, started the blonde, making a show of checking himself with his empty right hand. Ah, here it is, said the blonde before pulling a long black case out of his back pocket and holding it up. As she opened it, every eye widened in surprise as the case revealed a beautiful necklace inside. The necklace itself was a rather simple rope chain, however it was the pendant that was the eye-catcher. The pendant was shaped like a flower with the petals made of emerald and white diamonds, with a base made of white gold and the center piece also emerald, though shaped into the Uzumaki clan spiral. Pretty, whispered the little girl in awe. Jesus, where did you find this? Questioned the blonde girl. Truthfully, I had this one made specifically for my little princess. As for the stones, they were part of the inheritance my mother left me, stated Naruto with a shrug, snapping the case shut and sliding it into his pocket. Now let me introduce you to some people, stated the teen, motioning them over to the other group. Vice President Joe Deckard, let me introduce you to Professor John Gray and his wife Elaine, and their daughter Sarah. I'm sure you guys already know the VP, the other two are Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton, stated Naruto, introducing the two groups. Do I want to know what they do? Questioned John about the two mentioned. Let's just say they help keep World War III from starting, stated Naruto. I see, then I hope you continue to be successful with your job. At these words the two merely nodded, which the man took as their silent gratitude. Now we don't want to hold you guys up, so we'll be heading out, stated John, shaking the blonde's hand along with that of the VP's before making his way back to the car. You be safe, okay, said Elaine, pulling the blonde into a hug and giving Kushina a kiss on the cheek before following after her. Husband, you know you can still come with us if you want, Sarah, said Naruto. While I'd love to spend more time with my niece, I have 2 papers I have to finish by Friday, said Sarah, giving Kushina a kiss on the forehead before walking back to the car. Well then, you ready to go? Questioned Naruto, turning to Kushina, who nodded happily and snuggled into his side. As he turned and made his way up the ramp and towards the plane, Naruto motioned the others to enter while he himself brought up the rear. Finding a pair of unoccupied seats, he quickly went about strapping Kushina into the window seat before moving up to the front. Looking inside, he could see both Laura and Alex occupying the seats, the latter of the two sleeping. We're ready, stated Naruto. All right, take off in 5, said Laura. Nodding his acceptance, the blonde returned to the rear and strapped himself in next to his daughter to ready for the takeoff. For the first few hours of the flight, the journey was made in a comfortable silence as the VP and his guards were keeping to themselves. Naruto, however, had removed Kushina from her safety belt early on and settled her on his lap as the two of them set about watching movies on a customized iPad that Forge had made for her. What he had done was basically gut the thing and turn it into a portable movie player, which was all it did. They had gotten through the first 2 Mighty Ducks movies before someone finally caught his attention, that person being Natasha Romanoff. How long is the flight? Questioned the red-headed woman, causing Naruto to smirk. Well, that really depends on how lost we are, said the blonde, catching the attention of the 2 males as well. Lost? What do you mean lost? Demanded the woman hotly. Well, you've got to be lost to get to a place that can't be found, otherwise everyone would know where it is. Jean sighed in frustration as she threw another stack of envelopes onto her dresser. Even though the school year had only just begun, really she was already receiving things from various colleges. Many coaches had come to see her about playing or coaching for their respective schools since the end of the previous year as well. Naruto had left on July 11th, just after their daughter's birthday, and Hai's own birthday was nearing, with hers falling almost 2 weeks later. She had other things to worry about aside from soccer, like the fact she was supposed to be getting married in December, spend a few weeks in Konoha with her husband, and then come back to finish the school year. She didn't even know if she was going to go to college anymore. Of course, her parents weren't thrilled with the route that her life had taken. But eventually they'd been able to understand. Revealing the fact that she was a mutant to them hadn't initially gone over well, but after presenting various scientific facts, she'd been able to save her relationship with her family. Of course that bombshell had done nothing to lessen the blow when she'd revealed her pregnancy minutes later. In fact, her father and Jiraiya had nearly come to blows over it. Normally Jiraiya was a pretty easy-going guy even if he was massively perverted, but once someone threatened Naruto you found yourself within the presence of a legendary shinobi. In fact, she was certain if not for Naruto being there Jiraiya would have killed him. Eventually they'd come to terms with the fact that they had two vastly different perspectives of the world. In Jiraiya's mind she'd already been an adult and as such was fine to have a little drink, while in her father's she was a minor and as such it was illegal for her to drink. In the end they had simply agreed to disagree, which was the best that could be hoped for on that subject. If that wasn't bad enough, her parents had nearly blown a gasket when they learned the particulars about the marriage situation. Explaining to them just how important Naruto actually was had actually left them speechless, as had learning the reason that Naruto had been in America. Eventually Naruto and her family had begun to get along and they were happy to look after her daughter during the week, especially her mother who didn't actually work anymore, though Jean made it a point to have the girl with her on the weekends. The fact that she wasn't going to be his only wife had long since settled into her mind. While no one initially liked it, eventually everyone had come to terms with the situation for what it was. However, due to Naruto's position the wedding was to be very traditional. Even with the number of brides to be married, it was a good thing she was open-minded. A brief knocking on her door brought her attention from her thoughts, and not even waiting for acknowledgement Kitty phased through, dragging Rouge with her. At home Rogue showed a surprising amount of skin now that she had gained control her powers at the moment, wearing a pair of shorts and a basketball jersey. Jean raised an eyebrow as Kitty flopped down on her bed while Rogue, more composed, climbed on as well. "So what's going on?" questioned the redhead. "She's still having trouble with Japanese," stated Rogue, causing Kitty to groan into the bed. "Well, why don't you just ask Logan for some help?" questioned Jean. "'Cause he won't teach me everything. Plus how do I ask him about the other questions? Just ask him. How do you say fuck me harder?" "That would totally work," said Kitty, rolling her eyes. "Katai watashi no seiko," saw it Jean, causing both girls to look at her with wide eyes. "What, so I like to talk a little dirty?" defended the redhead, blushing while Rogue and Kitty burst out laughing. Within a single room in the Shinobi Administrative Division of the building termed as the Academy, Tsunade looked at all the figures that had gathered at her request. Sitting around a large round table were each of the clan he adds, as well as the most prominent members of the Merchants Guild. Along with them were her old sensei Sarutobi Hiruzen, her old teammate Jiraiya, the head of the Anbu Corps, Shizune, and the most notable of the new Junin, which included Hitaki Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, Maeda Guy, and Mitarashi Anko. Seeing everyone present and accounted for, the busty cage decided to get things started. Quote, "A few days ago at the end of the first exam, one of the genin slipped a note to Ibiki, who was acting as proctor with his test. The note in question brought up an anomaly with one of the other Konoha genin who was in possession of and flaunting classified information to the group of rookies. After reviewing the file of the genin in question, we spotted several anomalies as well which had until that point been overlooked. During the second exam I had Anbu covertly extract him as well as the entirety of the team he was with. During their questioning, one of them revealed that the team were in actuality spies for the village of Otogakure," stated Tsunade, causing everyone to shift slightly with the exceptions of Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Anko. Further questioning revealed that the leader of O2 is none other than the traitor Orochimaru. Finished Tsunade, causing those people to stiffen up in shock before motioning to Anko. Further prodding by Ibiki and I revealed that the leader of the group of spies was one Yakushi Kabuto, who after a bit of work proved to be a goldmine of information. First and foremost, his entire background was falsified. In truth, he had been forced into the work by Danzo, who had threatened the entirety of the orphanage he'd grown up in, after treachery on Danzo's part which resulted in the death of the matron of the orphanage. He switched allegiance to Orochimaru, who then placed him in a position to act as a double agent to Akasuna no Sasori, stated Anko, catching the attention of the rest of the room with the name of the S-class missing nin from Suna. Quote, "During his time under Sasori he learned he was a member of a group of S-class nuke nin called Akatsuki, whose main goal was the acquisition of the Biju. Aside from Sasori, the members included Hoshikage, Kisame of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Kakuzu of Taki, a man called Zetsu with no known affiliation, a woman by the name of Konan from AIM, Uchiha Itachi whose first action as a member was sever Orochimaru's hand forcing him to flee the organization after trying to take over his body, Deidara of Iwa who replaced Orochimaru and the leader who goes by the name of Pain also of AIM. Said Anko, "That sounds like a lot of muscle." Mused Akamichi Chuza, "A lot of muscle my ass, that's 8 kg level nuke nin." Exclaimed Inuzuka Sume, "With one unknown position as my own intel reveals that he organization is composed as of 9 of them." Spoke Jiraiya, "Unfortunately that's not all that was discovered. During the 3rd stage of the exams there will be an invasion by the combined forces of Odo and Suna." Stated Tsunade darkly, "Invasion? What the hell, I thought Suna were our allies." Exclaimed Sume banging a fist onto the table. "We've learned that the Kazekage had been covertly assassinated and replaced just recently. With his children and their Junin sensei in Konoha for the duration of the exams there would be no one familiar enough with him that they would be able to tell difference if the right measures were taken. Orochimaru himself intends to impersonate the Kazekage during the finals in order to get close to the Hokage. From what we learned the real Kazekage act. You ally refused the offer during their initial meeting." Stated Anko, "Please tell me you've recalled everyone that were out on missions." Stated Inoichi, "No, I've simply retasked them. While some will be returning to help us with the invasion, the vast majority I've sent on a high priority assignment. While we're dealing with the invasion those outside have been tasked with sacking all of the bases under Orochimaru's command and to capture a few noteworthy people." Stated Tsunade, "I see, so in the chance that some of them escape us they will have nowhere to run to." Stated Shikaku, "I suppose we don't have much to worry about with both Jiraiya-sama and Sandaime-sama around as well." Stated one of the civilian council members, "Unfortunately I won't be taking an active role in the invasion." Touted Jiraiya, surprising just about everyone. "I'll be guarding over someone of extremely high priority at that point and won't be around to help out. However, I've already briefed the Toads and many of them will be standing by as I'll be issuing some emergency summoning scrolls to a few people." Explained Jiraiya, "Shit, that's right, there's going to be a ton of delegates here to see the exam." Stated Chuza with a grimace, "That's not the worst of it. As of this morning Naruto was bringing someone to the village from the nation we'd been hiding him in. This person is the second in command of the entire nation which is in the land beyond the veil. The purpose of this was to set up a minor trading deal as they are more technologically advanced than we are." Stated Tsunade, "So that's why the civilians were called." Stated Shibi, getting a nod from Tsunade, "I take it we're going to put guards on this person then." Stated Sume, "Yes, but we'll place him with the other delegates so it won't take more manpower." Stated Hiruzen, "Shibi, Shikaku, we already have a copy of the attack plans that the spy was aware of that we'll be leaving with the 2 of you. Between the 2 of you I'm sure you'll come up with something to keep losses to a minimum." Stated Tsunade, getting nods from the 2 men. Before they could go further a knock on the door caught their attention. "What is it?" barked Tsun, aid in irritation causing a Chunin to stick his head in. "Sorry Hokage-sama, but Namikaze-sama is here to see you." Stated the Chunin nervously. "Oh, let him in," said Tsunade, her countenance changing, and allowing the Chunin to breathe out a sigh of relief before opening the door. As he entered, many of those in attendance raised eyebrows, as it was irregular to allow anyone to interrupt a council meeting, especially one as big as this one turned out to be. Many of them were also trying to get their first look at the Namikaze heir, having never actually met him before. However, it was the sight of the small red-headed child in his arms that caught the most attention. "Nade Baa-chan," exclaimed the little girl upon sighting the woman who had crossed the room the instant she saw the little girl and took her from her father. "Kushina-chan, look at you, you've gotten so big," said Tsunade, tickling the girl's stomach lightly, causing her to giggle. "Hope we weren't interrupting anything too important," said Naruto with a smile. "Now what's more important than my cute little granddaughter?" said Tsunade, causing Kushina to smile brightly. "Tsunade-sama who?" started Sume with a wavering voice, surprising many and catching both Naruto's and Tsunade's attention. "Her name is Kushina, she is my daughter," stated Naruto. "Kami-sama, she looks just like her," whispered Chuza. "Anyway, we were just Stopping by cause she wanted to see you before I took her home. Stated Naruto turning back to Tsunade. Actually Gaki, why don't you stick around for a bit, I'll look after her for a bit. Said Jiraiya, taking Kushina from Tsunade who hugged her, Gigi, tightly. Alright, but don't let her charm you out of anything. She goes home and to bed, isn't that right? Said Naruto. Yes daddy, said the little girl pouting cutely. Hey Kushina-chan, have I ever told you about the time your dad? Started Jiraiya walking out and closing the door behind him. So what's going on? Questioned Naruto after a moment. Good call on that Kabuto bastard. Stated Tsunade. So what was he hiding? I couldn't get much of a read on him. Stated Naruto. Wait, you're the one who singled out that spy. Stated Inoichi in an impressed tone. Yeah, the guy knew too much about me and just about everything about me was classified. Explained Naruto. Listen, there was something else that you need to know. Said Tsunade before re-explaining to him about the Akatsuki situation. Naruto frowned as he digested what she told him. Jiraiya had told him quite a while ago that he didn't think that the Kyuubi had actually died, since it was basically a chakra construct. It shouldn't be able to die, and even if it had, it would have reformed by that point. Naruto didn't like thinking of things like that, as he liked to think that there wasn't a giant chakra monster living in his stomach. His mood was only worsened as he was informed about the invasion that was set to take place during the third stage of the exam. You know, I'm starting to think that my inheritance isn't worth all this trouble. Jean is going to blow a gasket. Mused the blonde as he started to massage his temple, causing Tsunade to wince. Alright Naruto, focus. Raya will keep Kushina in the compound so you won't have to worry about that. We just need to get through this invasion, and just knowing about it beforehand as a start. Said the woman calmly. Okay, so what do you need from me? Questioned Naruto after a moment. The Genin Sabaku no Gara, I need you to make sure he isn't a factor. He happens to be the container for the Ikibi, and from what we managed to gather, his seal isn't shit. Oh, that's it. Okay, that should be simple enough. I've been studying up on the Uzumaki style Fuinjutsu anyway, since I already learned everything Ero-sensei had to teach me on the subject. I'm pretty sure I can come up with a way to reinforce an already existing seal without there being too much of an issue. Stated Naruto. That's another thing, according to Oro Chimaru's little spy, you've got a couple of family members in Oto. There was actually one in the exam and we've already secured her, so she's not going anywhere. The other we learned is one of his body guards, so we'll make it a priority to capture her during the invasion. Said Tsunade. Also see if you can get Logan to come and help us out as well. Stated Tsunade after a moment of thought. I'm so RRY, but who is this Logan and what difference would he make? Stated Inoichi with a raised eyebrow. He's Tsune's, his teammate's father, and he was one of Naruto's trainers while he was gone. As for he difference, let's just say when it comes to close combat most Junin would have a very hard time with him. Said Tsunade. I would, but there are a couple of SHIELD agents here with the VP. Said Naruto, causing Tsunade to grimace. Besides, I'm pretty sure we'll have this thing done pretty easily. If we strike during the exam itself while they're still ignorant of our knowledge of the invasion we show, I'll be able to cut their efficiency in half at the least. Said Naruto, getting an agreement from Shikaku after a moment. Now, as I'm not yet a member of this council, I think it would be best if I bow out now. I'll see if I can find something strong enough to contain a Biju as well. Said Naruto after a few moments' silence. Very well, we've got a few more days, so you should have some luck. Said Tsunade, dismissing him from the room. Naruto-san, I think it would be wise for you and your daughter to join us for dinner tonight. Said Hiyashi, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Ah crap, I have to explain Hinata to Kushina. Said the blonde before hanging his head as he left the room, all the while mumbling out curses. Several hours later found Naruto watching with a small smile as Hinata and Kushina moved around the Hyuga Gardens. With his daughter being so young, she didn't really grasp the true depth of the situation, but in her own way she understood and was apparently happy at the smile she gave when she said she'd have a new auntie. Adding Hinata to Rogue, or Anna as he liked to call her, Kitty and Laura, that gave Kushina 3 aunties, not including Jean's sisters. Kushina had surprise The Hyuga family with how well she could speak being barely over 2 years old, and Naruto just smiled at the compliments, not informing them how he and Jean had cheated her development by speaking her telepathically since she was born, or how her vocal cords, hell, all of her muscles developed faster than a normal child's would. She was currently dressed in a white and pink kimono that Jiraiya had bought for her earlier in the day. Jiraiya spoiled her silly, but he honestly would rather her be a bit spoiled than have the shitty childhood he remembered from his early years in the village. And didn't really like it, but he was fine as long as his little girl had a smile on her face, which Jiraiya never failed to bring out of her. The one time he had actually called the man out on it, he simply said, "It's a grandparent's prerogative to spoil their grandchildren, I'm not missing it a second time." The hidden meaning behind the man's words had not been lost on him, and if anything they had become even closer because of it. His thoughts on the matter were interrupted as Hiashi came to stand beside him. "That's quite a child you have there," said the man. "She's a blessing," said the blonde with a smile. "She reminds me very much of your mother," said the man, causing the teen to turn to face him. "I did not know her as well as I should have, her and my wife being so close, but your child is just like her," said Hiashi. "From what Jiraiya-sensei says, she has the temper as well," said Naruto with a chuckle. "Doesn't surprise me, the Uzumaki were well known for their tempers," said the man. "I'm surprised she's taken everything so well, she usually doesn't take so well to strangers," said Naruto. The conversation was brought to a halt as Hinata came walking up holding Kushina in her arms, who was nearly asleep. Taking his daughter from her, he figured it was time for them to return home so she could go to sleep. Saying his good nights, he was escorted to the door by Hinata, giving her a small peck on the cheek before taking his leave. Waiting for a few moments, he disappeared in a puff of smoke to reappear on the roof of a nearby building. Making sure that no one was looking, he cloaked himself and Kushina in the camouflage technique Jiraiya had taught him before slowly levitating into the air and moving slowly towards his home. Several minutes later found him entering into Kushina's room, which was directly across from his own. The walls were painted a light blue color and was surrounded in all manner of decorations. The decorations, however, hid the fact that her room had more seals lining it than the Hokage tower. He and Jiraiya had really gone all out in their preparations for Kushina's arrival. He woke her just long enough to change her into her sleeping clothes and remove the necklace from around her neck. Placing her into the bed and tucking her in, he watched as she snuggled up with a red phoenix stuffed animal Jean had gotten for her. On her other side was Anyo. Fair animal, though this one done in the likeness of Gamabunta, the chief of the Toad Summons, just missing the pipe. Creating a single reinforced shadow clone, it proceeded to sit itself in the reclining chair and put its feet up, allowing for him to leave the room and close the door behind him. Taking a moment to lean against the door, feeling the seals in the room kick on, his expression soon took on a serious tone as he turned and moved down the hall towards the library. He had a seal to find. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.